do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can't keep the radio back. Open your heart and show your understand. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your understand. Your destiny,
Here we go. How is everyone doing? You're still driving, anti-corporatist? Like, I swear to God, AC, every time I see you in chat talking about, like, I just get like trucker songs stuck in my head, right? I don't know. Like, every time I see AC like talk about driving in chat, I'm just like, it's like 6 days on the road. It's a convoy time. Not that convoy, not that convoy. You know, I don't know if anybody remembers this. Was anybody here the night that I talked to Truck and Melissa? We're talking about like a leftist content creator who also drives a big rig for a living, and interesting person. I didn't agree with Truck and Melissa on everything, but I remember you know, mentioning like convoy to Truck and Melissa, and I'm thinking of the song, right? I'm thinking of the song, I'm thinking of the movie. When Melissa hears this though, she's thinking of the Canada trucker convoy, and she's like, that's what you think of me? That's what you think of people who drive up, you know, that like, we're not all like that, no comment check. And I'm trying to figure out like what she's talking, and it only hit me like after the fact that like, oh, she thought I was talking about like that convoy, and I was literally making a 70s like reference. I would love to hear about her though. Yeah, she's I haven't seen her in a long time. She did come on and have a conversation with me, and I think it was like, yeah, it was back when I was defending Cuffles, back when, you know, it was like Cuffles versus Destiny, Cuffles versus the Farms, Cuffles versus Governor Greg Abbott, etc. Or the US one. Yeah, that one, the more recent one in the US that went down to the... Canada has cars? No, they just have trucks. Everyone in Canada drives a truck, right? And everyone in Canada plays hockey, okay? Nobody plays any other sports other than hockey. Nobody drives any other vehicle other than a truck. I think of Willie Nelson when I see AC drive. Yeah, right? As long as NCC music plays, the party goes on. I mean, that's true. Oh no, Cuffles had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Schmegley says, I do have a truck. They play lacrosse? But they probably pronounce it French. It's like lacroix, lacroix, lacroix. I'm glad there's people that are music enjoyers. I know there's also people that, you know, there's some people that are like, why are you playing elevator music? And I'm like, look, I get it. I get it. Like, elevator music is stereotypically jazz. Stereotypically smooth jazz, kind of cool to the touch. But, this is not elevator music, okay? This is Shoji Meguro. You're so off in calling this elevator music. Anyway, I'm not gonna hate on people for it. I understand. I understand. Who's the guy from the 80s? The elevator music guy? Like the actual? I actually think the music is smooth, but not like smooth like Kenny G, right? Like this isn't like Kenny G smooth jazz from the 80s, right? Because that was a whole mood, apparently. Apparently it was Kenny G's fault. The reason that everybody associates jazz with elevator music and... NCC is like Suntory whiskey, smooth enough to have it neat. Does neat mean without ice? Michael Bolton. Wait, was he a jazz musician? I've heard that name before. Michael Bolton. Wait, isn't that the guy from the Bush administration? Danarka says, I make music and this isn't elevator music. I agree, Irene. Yeah, if you know, you know, right? In fact, wait, there's this whole thing about musicians and their trajectory that, like, what is it that you either become like a jazz musician? Like, do you know what I'm talking about? The more that musicians play music and the more that they listen to music, like they gravitate towards certain styles. Yeah, it's like, is it metal or jazz? Is that the sort of like the trajectories? Michael Bolton is a software engineer for Initech. John Bolton is the Bush administration guy. Oh my god, I'm so far off. Okay, Michael Bolton is who then? The first tanky? I thought I was the first tanky, chat. That's what I got called in Tipster's chat. Like I was just trying to go over there and spread the love to Tipster and Keffels and Gayfesh and all the others. Michael Bolton was a white soul singer from the 90s. Don't ask me, I'm into punk and reggae. He was also the second or third national security advisor for Trump, most notably for dismantling the pandemic pre-preparedness team that we had in Wuhan. Oh my god. Well, if you ask Republicans, any sort of the cooperation with the Chinese Communist Party is like stuff like that, preventative steps, like stuff that could actually help us deal with a pandemic or even prevent one, is stuff that right wingers are very untrustful of. Michael Bolton does not make jazz music, but he does make music for elevators. Just the instrumental. Wait, he does instrumental music? Michael Bolton had was in a really funny Lonely Island song. The one thing that really pisses me off, I do love Joni Mitchell, and Joni Mitchell loves jazz so much that she had a concert with like what did she have? Like she had like Jaco Pastorius on bass and like what's his name, Pat Metheny on. Oh my god, chat, why has this become a music stream? Look, apparently I'm doing what Twitch likes, although I don't feel a lot of love from Twitch right now. I don't know, chat, I don't know what's happening. But I was talking to some people about it, and it might just be a content mismatch. Like, apparently the kind of debate analysis or, React content. I mean, it's what Hassan does, and it's what, Twitch Paul was sort of built on. But a lot of even the political streamers over on Twitch, like what they do is they talk to chat. They talk to chat. And like, look, that'll work up to a certain point. On YouTube, like I like to have a little chat with chat. Strip club music, tell me more, Shakespeare. This is a music stream now, true. This music is obviously girly club music. GTA, oh, I love, video game music, yeah. Some video game music is really good. Twitch numbers are down over all categories, I think. There's that too, but like I'm also not doing like what Twitch likes. And in fact, like it's because like I just don't I don't know. Maybe I need to start hanging out with more Twitch streamers. I just don't know like the cool ones, right? Because Twitch is cursed, in my opinion, or in my experience, it's been cursed. Like there are a lot of people who stream about politics on Twitch. There are very few of them that are not touched in some way, possibly an appropriate way, by the official politics Discord, right? And it has this corrupting factor where like everybody just gets like moved over slightly to the right of what they call themselves. So you're talking to like a leftist, and you're finding out, well, I mean, they're saying they're a leftist, but this sounds more like lib shit. This sounds like you're a liberal. Then you're talking to a liberal, and you're like, actually, you kind of sound more like a centrist. You talk to a centrist, and you're in the intellectual dark web all of a sudden. Like you're centrist, like Tim Pool, right? That's the kind of centrist you get over on Twitch. I shouldn't be super like, I don't know. I sound judgmental, don't I? And obviously, not everybody matches this profile. But yeah, I need to know who are the cool Twitch streamers to talk to. that I can actually have a good conversation with, because I haven't touched base with Twitch in such a long time. More ads drove people out, I think. Oh my god. Yeah, there's this thing called the top of the hour ad break. Have you ever heard of it? Chad, have you ever told you about the top of the hour ad break that happens over on Twitch? It happens once every hour at the top of the hour. We're talking about 3 full minutes of ads. 3 full minutes of ads beamed straight to your eyeballs, right? And that might not sound like much. 3 minutes, I can do 3 minutes, but it's 3 minutes every hour. It starts to wear away at the very fabric of your sanity at a certain point. And you start to wonder, is this really a 3-minute ad break? Because it feels like a 3-hour ad break. Yeah, on YouTube, the ads are like skippable, right? You can, they go on for like 5 seconds and then you hit skip, right? And you're done and you're good, right? But on Twitch, there's no skip button. So you're sitting there like, what? Like, I don't know. I mean, there's different ways I could do it. I could split them up for, make them twice an hour for 1 hour and 30 seconds, possibly. But even that seems like, then there's ads twice every hour. But yeah, it's the kind of thing that you can escape if you have a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Twitch Prime, in other words, you can use a free sub that you get with that Prime membership to avoid the top of the hour ad break. And you could also possibly avoid the top of the hour ad break by paying for a sub for yourself, or possibly through the generosity of somebody else that sees you without a sub there and is like, hey, that's not right. I don't want this person. I know about the top of the hour ad break. I know it's evil, and I don't want this person to have to experience it. But that sort of thing more likely to happen to you if you're actually active in the chat. In the chat. All right. Well, we got our first ad read out of the way. Anyway, we've got Rabbi Shmuley. We've got Piers Morgan. We've got Cenk Uygur. That sounds like a mess. And furthermore, once we get into this piece of content, once we get into this Piers Morgan, and we know about Piers Morgan debates, right? I've watched a few of these. They're a shit show. Piers Morgan, he's an ass clown. Cenk Uygur is an ass clown. Rabbi Shmuley is even more of an ass clown than the two of these combined. Like, Rabbi Shmuley is just the bad take machine. But believe it or not, and you probably don't believe it, there's somebody worse than a Rabbi Shmuley. Is it Easter yet? I do not know. I do not know if it's Easter yet. I don't keep up with, wait, it's a Sunday. I do know that. I do know that whenever Jesus rises from the pumpkin patch, it's always on a Sunday, right? Is that how that works? Nobody is worse than Rabbi Shmuley. No, there is one person. There is one person, believe it or not, worse than Rabbi Shmuley, and that is Candace Owens. That is Candace Owens. So yeah, we're gonna get into Candace. We didn't really finish Candace yesterday. We got into her bad takes. We got into her debate with another rabbi that she had on. Somebody who had written an actual article about her anti-Semitism, and apparently I missed a lot. I've been seeing clips of that. Like, I've been seeing clips of that it's called an interview. Like, she calls it an interview. I don't think it's an interview, it's a debate. It's basically a debate. She's debating this rabbi, right? And I've seen clips of that are even worse. Oh my god, Cosmopolitics with the raid. Cosmopolitics, you have activated my stand. I almost feel like turning down the music. Yeah, that's right. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. Good to have you once again. How are you doing, Cosmopolitics? If you're, I don't know. Look, some Twitch streamers, they're really tired after their stream, and that's completely understandable. So I don't know if Cosmopolitics is, there you are. There you are. Okay, I didn't want to make an assumption. I did not want to make an assumption, right? Because sometimes I raid into people and I am not there. I am tired. I am sleepy. Oh my God, Rob MC just gave out 3 community subs. Breaky Time, Samsons, and Borogodo Cosmico. You all just got subs. Wow. I had almost given up on Twitch. Yeah. You're doing pretty good. What did you stream about today, if you don't mind me asking? I know the whole deal, right? Like, after stream, sometimes you're really tired. So, But yeah, I'm very thankful for the raid. Very thankful to talk to you once again. And if you can, let us know what you and your chat were talking about today on stream. I would love to know. Oh, good point, BCatK. Yes, yeah, that's true. Turn on the option to allow gift memberships. I didn't know this, right? And maybe this is why I never get gifted memberships in other people's chats in YouTube. But there's like a whole process that you have to do to be able to accept those. And that's probably why. That's probably why. I feel like I tried this before and I did not know. I could not figure it out. We went down the Ben Shapiro stuff from Some More News. That's right. So if you don't know, Some More News, aka Cody Shody, aka Mr. Cody, has just done 2 parts of the Ben Shapiro, I believe it's the cinematic universe, if I'm not mistaken. And we're talking about so if you don't know, Ben Shapiro, before he was a political, what do you call him? A pundit, I guess. Pundit's a good name for what Ben Shapiro does. Before he was a political pundit, before the Daily Wire was a thing, before there was all this corporate astroturfing to make the Daily Wire a thing, Ben Shapiro wanted to be a writer. More specifically, he wanted to be a screenwriter. He wanted to write movies. He wanted to be in, be involved in all that stuff. And, he gave it a try. But there was one problem. Ben Shapiro sucked at writing. Like, unbelievable how much Ben Shapiro sucks at writing. Like, he has written some things that are actually enjoyable over how bad they are, right? Like some of his, like, True Allegiance, I think, is the one that comes to mind. So yeah, he took his writing talents, if you can call them that, to Hollywood and tried to get a job, and they wouldn't hire him. And of course, his response to that is like, oh, it's clearly because I'm a conservative. It's clear that Hollywood doesn't want to let a conservative break into the business, huh? This is, right? So he gets all, anyway, he got to fulfill his dream of being involved in movies, I guess, through the Daily Wire. And they're trying to put out movies to rival the evil, culturally Marxist movies that are available in Hollywood that are all teaching you a bad message and, I don't know, turning you into a liberal. But everyone's a liberal, even conservatives. They just don't know it. Ben Shapiro can't be a worse writer than Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon has written stuff. But that is pretty cool stuff. Yeah, that Cosmopolitics is going over in chat in terms of the Ben Shapiro cinematic universe. So hey, if you got a chance, okay, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, why don't you give Cosmopolitics a follow? Highly recommended. Cool place to hang out, cool streamer, and vibes are immaculate. So that's my recommendation, to give Cosmopolitics a follow. Can we get a shout out for Cosmopolitics? I'm trying to remember how the shout outs work. Oh my god, I think it's slash. It's a slash command. If any mods want to beat me to this, I would be so indebted to you. More than I already am. Yeah, there we go. I can do it. I can do it. So what is it if you, so you're going to see, join us in following Cosmopolitics. You're going to see a little heart next to that. Now, mouse over that heart, okay? And notice, when you mouse over the heart, is the heart full or is the heart broken? Because if the heart is broken, you don't want to hit that button. Some people accidentally unsubscribe from people, and we don't want to do that. So you may already be following Cosmopolitics and have forgotten it. And don't hit the button if you see the broken heart. Do hit the button if it's just a heart, right? And you haven't followed yet. And you'll be able to keep track, catch up with Cosmopolitics, and know when Cosmopolitics is going live next. So. But yeah, thank you, Rob MC. Thank you for the 3 gifties. I'm sure that those people will appreciate that. Hey, if you just got a gift sub from Rob MC, how about giving Rob MC a little thank you for that by posting some weasels in chat, of course. You could post weasels, you could post Alf, you could post you could post some Void Coffee. We have many options to choose from. Wanted to be a Hollywood screenwriter, wound up a proponent of zombie ideas, dick writer instead. Ben used to be 6'2", but that really cut him down to size. Yeah, a lot of people don't know this. Ben was actually not was fairly tall growing up, but something about writing crappy novels and being a dick writer made him shorter. Okay, so this is the Steve Bannon thing. Steve Bannon wrote a whole screenplay that went nowhere until it was unearthed and got a table read by some real actors. What? Should we watch this? This sounds like content. Steve Bannon was associated with Friends as a producer. Yeah, you know what? There's other people that are really sussy that have connections, like to people that are, pretty well known. Like, for some reason, Gavin McInnes. I guess before he was the founder of the Proud Boys, Gavin McInnes was he worked at Vice. He founded Vice, I think. I already follow Cosmopolitics, says Danarchist. Well, good for you. You got good taste then. Steve Bannon helped to create Friends. Are you kidding me? So is he I'm guessing a better screenwriter than, like, anybody's a better screenwriter than Shapiro? Maybe, potentially. Even knows that Seinfeld is just an abstracted retelling of the independence mythology of Israel. Wait, is there a video essay on? Okay, sarcasm. Okay, I didn't even catch the S at the end of that, but there it is, sarcasm. I'm tempted to look this up. Like, look, I usually don't take content suggestions. McGinnis founded Vice. Wait, he was the main dude? Steve Bannon was a war criminal before the Trump administration. Who did he work with? Oh my god, Vest Demon. Thank you for the tier 2 subscription. That is even more emotes than the tier 1 subscription. I wish it was like that you got like negative ads somehow, because that is the one big bonus, right? To becoming like, other than my undying appreciation, the one big bonus to becoming a sub on Twitch is that you no longer have to see that ad break at the top of every hour. The 3 minutes turns into 0 minutes, and that's pretty cool. I wish that for tier 2s and tier 3s, they would somehow like erase the memory of having watched ads on Twitch before. Like they would do the like the Men in Black thing and like zap you with a Banaka spray can. It's not a Banaka, is it? It's like a pen. Isn't that what they use on Men in Black? It's a pen. Steve O'Bannon. Vice. Yeah, there's some good content on Vice, I will admit. That's why I'm so surprised to find that McGinnis was involved. McGinnis's racist views got him kicked out of Vice. Yeah, they just didn't want to fuck with that, I guess. Friends is a war crime. Oh my god, Danarchist with the spicy take. Look, I'm sure there's some Friends fans in chat. That's an incredibly popular series that crosses generations in terms of its popularity. So I don't want to talk too much shit about that show. And honestly, I haven't watched enough of it to know if I like it or not. I just remember there was a certain time where reruns of Friends were always on, and it annoyed me. Other than Smelly Cat, I like the Smelly Cat. I'm sure there's other good stuff on Friends besides Smelly Cat, but Smelly Cat was my favorite. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna talk about Cenk, we're gonna talk about Shmuley, we're gonna talk about Piers. I told you we're gonna finish the Candace thing, right? Because we got started on that yesterday and we found out it was a rabbit hole that was even deeper than I thought, right? There is legitimately a social media clout beef going on between Shmuley and Candace Owens. It's pretty weird because, like, I mean, you see this stuff all over the place, right? Everybody's having a clout beef. Hey, if you ask the wrong person, like you'll hear that I'm all about the clout too, and that everybody that I take exception to, it's because I'm chasing their clout or something like that. That's, in my experience, that's not really how clout works. Usually you get the more clout by kissing somebody's ass. But what do I know? I am just an anarchist cat girl. I am not very smart. So, yeah, Smelly Cat. Well, yeah, it was truly a banger. Yeah, and it was about anarchist cat girls such as myself, right? So, like, I mean, thank you. What is her name? I know she's Phoebe on the show. What is the actress's name? Lisa Kudrow. Thank you, Lisa Kudrow, for giving a shout out to anarchist cat girls everywhere. everywhere, no matter what our hair color is, right? So yeah, we got Shmuley, we got Piers, we got Cenk, we got Candace. I also said that we were gonna watch some of the oh God, there's so much stuff, chat, and it's piling up, and it's making me a pure awesome cat girl. I mean, I don't do the cat girl thing anymore. Like, I actually did Tabby back in the day when ContraPoints and that stuff was more relevant. In fact, I think even you might even find like 1 or 2 emotes that are like the Irene and our kitty Tabby. But I mean, the sad thing is that ContraPoints and Tabby never really got along. They were never, I mean, like, there was that one night. There was that one night where ContraPoints got Tabby drunk on catnip-infused milk, and Tabby danced to Rah Rah Rasputin. But other than that, right, they were never really that close, right? But yeah, that was then. This is now. I feel like, wait, what am I? I'm trying to give you a preview, because that's what I do. Besides talk to chat in the beginning of the stream. Have you noticed that? Racist, ableist, queerphobic show. Don't miss it. I never got into it enough to know really like what was going on with Friends. But I'm gonna have to call hacks on that avatar. That's pretty cool. EMC. Yeah. So, like, yeah, I don't know the, like, I'm just avoiding the landmine of, insulting a show, just because I don't watch it, and just because what I've seen of it so far isn't that interesting. I did not know that it was racist, ableist, and, queerphobic, but there are lots of, video essayists, that talk about it. Does, Lily Simpson have a video about? I feel like Lily Simpson usually does videos about, like, the good trans episodes of X or whatever, right? Usually a lot of Lily Simpson stuff is like positive. You know, that wasn't her reputation, right? In a lot of ways, like Lily Simpson was NCC version 1. I never really talk about this, right? But I knew Lily Simpson back when she went by another name, and was hated by the same asshole debate bros that hate my guts. And hated for, wait, what is that? They went for the trifecta. Yeah. What is that song by Blonde Redhead that's like hated for? Hated because of great qualities. Yes, Lily Simpson back in the day was hated because of great qualities, just like NCC. And I should have learned more. I should have learned more. Instead, I went down the exact, very similar content trajectory. Friends was painfully white, even for growing up in rural Saskatchewan. Also, there's something really weird about the apartments that they had. I mean, I guess this is just a thing for what do you call them? Sitcoms. Yeah, sitcoms in general. They tend to show people living in apartments that they could never afford, but Cenk and Anna went on another propaganda kick. And vaguely referencing, oh no, they're beefing with Olay again. Speaking of hated because of great qualities, I think Olay fits that description as well. Olaymi, wait, I'm trying to remember. Olorin, yeah, I was like, I'm gonna mispronounce Olaymi's last name. Yeah, it's Olorin. Yeah, is who we're talking about. Former member of the leftist mafia before there were problems with that show too, apparently. But yeah, Natalie, if you want to send me this stuff that you're talking about with, it was a rent controlled. It was supposed to be rent controlled. I mean, I guess that's the only way you'd get an apartment like that. TYT going after Olay again. Yeah, we'll have to check in and see what that's a huge, yeah, she gets cooked. Anna gets cooked every time she tries to go after Olaymi. But yeah, like I said, I better get to the content because it's starting to back up at this point. There's so much stuff I need to get to, and I'm not getting to it fast enough. And there's even stuff that I did yesterday. I thought I did it yesterday, and it turns out there's more to it. There's more going on with Candace Owens. Oh my god. Speaking of like transphobia, we got a video by Chud Logic that we might have to check out at some point. In fact, a few videos. Right? It looks like Chud and Willie Mack had a conversation, and they found out about the White Leaf Network. Now, if you follow me, you probably know a little bit about the White Leaf Network. You know about Vosh's sysadmin. You know about the strange fact that when, you know, for instance, I got a takedown notice, right, of some of my content. Somebody tried to take down my channel, and it turned out to be Vosh's sysadmin. It was Vosh's sysadmin who did the takedown, even though it was Xander Hall's content. So I knew there was something strange going on with that. Anyway, I couldn't really explain it, and it was hard to get information, but apparently Willie Mack is on the case. Now, the problem with Willie Mack, and we saw this yesterday, is that he doesn't seem to think it's like necessary to, I don't know, redact people's dead names and stuff like that. Like there's a non-zero amount of disrespect towards like trans people from Willie Mack, unfortunately. And look, like, here's my deal. If you're gonna go after Keffels for the dishonesty, for the, you know, just, I mean, there's a lot of issues with Keffels, right? That's fine. But don't make it about the trans community. Don't make it about, you know, DIY hormones. And unfortunately, Vosh's sysadmin, yeah. Only watch clips of Friends on YouTube. That's an interesting way to try to watch something. I feel like there's a lot of movies that I've only watched clips of the movies on YouTube because they're like cultural touchstones. Like the Joker, right? I never saw the Joker when it was in theaters, but I tried to like watch clips of it just so I would know like what they were doing, you know, sort of with the character, what it was about. You know, there was a whole controversy of whether is this like a love letter to incels everywhere, or is the Joker something else? Yeah, so the Jesse Gender video. Oh my god, it's 2 hours and 48 minutes. Look, I am the least of all people to talk. I am not gonna scold Jesse on length of content, right? And Jesse's, you know, like there is a watch time is important. One of the ways you get good watch time is putting out stuff that some people will watch for 3 hours, and Jesse does make interesting enough content where people will watch it for 3 hours, and you know, it's a deep rabbit hole. It's not a simple thing. You can't just, you know, do it all in 30 minutes, but it makes it a little bit harder to react to her stuff. But yeah, it's a testament to it's a testament to her content. Oh god, Crystal Ball and Destiny. How am I forgetting this? We might have to get to Crystal Ball and Destiny tomorrow. We'll see how it works. Oh my god, people are being so nice. BCat K, thank you. Thank you for complimenting my hair and butterfly clip. Mucho Texto, you're about to see Mucho Reacto collab rack. Welcome to the stream. Never understood the relentless attacks on the most defenseless, vulnerable, marginalized, and LGBTQ community. Well, like for the record, okay, I don't know. I'm not a Willie Mack expert. And I didn't see malice towards the trans community from Willie Mack. Okay, so Willie Mack, if you're out there, I don't hate you. Like, I mean, I really wish you would you know, even somebody like Keffels, who's done a lot of harm to the trans community, I wish you would redact her dead name. That's really got no place in there. So, but I get that cis people, you know, aren't always, you know, sensitive towards stuff like that. So I'm not trying to hate on anybody, and yeah, like I said, Willie Mack's done some good work too. I think his video on Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, I think that was pretty good, and I think it was pretty brave for somebody in the content niche that he's in to take on figures like Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, who at the time were a lot more popular, and I'm sure there was some pushback. But yeah, it's funny that Willie Mack is onto digging into the White Leaf Network when I've been talking about this for 2 years, right? I've been dealing with the White Leaf Network and Vosh's sysadmin and all that crap. Like, I've been attacked by those. There's people tried to take my channel down, right? So yeah, it looks like we've got a lot to go over today. And I better get to the content before I turn into a pumpkin. That's right. Every day at 6 hours, I turn into a pumpkin. Yesterday, I literally turned into a pumpkin because I didn't log off quite quick enough. I let it go over 6 hours. And so I didn't get to, I wanted to cut out those sections of the Willie Mack video where he shows Keffel's dead name. Cause I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But I love long form content, but I get that it's not easy to react to on stream. Yeah, and there's also like the fact that, like so if I ever when I do watch Jesse Gender videos, I generally don't watch them right when they come out because I want Jesse to get the views and I want Jesse to get, you know, the watch time and everything else, right? I don't want people to watch me react to Jesse instead of watching Jesse's video. So, you know, there's that. And especially with a longer video, it might just be better for you to go over there and watch it yourself. I'm trying to figure out what to start with then. Okay, so we got some clips. Oh my god, we got some clips. Look, like, I know that Sneeko says that he's got clips, but those are actually called magazines. It's called a magazine, it's called a magazine, Sneeko. It's not called a clip. But Natalie's just sent me a clip on Twitter. Let's take a look at what Natalie is talking about. This is from TYT. Oh my god. So yeah, this is a tweet from Olaimi. Let me see. I'm not sure if you can read this, so this is Olaimi tweeting out, "Who are the lunatic activists pursuing bail reform? Are they referring to every defense organization and criminal justice expert in the city? These two uninformed, propaganda spewing talking heads insist on trying to denigrate progressive reform they know absolutely nothing about." Yeah, this is essentially just them pandering to the right. Let's see what's on this clip. And yes, I do mean clip, not magazine. All right.
Yeah, you're going to turn the entire country into Republicans. Congratulations, lunatic activists.
Wait. Who's
you must be so proud.
Wait, whoa. Who's taking a progressive audience and turning them into Republicans, Cenk?
Where the hell you got all that money? But whoever gave you that money, I don't think they're on our side at all. In fact, it would be a genius move by...
Right as it says, make a one-time contribution to TYT on the lower thirds. Like, I don't know where you... Hey, there's some stories about where TYT got all that money, aren't there? Wasn't there like a millionaire? Anyway.
Republicans to take a bunch of lunatic activists, fund them to no end, so they could take away, any semblance of sanity in our criminal laws, so that the entire country can blame Democrats.
Natalie, is this from the? Like, I know they talked about the house that was being squatted. There was like a $1 million house that was being squatted somewhere. Somebody who inherited the house like tried to go there, and there was this big confrontation. They ended up getting kicked out by the cops, and so now there's this big cause celeb about squatters, and now we're talking about landlord rights. Who knew? We're talking about the poor landlords.
For this kind of,
but I don't know if that's the content that this is attached to or not.
Insanity. So
yeah. So since New York is unwilling to reform its bail reform laws, New Yorkers, enjoy your random bag checks by National Guard troops in the subway system.
Oh, they're talking about the subway.
If you can't reform this law.
Okay, so here's the deal. Now, like TYT, they live in LA, so maybe it's I don't want to say forgivable, but people who live in NYC will tell you NYC is not overrun by crime. There is not some huge problem being caused by, asylum seekers in the city. Like, this is a right-wing talking point that these progressive jackasses are amplifying.
Instantly, then the government doesn't function. I mean, if a guy who commits 239 crimes is allowed to walk out, the government doesn't function. It doesn't serve its core purpose, protect the citizens.
Yo, you got a government that's not able to put together the most criminal president in the history of the office, all right? That given him even being out of power for 4 years, moves so slowly that most of these cases are not going to happen before he potentially gets executive privilege again. But you're worried about you're
That's not a left-wing thing, that's not a right-wing thing, that's an every person thing. And if you like anarchy and nonstop criminality.
Anarchy, let's take the word apart. A means no. And means no. Archy, like leader, right? Anarchy is not Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, although you wouldn't know it from jackasses like this, right? I think the word you're trying to look for here, Cenk, is chaos. But no, New York City is not a chaotic dystopian post-apocalyptic nightmare, okay?
Criminals running rampant in the streets and being able to commit almost any crime and walk out, you're not on the political spectrum. You just lost your goddamn mind, and I have no interest in you. So poof, be gone.
That's what I have to say to TY. I will poof right back at you, Cenk. Be gone. Be gone, former home of the progressives. Chaos is not anarchism, no matter how much right-wingers pretend it is. NYC spends more on police than some countries do. Broken windows is a racist policy. Yeah, and like, he's talking about people that, he's talking about like supposed, look, like it's a weird thing because like, right, to Cenk, like anyone like not being locked up for an excessive amount of time is a failure of the justice system, right? But we have this thing called due process, and it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, and I don't know what his argument, like he says the argument is against bail reform. These people, oh my God, we didn't even go over this because I didn't have time, right? But they went off, TYT, Cenk and Anna, went off about an incident that happened in Times Square. Do y'all remember this? There was an incident in Times Square where a cop ended up getting kicked in the face. It was on video. And people freaked the fuck out, and they were like, "This is what happens when we let asylum seekers run rampant." And they arrested some people, and then they let those people go. And Cenk and Anna were pissed off. Well, guess what? They let them go because they were innocent. It was misidentification. The incident happened. They picked up some random Latine person that matched the description, and Cenk is like, okay, so there's the criminal, put him away. Oh my God, they didn't put him away. Of course, it's because of bail reform. It's because they defunded the police. No, they fucking didn't. No, they didn't. God damn it. Gothic Azrael. Wait, is this like, I'm guessing maybe this is I gotta investigate. Before I make the assumption of what exactly is going on. Oh God, are these ghosties? Do we have some ghosties? I'm gonna have to pop out the chat and make sure, yep, it's the ghost. These are sad. Let me just turn the YouTube alerts off for right now, if I can find them. Yeah, we haven't figured out exactly why it does this, but I suspect it's like a notification that people's memberships are running out. So instead of being like a happy event that we celebrate, it's a sad event that we cry for. Those who are losing their weasels, I'm sure, crying about, and especially me crying about that. Conservatives and reactionaries used to call this law and order and fearmonger about migrants. That's where Cenk and Anna want to take us back to, right? They forgot what the whole point of, people wanting police reform, people wanting, the defunding conversation was not just like, let's not have any sort of public safety. It was like public safety is better served by taking care of our communities, by taking some of the money that's going to militarizing our police forces and using it to pay for things like social services, so that some of this crime, doesn't end up happening in the first place, right? It's it just completely. NYP now has 14 intelligence posts outside of the U.S., including London, Paris, Madrid, Tel Aviv, Amman, Doha, Abu Dhabi, Singapore, and Sydney. I'm still trying to decide. Okay, I guess. Okay, so what did we run out of time on yesterday? It was Candace Owens and Rabbi Shmuley. We were on Twitter. I might as well show you Rabbi Shmuley's. I know what you really want to see, chat, and it's definitely Rabbi Shmuley's Twitter account, right? That's what you've always wanted to. So I told you about the fact that this thing between Rabbi Shmuley and Candace Owens kind of started up when the Kanye stuff went down, when Kanye started talking about like DEFCON 3 and all that stuff. And Candace Owens was on the scene to defend her friend, her fellow White Lives Matter supporter, Kanye West. That's when Rabbi Shmuley started to talk about her. Now we know that we're going to see him debate against Cenk Uygur, and he makes Cenk Uygur look good. I mean, Cenk Uygur, we just saw him. I just talked about some really irresponsible content that they did, and I don't think, chat, that they ever corrected the record, right? That was a story they covered, made essentially propaganda, and then just never bothered to correct the record on. They got the wrong people. That's why those people were walking out. That's why there's a film of somebody walking out of the police, out of the court, flipping the camera off, right? Because they weren't the fucking people in the incident even, right? And TYT never bothered to look into the incident. They just saw a video of a cop getting kicked in the face, and they never thought to question why. They just assumed, oh yeah, these fucking bad immigrants are they have no respect for our country. This is the kind of disorder. This is the kind of chaos that we invite when we have open borders. Like it's just fucking Trumpism. Like TYT 2024. It sounds a lot like Trump 2016 to me. I don't know. So yeah, this is like Rabbi Shmuley's able to make Cenk look good in comparison. But Candace Owens is able to make Rabbi Shmuley look correct in comparison. And, he was calling out some very real anti-Semitism from Candace Owens. Her defense of Kanye West, like she portrayed it as being like people are misinterpreting what he's actually saying. He's not saying all Jewish people. He's saying that this one little group of Jewish people are like doing gang stalking to him. Now that should generally, when somebody's alleging gang stalking, like it's maybe an issue of mental health, right? That's gang stalking being the explanation for something, in other words, is not very Occam's razor. I'm trying to figure out how far we have to go back to give you the kind of just like the beginning of this. Oh yeah, so he always he's a cyclist apparently. That's why you'll see him in his helmet making videos a lot of times. Oh, there we go. Candace Owens blocks him. It's a little bit before then that we start with this back and forth. Now he's talking about the subway thing too. So he's doing some propaganda of his own. like I said, Shmuley is not only in comparison to Candace Owens' racist ass does Shmuley look reasonable. There's a lot of tweets about Candace. There's also a lot of genocide apologia. So yeah, we watched her video where she suggested that she was gonna be, I don't know, unalived.
In the most disgusting. Hi everybody. I've had a busy day, but I've just heard that deranged, crazy anti-Semite Candace Owens did a show today where she said that I may be planning to kill her. This is after she said that she's killed Michael Jackson. You understand that she's engaging in the most disgusting and dangerous.
Yeah, we didn't watch that either, right? So this is a whole nother episode of Candace Owens. We watched the one that came out yesterday. She's been doing a lot of videos. One in particular talking about Rabbi Shmuley, and then this one alleging like all kinds of conspiracy theories. She's been getting into the whole P. Diddy thing and sort of piggybacking her conspiracies off of what's going on with P. Diddy.
Dangerous blood libels. The worst anti-Semitism the Jews have experienced throughout history is when they were accused of killing God, killing Jesus. And from there, the blood libel only got worse. We kill Christians. We try to take their blood. Candace Owens is not only a dyed-in-the-wool anti-Semite who is quickly emerging as America's foremost anti-Semite, she actually is, as my daughter Rachalea so correctly points out, she's a medieval anti-Semite. She wants all Jewish knees to bend to Jesus, even though, of course, she hates Jesus because he was a Jew. She only wants the Christian Jesus. She is an affront to Christianity. Our Christian brothers and sisters who love Israel, whom she accuses of genocide, know that she's an affront to Christianity.
And here's where it gets mixed up, right? Now Rabbi Shmuley is able to hang his genocide apologia hat on the very real anti-Semitism that Candace Owens is doing, and in service, in some ways of her, like having Candace Owens pretend to advocate for Gaza is an actual harm to advocacy for Gaza.
She said that she insinuated that we Jews and yours truly murdered Michael Jackson. Now I'm trying to murder her. This incitement that she is bringing against public Jewish figures and rabbis is deeply dangerous. She is inciting violence against Jews. And I'm making one final appeal to the decency of Ben Shapiro, who's making money on all this with his yarmulke. Ben, with your yarmulke, you are facilitating a broadcaster who is inciting violence against Jews with the most disgusting and vile blood libels. There are going to be legal consequences.
So, I mean, we've heard like Rabbi Shmuley kind of use the specter of blood libel as a cudgel in a most disingenuous way. However, when you're talking about Candace Owens and her audience, I was actually unfortunate, I don't know what the word is, enough to see the interview that she had with a rabbi a couple of days ago. I think it was like 2 days ago, and her chat was just like, it was a wall of anti-Semitism. It was a wall, not even dog whistles. These are human whistles. These are whistles that everybody can hear.
It's because we live in a country of laws. I just hope that no one gets hurt before those consequences hit the Daily Wire, hit Ben Shapiro, and especially hit Candace Owens. This is a country of laws, Candace. We know you hate the Jews. We know you can't control it. It's sad to see a woman like you, a mother of three, having a total nervous psychological meltdown in public. But it's still a nation of laws. You still can't call Jews murderers. I'm sorry.
So this is what he's responding to
your threats. And I want you to know, Rabbi Shmuley, that I am not taking kindly to your threats. So let's just get to the bottom of them. Want to bankrupt me for defending myself? Is that what you said, by the way? Are those one of the reasons that Michael Jackson put you on a list of individuals that he felt were threatening his life. What are you gonna do next? You're gonna kill me? Are you gonna kill me because I refuse to kowtow to you? And I want you to know, Rabbi Shmuley, that I am not taking kindly to your threats. So let's just get to the bottom of them. Want to bankrupt me for defending myself? Is that what you said?
Oh God, he's going off on the Oscars. So yeah. Oh shit. Now I don't know. Oh yeah, that is okay. So this is Rabbi Shmuley's daughter. He wrote a book called Kosher Sex, right? That is just you know, basically, you know, he's a very conservative person. Kind of strange that he'd write a book about sex, but you know, essentially what it's talking about is like sex between like married couples. So that's what Kosher Sex is about. He wrote the book. His daughter, I think, runs a company that you know sells like toys. Yeah, it sells toys and accessories and stuff that people that want to, you know, married couples that want to get down. Like want to be spice up their bedroom time might be interested in buying, right? And I think the company's called Kosher Sex as well. But yeah, the way that Candace responds to her and him is like saying that it's creepy that he's promoting his daughter's brand since it's you know, sex related, that it's gross that she has a brand selling you know, sex toys, and yeah, that she's a bad degenerate person, I guess, for that. And then right here, now this might seem innocuous. I hope people know this by now, right? Christ is King is a dog whistle, much like it's okay to be white. If you've heard people say it's okay to be white, they are either Nazis or they are unwitting accomplices of Nazis, because that's a dog whistle. The idea is the dog whistle. They say that as a way to, you know, kind of you know, vice signal white supremacy, and anybody that's like, that's kind of sussy. They're like, oh, do you think it's not okay to be white? So you're against white people? Oh, this person's against white people. So it's the same thing with Christ is King, right? They say Christ is King. That is something that Groypers say. That is something that fans of Nick Fuentes say, right? That is a dog whistle for a far-right fascist version of a Christo-fascist version of Christianity, right? But if you say like, that's sus, I don't, you know, that's a dog. Oh, you think that all Christians are Nazis then? Is that what you know? Yeah. So it's one of these kind of dog whistles. Christ is King, every knee will bow. Creepy Candace obsessed with Jews in the bedroom, attacking me and my hag daughter. Now, this I didn't know about, right? But apparently there is the casting Jewish women as witches is a pretty old anti-Semitic tradition. And a lot of the victims of, you know, witch hunts were Jewish people. In addition to being an anti-Semite, Candace is also a misogynist, saying our Jewish knees will bow to Jesus in her disgraceful public moral meltdown. Candace Owens forgets that Jesus was a Jew and he loved to speak. Anyway, so Kosher Jesus. Oh, he's got a book about Kosher Jesus. So he's trying to get Shapiro's attention. And it is strange. Now, so my analysis of what's going on with Shapiro is this, right? I think that he has realized that Candace Owens was a liability for a long time now. Now, understand that Ben Shapiro, even though he's like the most, maybe he at least was the face of the Daily Wire for a while, he doesn't completely control it. I don't know who's entirely in charge of the Daily Wire, but it's not just Ben Shapiro that would make this decision. But he is, you know, a large figure, and I'm sure that his concern about Candace Owens, which he has shared, we watched a little bit of that yesterday, we'll watch a little bit more of that today, right, is it carries some weight in the organization. However, for them to kick her out would essentially split their community, right? She's popular, like they've got overlap. It's like if Vosh and Keffels, which, you know, they did, had a spat, right? If Keffels said something about Vosh, then some of the Vosh people that follow Keffels are no longer going to follow keffels, right? They'll split the community a little bit, and they're afraid of that. The Daily Wire have been called rhinos. Ben Shapiro's willingness to get vaccinated, Ben Shapiro's hesitancy to support Trump at first has cast him as a target, and specifically a target for anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes. And so they're essentially, they're afraid of losing this publicity war by firing Candace. They're afraid of Candace running away to wherever she ends up working after the Daily Wire with part of their audience. But that split's going to happen at some point. They're just delaying pulling off the Band-Aid, basically. But yeah, so like this is March 13th. And I'm sure if I scroll down here, I'll see, yep. So this is him quoting her talking about Hitler, how she thinks nationalism isn't necessarily bad, and that essentially, there was no problem with him until he started invading other countries. Obviously, if you're concerned about what the Holocaust, then you can see there's other things other than international aggression that Hitler did wrong. But essentially what she's saying is that, like, if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great again, oh my God, wow, did she mean to? I mean, she didn't say great again, right? But even this is connecting it to Trump, which I'm sure they are connected in her minds and in the minds of a lot of right-wingers. If he just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. Yeah, run well by killing the enemies of the Volk. That's what Candace is on about. So yeah, this has been going. I'm sure. Yep. Stake her entire reputation on the debunk theory that the French First Lady, essentially what she's saying is that Brigitte Macron is trans. That Brigitte Macron is trans. For that to be true, she would have had to transition a long time ago. And she's got some weird theory about like replacing the brother and the sister because of the family. I don't know. It's wild stuff, right? It's Candace is on. She's definitely on one, but trust me when I say I am pretty sure that this goes back beyond March 12th. It probably goes back for a year or two or more. Him tweeting about Candace. She's recently started talking about him on her show, and okay, so this is the daughter of Rabbi Shmuley, and the unholy Rabbi Shmuley told Jerusalem Post that he wants to hit me with a comprehensive lawsuit that will bankrupt me. I think I might have this article. Always a financial threat. When someone refuses to kowtow. Unfortunately, I refuse to kowtow to you and you're hacked out. And that's such a random thing to call her too. Like, all right, of all the insults that you could throw at a, not I don't know how to say, like, not old woman, right? Obviously, older women, do get called that as a derogatory statement on their age, right? His daughter's not old, right? So it kind of doesn't make sense unless you use your what are those things called, chat? Decoder. Yeah, you got to use your anti-Semitism decoder ring to figure out that is a dog whistle, right? Of seeing Jewish women as particularly Jewish women as witches. That is a medieval anti-Semitic dog whistle right there. Oh my God, no. Okay, so yeah, some really nasty stuff going on here. She's calling. Oh no, Jake Shields, another like far right weirdo coming in to defend her. She's calling a specific Jewish person filth, not all Jews. We are sick of you and your false claims of anti-Semitism. In this case, like, right. So for the record, Rabbi Shmuley, it does make false claims of anti-Semitism when it comes to people who are concerned about Gaza. In this case, it's not false. It's a claim of real anti-Semitism that actually is going on. Arch anti-Semite. Okay, so let's take a look at the Jerusalem Post article. American conservative political commentator Candace Owens and Rabbi Shmuley Botek have traded barbs since Thursday over anti-Semitism and alleged blackmail ring. You shouldn't give it that much credence, right? It's not. I mean, she's talking about rings of Jewish people, right? This is not like alleged means like, I don't know, it might be true, right? It's anyway. Not support for rapper Kanye West and Michael Jackson death conspiracies, right? And kosher, and we're going to get into the Michael Jackson death conspiracies that she has. Surprise, surprise! It's anti-Semitic. It's another anti-Semitic conspiracy theory from Candace. Kosher sex shop in the ongoing feud. So I don't know if it's a sex shop. It's like an online store, from my understanding. I don't know if there's a brick and mortar location for Rabbi Shmuley's daughter's like business. Shmuley and his daughter Chana had in the past taken issue with Owens' embrace of West when he had expressed conservative political ideas while failing to denounce his later anti-Semitic tirades. Wait, what? He had expressed conservative political ideals while failing to denounce. I'm sorry. Okay, so Owens failing to denounce his later anti-Semitic tirades. Botek accused Owens herself of engaging in various forms of anti-Semitism. Owens said on social media on Thursday that Shmuley and his quote-unquote hag daughter have spent 2 years harassing me publicly with smears complete with demands that I suffer financially for not parroting their perspectives. During the Thursday episode of the Candace Owens show, the political commentator claims that Botek said that unless she criticizes West, he would take out a front-page newspaper advertisement in which he would cast her as an anti-Semite. Owens said that Botek and others had taken clips from her show out of context in order to present her as someone who hated Jews. Owens said that while the Jewish community and media understandably freaked out when West tweeted that he was going DEFCON 3 and that you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackmail anyone who opposes your agenda. See, this is the whole thing. She's trying to play this out as like, no, he's just like talking about these 4 random Jewish people who are threatening him. And we got a little taste of that in terms of the his personal trainer and the like the personal trainer essentially was like worried about Kanye. It sounded to me like this was a situation where Kanye, his personal trainer is Jewish, right? And he had said something fucked up to the guy. And that's not your job as a personal trainer, to just sit there and take like abuse against like your identity, right? So the personal trainer is like, look, you got to get some help, man. You got to do something. Like, do you want me to, like, do you want to, be, involuntarily committed or something? Like what the fuck is like, he was just like kind of freaking out over having to deal with something that is not part of his job as a personal trainer. And really, kind of fucked up for him to have to deal with, right? So, it wasn't a threat. It was desperation after of having to deal. His probably most famous client is sitting there saying weird anti-Semitic conspiracy shit to him because he's Jewish, right? That's what he was reacting to. So. Yeah, the characterization that Kanye made of this being threats and Candace Owens echoed is absolute bullshit. But that's what she's trying to do, is say that, oh no, he didn't mean all Jews. He just meant like some, like, right? He didn't say some certain specific, he didn't name the people that were doing it. He said Jewish people. He said Jewish people. That means all of Jewish people, right? I don't know how else you could parse this, but Owens wants to spin it. Owens said, however, that West was speaking about specific people seeking to blackmail him, such as personal. Oh God, you shouldn't even mention this, right? Because like I don't know, like mentioning Pasternak's name here is like almost giving credence of like, was Harley Pasternak trying to blackmail Kanye? No, he wasn't trying to blackmail Kanye, right? Blackmail's a crime. If he was trying to, if Harley Pasternak was like, look, you gotta, give me this money or else I will, do XYZ, if he did something that was actually blackmail, then Kanye would have a massive case against him. Obviously, that's not what happened. West had leaked his alleged text messages between the two in which Pasternak supposedly threatened, well, okay, then anyway, sorry, awaken world to the monsters who have caused immense suffering of others via slander, threats, and coercion. Owens said on Friday in relation to Botek and his ongoing civil suit against an ongoing civil suit against rapper Sean Diddy Combs by fellow artist Rodney Jones. Okay, so yeah, it goes on. That's the article from The rabbi said that he has been bombarded with anti-Semitic messages from Owens' fans since her video. Her biggest fan now is arch anti-Semite Nick Fuentes, who is lauding her poisonous attacks. Interesting. So Nick has gotten involved. Now, I said before, I was trying to, I got exasperated during yesterday's stream, and I apologize for that. It's just like I didn't expect this rabbit hole to be as deep and as scary as it actually is. But the connection between Candace and Nick Fuentes is obviously Kanye West, and it sounds like Nick Fuentes is supporting Candace Owens in this situation. So not a big surprise, but like when you've got that, you are gonna have I don't know, the biggest cluster of anti-Semites like going after you, right? If you've got Nick Fuentes getting involved in this controversy, right? You're essentially inviting like the entirety of his fan base, who unfortunately, like, so Chad, if you don't know this, Nick Fuentes, when we last took a look at him, I haven't talked about him in a while. He was probably a streamer on his own social media platform, which is called Cozy TV. There were some other Twitch streamers, including, unfortunately, like a former friend of mine, Ninetales Cosmic Fox, who were doing content over on Cozy, and I ended up in an unexpected debate with Ninetales upon her, mentioning that she'd done content over there, because like this is Nick Fuentes' freaking social media site. But since then, he's actually gone on to Rumble, and he's one of their biggest content creators. So yeah, unfortunately, Fuentes is back. He had a time where he was kind of a joke. He was kind of he'd been ridiculed, and he wasn't quite as influential. Now, thanks to people like Destiny giving this asshole a platform, he's back and he's influential. So yeah, like this is where the harassment of Rabbi Shmuley is no doubt coming from. I think he's diagnosing this correctly and saying that's Nick Fuentes. He indicated on Sunday that he was considering a libelous lawsuit over claims that Owens essentially said that I unalived Michael Jackson last week. Rabbi Shmuley was a spiritual advisor, strangely, to Michael Jackson. And Candace, like, theorized that he was somehow involved in Michael Jackson's death, which she's almost implying it was not was not a like an accidental overdose, but was purposeful, and that the Michael Jackson's will was changed in the last minute, and the people who were written in to receive some of his assets were actually the people that were the Jewish people conspiring against him, like according to her. So last week that Jews run, oh my God, this is so bad. PDF SAGs rings in Hollywood in order to blackmail African-American entertainers. This is where we're at, right? And unfortunately, Candace Owens is an influential figure. Nick Fuentes is an influential figure. These are not marginal people that are, just crawling out of the woodwork. These are, thanks in part to the Daily Wire and their embrace of Candace Owens. These are, major figures. There's no question that Candace's serious defamation against me and the Jewish community must be met with a comprehensive lawsuit that will bankrupt her, as well as Ben Shapiro. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, that's easier said than done. Botek said Friday that he held pundit Ben Shapiro, whose Daily Wire outlet employs Owens, as complicit. I mean, he does, there is some culpability there. Complicit in her, but like I said, there's a reason that there's a reason that the Daily Wire has not got, I mean, they must realize by now that she is a liability, a huge liability, and that as right-wing as they are, that is, a bridge too far from them. Now, I said that I hypothesized that maybe there's an exception with Matt Walsh. He's pretty right-wing. He's from, a sort of a tradcath tradition that has been known to embrace this sort of thing, although I haven't heard him say anything specifically about that. As complicit in spreading the worst defamation against Jewish people. He also called on Shapiro to take action against Owens, and on Sunday called for fans to cancel their subscriptions to Daily Wire. Political commentator Dennis Prager was also slammed by Botek on Sunday for his relation. So that's a possibility as far as like where will Candace go after the inevitable, and I do think it's inevitable, breakup with the Daily Wire, right? Prager U is a possibility. Another possibility would be working with Tucker Carlson. If Tucker Carlson wants to start like a social media enterprise that's bigger than just him. So anyway, it goes on and on and on, just like this fucking drama, just like this drama between Rabbi Shmuley and Candace Owens. And it is messy, okay? And I gotta say that even though I am not the drama streamer that Twitch poll people will tell you that I am, I do sometimes enjoy a little bit of the messiness of situations like this. However, like when it's mixed with this kind of virulent racism, I can't, it's not fluff. It's scary. It's dangerous. It's
Hi everyone. For those of you who are following creepy Candace Owens, arch anti-Semite, notice that the main thing she attacks is Jewish sex. She's obsessed with kosher sex. The reason? In her sexual repression, in her this very, very dark view of life, she cannot accept that the relation between a man and a woman can actually be holy, that can be a celebration. Porn is dirty. Adultery is dirty, against the Ten Commandments. But husband and wife, kosher sex in marriage is a beautiful thing. For all of you who are watching her attacks on us Jews, it's because we Jews celebrate life. It's because we believe that life is a gift. Everyone else sees life as being influenced by Lucifer, but not us Jews. Stay kosher, my friends. Hi, everyone. For those of you who are following creepy Candace Owens, arch anti...
Creepy Candace.
Hi, everyone. For those who are watching, following my battle with arch anti-Semite Candace Owens, notice two things about anti-Semites. When I battled Mojab, Muhammad Hijab on Piers Morgan, he later threatened my idea of soldier sons with murder, God forbid. And now Candace Owens is saying that we Jews are murderers. Notice it's always about two things. Number one, Jews love blood. Jews are always killers. Mojab said that Israel's genocidal. Candace Owens said that Israel is also committing genocide. And number two, they always attack Jewish sex. Mojab was actually making fun of Jews and sex on the Piers Morgan show. And of course, Candace Owens is now coming after me for writing Kosher Sex, my daughter Chana for having the Kosher Sex Company. Now, why is that? Because these are people who are deeply repressed. They don't want anyone to have any kind of enjoyment. You see, we Jews see sexuality and marriage as a celebration. Porn is not kosher. Adultery, not kosher. That's the Ten Commandments. But here on my secular anniversary, sexuality and marriage is...
Feels like he's kind of repeating himself a bit.
Knowledge. The Torah has no word for sex other than yediyah, dea, knowledge. And Adam came to know his wife Eve. We believe that monogamy should never be monotony. That sexuality is not just procreational for children. It's it's to make a man and a woman bone of one bone, flesh of one flesh. Candace Owens is severely repressed. This severe repression.
I mean, yeah, she is definitely very sex negative.
That comes from a fanatical belief that the world is dark and people are murderous and Jews are, of course, satanic. They always see Jews, since we celebrate life, l'chaim, and because our marriages are passionate, amidst having, when we had no Israel for 2,000 years, no homeland, the Jewish bedroom, the Jewish family table, the Jewish home was our homeland. It's what kept our family alive. So, I've discovered that severely sexually repressed people like Mojab, Ahmadinejad, and like Candace Owens, they hate Jewish sexuality. It almost makes them like...
Taking a look at his social media here, so, I mean, this is just Twitter, but, I mean, this is a piece of video, and his actual influence... 31 likes, a lot of comments. In fact, this is what they used to call a ratio. Now, it might be, for all I know, it might be, you know, he's got a bunch of groypers in his comments. Like, you know, beefing with Candace Owens, that's not entirely unlikely. But the fact that he's only got 31 likes, right, is like, for a guy that goes on Piers Morgan, it's pretty surprising, actually.
Jealous. It almost makes them feel like they're missing something. Instead of condemning kosher sex, why not embrace it? But I gotta tell you, it's fascinating that the anti-Semites always come after Jewish sexuality. But for us, marriage is holy, marriage is passionate, and marriage is kosher. God.
All right, so let's see. Did we see this?
Hi, everybody. I've had a busy day, but I've just heard that deranged, crazy anti-Semite Candace Owens did a show today where she said that I may be planning to kill her. This is after she said that Jews killed Michael Jackson. You understand that she's engaging in the most disgusting and dangerous blood libels. The worst anti-Semitism the Jews have experienced throughout history.
Is he married? Yeah, I think so.
Is when they were accused of killing God, killing Jesus.
Mostly, oh, that's right. Thanks for reminding me this, Shakespeare. So as far as his fan base, they tend to be Christian Zionists, right? He calls himself America's rabbi, and you know, that sort of underlines the appeal that he actually has, which is a lot to in fact, even like in a lot, I've seen him kind of running interference for anti-Semitic people when they support you know, the far-right government of Israel.
From there, the blood libel only got worse. We kill Christians. We try to take their blood. Candace Owens is not only a dyed-in-the-wool anti-Semite who is quickly emerging as America's foremost anti-Semite, she actually is, as my daughter Rachaleo so correctly points out,
he seems to be walking down. Is this like an apartment? Is this his apartment? He's walking down the hall and
evil anti-Semite. She wants all Jewish knees to bend to Jesus, even though, of course, she hates Jesus because he was a Jew. She only wants the Christ.
I mean, he's definitely an influencer.
The Christian Jesus. She is an affront to Christianity. Our Christian brothers and sisters who love Israel, whom she accuses of genocide, know that she's an affront.
It's like maybe a hotel, yeah.
To Christianity. She said that she insinuated that we Jews and yours truly murdered Michael Jackson. Now I'm trying to murder her. This incitement that she is bringing against public Jewish figures and rabbis is deeply dangerous. She is inciting violence against Jews. And I'm making one final appeal to the decency of Ben Shapiro, who's making money on all this with his yarmulke. Ben, with your yarmulke, you are...
Wait, I feel like we saw this. I feel like we watched this already. Okay, now here's a look that I think the Vanguard watched some of these videos, and they you know, they covered the story too. We cover a lot of the same stuff. They do a lot of different stories. They'll cover stuff that I don't even touch, right? But I tend to try to go in depth in some of these, especially this one, right? So, you know, this is, I don't think they recognized what this is, right? He's a cyclist. He's you know, this is the common attire of a cyclist. So that's why he's wearing a helmet. That's why he's got the little hat underneath there and his, you know, cycling jacket here.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, wait, no. So this is about Joe Biden. He's mad at Biden, right? Mad at Jonathan Glazer.
Hi, everyone. You know, even here in New York City, Jews are becoming a secret society. The invisibility of yarmulkes, tzitzis, just like I've seen in Europe, right? London, Brussels, Rome. Times Square is the epicenter of Jew hatred in New York City. So when I see two Hasidim walking,
Oh my God, no! We got music. We got music. Okay, so yeah, he's meeting these two guys and talking about. Got to be careful about letting copyrighted music, even when it's like in a live location. Okay, so here's his response to Candace.
Hi, everyone. I just saw that Comrade Candace, the Stalinist sex police, the woman who exhibits
Comrade Candace.
incredible amounts of repression and has her head in everybody's bedroom, which is really creepy Candace.
I mean, she is creepy.
Tweeted something that I wrote yesterday, and she said, "I'm not an anti-Semite if I don't want to buy your daughter's novelty product." She didn't say the novelty product. She's actually kind of gross, and she goes.
She said she was talking about some products for the some products that go where the sun doesn't shine. Let's just put it that way. I'm limited, Chad, on how descriptive I can get about the product that we're talking about, but I think that it's a plug for where the sun does not shine. That's what she retweeted, like in a effort to essentially kink shame.
Specific. I've learned throughout my life that repressed people have a real issue with sex. They make it dirty. They want it to remain pornographic. They don't care about making marriages passionate. They don't care about making intimacy between husband and wife something real. All they want to do is just leave sex as something dirty. And that's where the pornographers take over, and that's where adultery comes in and infidelity. But Comrade Candace, the Stalinist sex police, has got serious sexual issues. Now, she said that doesn't make her anti-Semite. Of course it doesn't. That just makes her repressed. What makes her an anti-Semite is her love of Kanye West's love of Hitler. That is beyond sick and twisted. What makes her an anti-Semite is falsely accusing Jews and Israel of genocide, which again makes you beyond sick, the ultimate blood libel. What makes her an anti-Semite is saying that Jews run, again, it's always sex. She's obsessed with sex. Again, another indication of severe repression. That Jews run Hollywood sex rings to blackmail black artists. That makes you an anti-Semite. And pretty sick. Get your head out of the gutter, Candace. God help us. What makes you an anti-Semite is that you insinuate that rabbis and I murdered Michael Jackson. Yeah, just like we murdered Jesus. By the way, we also did Elvis and we also did Kennedy. I was on a grassy knoll. I hope no one had video. I hope Zapruder didn't catch me there shooting Kennedy as well. We Jews kill, Candace. That's what we do. We love blood. What makes her an anti-Semite is that she says that every Jewish knee is going to bow to Christ. I wrote Kosher Jesus. I bet you that Candace Owens is a total ignoramus when it comes to Christian scripture, the New Testament, the book of Mark, the book of John, the book of Luke. Read my book and you'll see the Jewish history from the New Testament, from Christian scripture about Jesus. But she wants all Jews to embrace Christ as Lord and Savior, or we're going to probably just like burn in hell, Candace, right? That was the justification for the slaughter and the murder of Jews for 2,000 years. They were better that we killed them here than they burned for eternity in hell. Maybe Candace thinks that both things are going to happen to us. I don't know. What makes...
Yeah, I guess we got to talk at some point about what I'm seeing here, which is a fracture on the right. Now, that's potentially a good thing. That you've got your... You've got your... Christian Zionist, Christian evangelical Zionist who are, very much pro whatever Netanyahu wants to do in Gaza. And then you've got your groypers who are not necessarily concerned. I don't think there's any real concern. I mean, these are racist. There's no reason to think that they're not racist against people in Gaza as well, but that are sort of using the Gaza issue as a way to mix into, the to sort of launder their anti-Semitism under the auspices of being anti-Zionist. So this could go in two different directions. Obviously, there's like a danger here in like you did see Norman Finkelstein go on Candace Owens. Now this was before all of this stuff, but there were signs of Candace Owens showing some real anti-Semitism, some affinity towards an apologia towards Hitler, etc. Right? But yeah, there's a real danger in sort of embracing or temporary alliances that people want to make with anti-Semites when they've got the right take on Gaza. So that's something that we really gotta watch out for. I try to blow the whistle on people like Jackson Hinkle on there's a lot of Twitter accounts right now that are like absolutely blowing up that have the right take on Palestine, but that are overall like right-wing figures, and it's important that they don't get like access to the left through having the right take on Gaza. But at the same time, it could cut the other way and really split up the right in terms of where they're at. Now, for the record, Donald Trump himself is pretty unabashedly supportive of Netanyahu, supportive of the ethnic displacement that's going on in Gaza. So now Joe Biden's not great on that, right? This is another one of those issues like immigration where Biden's terrible, but somehow Trump is even worse. And Biden getting worse and throwing people under the bus on immigration has actually opened the door for Trump to go further into his dehumanization of asylum seekers and in his comments about calling them inhuman and stuff like that. And then but so there is like a there is a question on like, and the only thing that makes me think that this isn't going to be any sort of major wedge, permanent wedge, something that keeps right-wingers from working with other right-wingers, is the fact that, like I said, the Groypers don't care about people in Gaza. They care about anti-Semitism, and to them, this is only a vehicle for that. So what is this? Did we watch this? Oh God, it's her interviewing Tate. Candace Owens calls Israeli-made lubricants filth, but loves this guy, Cobra Tate, who made a living luring women into his website business. So yeah, here's some content that she's done with Tate.
I did see a mashup clip that we're not going to show because
Okay, actually, I don't even know. Tate might be blocked on Twitch. Maybe we should like avoid watching him. But yeah, she so he wait, oh no, this is Rokel that did catch the block from Candace. He's retweeting his daughter here. They're still trying to get Shapiro's attention. I mean, I'm sure Shapiro's aware of this. I'm sure Shapiro isn't super keen on having Candace Owens on his on Daily Wire, but like I said, they're afraid to take care of business. They're afraid to cut ties. Still mad at Jonathan Glazer, talking about St. Patty's Day. Andrew Cuomo. Here's more Candace. Okay, so here's him announcing that he's going to be on Piers Morgan Uncensored to discuss. Oh, wow. So March 17th, today is March 20th. Ostensibly, this took place on March 18th. I haven't found the footage of him just having a conversation with Piers Morgan, right? This does come up in the debate with Cenk, but of the Young Turks, but I'd be interested to see what she said to, or what Shmuley says to Piers Morgan. Oh yeah, this is the one that, I don't know, this came up somewhere, right? Yeah, this is the blood libel tweet that this is in Candace Owens likes, right? Yeah, I think this got brought up in her debate with the other rabbi yesterday. Dennis Prager and Shapiro defend Candace Owens. I mean, I'm not sure about that. Like, I mean, I've seen a lot of criticism of Candace from Shapiro. I mean, yeah, she is still on Daily Wire.
Hi, everyone. I think you're going to be blown away by the debate that I did today against Cenk Uygur on Piers Morgan, where Candace Owens was a big part of the debate. She won't debate me. I have said and I will repeat, Candace, I will debate you at any reasonable time and place of your choosing, in front of any reasonable crowd of your choosing. We can debate anti-Semitism. We can debate the events of October 7th. We can debate Jesus. We can debate what you believe, that Jews should all bow down to Jesus. I believe that you're completely ignorant of Jesus and Christianity. So everyone, since she would not debate me, Cenk Uygur did, and you'll be very interested.
You're going to see on the, yeah, he has a problem. He's having trouble pronouncing Cenk's name.
Did a live from my
Uygur
kosher sex store in Jerusalem, where creepy Candace has her head not only in the genital area. Sorry to be so gross, but one must.
Okay, that's an image. That's an image. That was a choice.
Really creepy, sex-obsessed woman.
Yeah, I apologize. Look, you're making you're using figurative language here. You don't need to. You just gave me that image, okay? And you did it on purpose. Don't fucking apologize to me after saying Candace Owens sticking her head into people's, nether regions. That's so now genitals are gross. I mean, if Candace Owens is like popping her head into them, I guess, I don't know.
Candace Owens, she has her head in the genital area of
what the fuck?
Very fine 70-year-old woman.
What the fuck?
But enough of Candace. I now want to address her troglodyte, knuckle-dragging followers, of which she is the queen bee. Look, guys, you've tried for days now to imitate my voice with deep fakes about racist slurs. But the problem is you're either getting me sounding like Darth Vader. Candace, you are my daughter.
Wait, this happened? I don't know about these AI racial slurs. Apparently they're using an AI of Rabbi Shmuley to make him say slurs.
May the force be with you. Or you're getting me sounding, maybe intentionally, like a Confederate general at Gettysburg. Time to take Cemetery Ridge. I'm not good at. By the way, I love Southern accents. So let's just practice here, guys.
No shade on Southern accents. Hey, that's some of his followers there.
This is my voice.
Yeah, has he watched Star Wars? I don't think Darth Vader will. I mean, I guess the dark side, they use the Force too, right? But it's like Obi-Wan Kenobi and that says use the Force, right?
American accent. Sometimes people tell me it's a little bit British because I lived in England for 11 years and I lived in Australia for 2 years. So I don't say shrimp on the.
He's coming off a bit fixated. Yeah, I think so.
Bobby, and I don't say. I could have said Oxford, which is more British.
Shrimp on the bobby? I don't know if you got the Australian accent either.
I still say Oxford, I guess, very American. But guys, let's just listen to my voice so that all your AI deepfakes can at least be like a little bit convincing. So,
do you not know how AI deepfakes work?
So here we go. Like, just tell me.
A little fixated on genitals. Maybe so, yeah, I think.
What to say. Behind me is water. This is Rabbi Shmuley saying water. Candace Owens is a bigot anti-Semite. You can quote me on that. You don't need to do an AI fake. She is the queen of American anti-Semites. I saw that she has some rabbi on today who she said wrote an article about her that she hates Jews based on him knowing Rabbi Shmuley. I have no clue who this guy is. To my knowledge, I have absolutely no idea who he is. I'm amazed that he didn't stop her and say, me and Shmuley have never met. To my knowledge, I mean, the community's not that big. Remember, Hitler, who Kanye, Candace's bestie, Kanye, loves Hitler. He killed 6 million Jews. So there aren't that many of us. Maybe I met him at like a Jewish event because 6 million Jews were murdered. There's only 14 million left in the entire world. So maybe we met, but not to my knowledge. So all of you troglodyte, knuckle-dragging, Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal, Jew-hating followers of Candace Owens, listen to my voice. Now let's try better deep fakes now that sound a little bit like me. I don't have a Southern accent, although I wish I did. Like I said, I love it. I wish I had an Irish accent. Man, that I really love. St. Patrick's Day, I love it.
Did I see that Candace ordering Rabbi Michael to invite her to Israel? I saw her talk about that. Yeah, she wanted to go to Israel and
The Irish accent. I can't even do it well. I love the Scottish accent. I love the Jamaican accent.
Oh no, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
For a moment.
No, don't do it, don't do it. Do not Chet Hanks yourself.
I once asked one of my Rastafarian brothers, is Haile Selassie the Messiah? He said, not was man, is. Okay, that's not even a good, but so all of you AI, deepfake, racist, bigot, Jew haters who are trying their best to get me saying this slur and that slur, why not make it a little bit more accurate? Okay, so I've done this video to assist you knuckle draggers so that you can, as you obsess over me, because I've gotten completely under your skin by exposing your queen bee, Candace Owens, for the Jew.
Queen bee? Is he calling her a bitch?
Jew-hating, Kanye, Hitler-loving, defending person that she is, as you obsess over me and waste your lives trying to get my voice to say all kinds of racist slurs, which with Candace, we don't need to use AI because all the stuff she said about Jews, I just published an article in today's Times of Israel. It's all there. You click the button, watch here, and you see all of so we don't need to do it, and we wouldn't do it because we're not troglodyte, knuckle-dragging, Neanderthal, Cro-Magnons like you anti-Semites. But that's my voice, so guys, try again, send it to me.
Okay, so once again, 488 likes here. This is about as much numbers as I've seen him doing. 504 retweets, 3.1k comments. Yeah, it sounds like he still got the Nick fanboys. And that's why I'm not going to look at those comments, right? That's why I'm not going to look at. So here's pictures from his appearance on Piers Morgan. Here is the Daily Wire still standing by Candace Owens. Look, they're looking for an escape route, I'm sure. Do we have the Mediaite article about the be really careful not to look at the comments about the relationship with the Daily Wire? Wait, he thinks that Cenk rhymes with spank? You think it's Jank Uygur? That's not right, is it? Anyway. Had to bring up full video of my 1 hour Piers Morgan debate with Cenk Uygur. I thought maybe there was, I don't know, I mean, they might have changed their content. Here, I'll go ahead and open this up and take a look and see if it's anything that I haven't already found. But that's our next stop is
3 commercials. Now, their commercials were basically them saying that there are hostages. Now, of course, why would this premiere during a Super Bowl? There's nothing that we as the American people can do about that hostage effort over there. So what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to pull at your heartstrings and make you not ask any questions about what they're doing overseas. And actually, last night, in case you're wondering, while the Super Bowl was on, Netanyahu bombed a refugee camp. But don't ask any questions about that.
okay. That's his daughter's TikTok. Wait, what the hell? I exposed Hamas supporters, Cenk Uygur, that's not true, who was slapped around by Rabbi Shmuley. You are Rabbi Shmuley! Is this a Jimmy Dore? Does he think he's logged in as his alt? Like, what's going on? You are Rabbi Shmuley. You are Jimmy Dore. Like, what is going on here? Slapped around by Rabbi Shmuley. Why is he referring to himself in the third person? Finally gave up and have, well, you'll see what, you know, it seems more like he got frustrated. In 2014, Candace Owens conducted a mock investigation into Donald Trump's pingu size. Story determined that it was likely very small. She also compared Donald Trump to okay, so if you don't know, Candace Owens, I guess, used to be a liberal. I've never seen any evidence of this. I've never seen like any content that she did as a liberal, but this is what people are saying. So yeah, I mean, like, she is a grifter. Like, what her real views are, I can't tell you. Okay, here's
Shout out to all my Irish brothers and sisters again, because today's the real St. Patrick's Day. Just look at this. Is that green? Go Chanticleers. This was given to me at Coastal Carolina by my dear friend Mike Benson, who's Mormon. He's not Irish, but St. Patrick's Day. And is this green? I don't know. You know, the cowardly Candace Owens, who will not debate me, has now unleashed. She is now the queen of American anti-Semites. And like a queen bee, she's now unleashed, it seems, all of her anti-Semitic followers to try their best to use AI deep fake to neuter our ferocious takedown of her anti-Semitism. She doesn't want to be held accountable for praising Kanye, who loves Hitler, saying Jews are murderers, I killed Michael Jackson. So you now, and of course, last week she said she stakes her entire reputation. She said that, her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron, the 70-year-old...
Starting to sound like Michael Rappaport.
First Lady of France is really a dude, okay?
Oh, yeah. In terms of Michael Rappaport will give people nicknames like that. Kind of almost in a Trumpian way.
Now she has her army of worker bees doing deep AI, images of Brigitte Macron. I'm sorry to even have to say this with, male appendages. And me as like a Southern Confederate general at the battle of at Bull Run. Yay! Come on, you rebels! It's Rabbi Shmuley! Let's take down the Yankees and then you can imagine all the other words. Or I'm the bus driver who's now driving with Rosa Parks trying to get on in Montgomery, Alabama. I'm sorry for Candace's followers who don't know any of this history because they're complete ignoramuses. And I'm, Rosa, you pick up that backside of yours and you go back. Guys, number one, I was raised in Los Angeles and Miami. I don't have that Southern drawl accent, but you can make me a Confederate general. because I have the beard, right? The northern generals and the second.
What was there's like one particular, is it Lee or is it Stonewall Jackson that has like a...
Really? Are you guys stooping to this low to like try to recreate my voice sounding like something that is so foreign? Like the other version is like I sound like Darth Vader. Luke, I am your racist father. Why not get Candace Owens to debate the real Rabbi Shmuley? Here I am. I want to debate her. Let's debate her on everything she says about the Jews. Let's debate her about how all Jews are going to kneel before Christ and that Judaism has no validity. Or that we kill Jesus, which is probably, I'm sure she believes that too. Let's debate her on what she says that we Jews run a Hollywood sex ring. Why do you guys have to invent a fake Shmuley?
You know, in general, it's not a good idea to debate anti-Semites about their conspiracy theories, because the conspiracy theories are wild, they sound wild, and they have no standing. And kind of when you put them on, you know, on a stage with somebody who's like saying, no, that's not true. It's like, it gives them a dignity that they don't really, in general, it's not a good idea to debate anti-Semites. I don't know.
Who lived 150 years ago and was like at Vicksburg or was at Appomattox Courthouse with Robert E. Lee. Why not debate the real me? Here I am, only 5'5" and not that scary looking. I will debate Candace Owens at any reasonable time and reasonable place of her choosing, in front of her crowd, within reason, as long as I have security.
Oh, you do not want to do it in front of her. Yes, have security for sure. You want to be behind bulletproof glass. Jesus Christ, you want to debate her in front of a bunch of sweaty groypers?
Are very
these are bad ideas. These are bad ideas.
A lot of violence against Jews. I will debate her anytime and any place. So you don't have to create the AIs that I said this racist epitaph that is, or that I'm a reincarnation of Robert E. Lee or of Bull Connor.
Is it Robert E. Lee?
And you don't have to give Brigitte Macron my, anatomy and superimpose it on her body. I'm like, what?
What? Wait, what?
From
Give Brigitte Macron my anatomy and superimpose it on her. What?
Wonderful 70-year-old woman and a mother. Like, why is she attacking her? It's just vile. But anyway, that's anti-Semites. They can't control their hatred of almost everybody. But Jews, of course, are at the top of the list. I'm saying again, to all of you guys who are deep faking my voice, to all you guys who are creating these images of me and, with a swastika and my Hitler mustache and giving me a Klan hood, let me be clear. Candace Owens cannot go behind the color of her skin to be an anti-Semite. It is an affront to the majestic, glorious, God-fearing the black community, my brothers and sisters in the black community, who I've worked with my entire life. For her to defend her anti-Semitism, saying that anyone who calls her out on it is suddenly a racist, and she's the conservative who hates identity politics. Candace, cowardly Candace, stop, debate me. I'm on Piers Morgan tomorrow, God willing. You can come on, debate me. Creepy Candace, get your head out of Brigitte Macron's genitalia.
Easter? No, he's gonna say.
Sorry to have to even say that. It's disgusting. Corrupt Candace, stop telling your followers to use AI deep fakes to try to destroy your opponents. Stop retreating behind this army of artifice and lies and fabrication. I'm right here. Cowardly Candace, creepy Candace, corrupt Candace, and the one who accuses me of murdering Michael Jackson, criminal Candace, debate me, you coward. Hi, everybody.
Okay. Oh my God, there's so much. God, okay, I swear, this is the last one we'll watch, I think. I hope.
Exhibits incredible amounts of repression and has her head in everybody's bedroom, which is really creepy Candace. Retweeted something that I wrote yesterday, and she said, I'm not an anti-Semite if I don't want to buy your daughter's novelty product. She didn't say the novelty product. She's actually kind of gross, and she's very specific. I've learned throughout my life that...
Well, yeah, she was trying to imply by the fact that that the sex shop that his daughter runs sells something that's like for the behind. Oh my God, Chad, I sound like a prude saying this, but like, trust me, I'm just trying to avoid YouTube's demonetization.
People have a real issue with sex. They make it dirty. They want it to remain pornographic. They don't care about making marriages passionate. They don't care about making intimacy between husband and wife something real. All they want to do is just leave sex as something dirty. And that's where the pornographers take over, and that's where adultery comes in and infidelity. But Comrade Candace, the Stalinist sex police, has got serious, it appears, serious sexual issues. Now, she said that doesn't make her anti-Semite. Of course it doesn't. That just makes her repressed. What makes her an anti-Semite is her love of Kanye West's love of Hitler. That is beyond.
He repeats himself a lot, doesn't he?
What makes her an anti-Semite is falsely accusing Jews.
This guy's kind of boring.
Of genocide, which again makes you beyond sick, the ultimate blood libel. What makes her an anti-Semite is saying that Jews run, again, it's always sex. She's obsessed with sex. Again, another indication of the severe repression. That Jews run Hollywood sex rings to blackmail black artists. That makes you an anti-Semite. And pretty sick. Get your head out of the gutter, Candace. God help us. What makes you an anti-Semite is that you insinuate that rabbis and I murdered Michael Jackson. Yeah, just like we murdered Jesus. By the way, we also did Elvis and we also did Kennedy. I was on a grassy knoll.
Wait.
I hope no one had this video. I hope Zapruder.
I can't tell if did he retweet himself? Is that what I'm doing as I'm watching stuff that he retweeted? Oh, so this is just about bikes, right? He's a avid cyclist, it looks like, and at some event to raise awareness of cyclists. Cenk can't condemn Hamas for the attack. Oh my God. Okay, so there we go. We finished his timeline. We finished his timeline. And that means that we're going to take a look at this. The most immoral man I've ever met. Piers Morgan versus Cenk, Uygur, and Rabbi Shmuley. Wait, which of these is the most immoral? Wait, this was supposed to be like a 1-hour conversation, wasn't it? I feel like we're missing the same one as this. Anyway, if anybody finds extra footage of like if there was like what the one thing I'm missing and that I thought was maybe going to happen was a conversation between Piers and Rabbi Shmuley about Candace Owens. They do get into Candace Owens. Cenk actually brings her up later in the debate, but I thought that maybe there would be so sometimes he will bring somebody on and have a conversation with them, and then he'll bring in somebody to debate them. So I don't know.
I'm joined by two guests who have memorably locked horns on Uncensored before, the author of Rabbi Shmuley and the Young Turks.
There he is. They're really playing up this debate angle. Hey, everybody, just so you know, there's a million different ways that you can support me, and all of them help. I'm grateful for all the support I get. I meant to, and I'm going to get around to this, like making like kind of a sheet of the Patreons, the members, etc., everybody that's supporting me in every way, just to run at the beginning and the end of the stream, just to show my appreciation for all that, because it's only through your generosity that I'm able to bring this to you day after day and week after week. You can support me through super chats. You can support me through super stickers, which is like a super chat with a sticker instead of a chat. You can support me through donations. The link is down in the description. Also, the link for the Patreon is down in the description. You can support me on Twitch through, as some people have been doing today, through gift subscriptions, which also help other chatters avoid that top of the hour ad break, which I forgot to mention. Yeah, I think I've missed 2 ad breaks that have gone on. But yeah, if you're seeing those ad breaks, just understand you can get out of the ad breaks possibly for free if you have a Twitch Prime sub. You can, or if you have a Prime, you can use a sub. You have access to a sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you will no longer see ads in my chat. You can also, possibly pay for a sub for yourself, or maybe even get gifted one, like happened earlier today. Although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're actually active in the chat. Yeah, there's a million different ways you can support me, and even if it's just hitting that like button, it's more important than you think. It means a lot to me. It helps it makes YouTube push me algorithmically. So if you want more people to find out about me, make sure to hit that like button. And much appreciation to all of you out there that support me in whatever ways that you do.
Host and creator.
Let's go.
Cenk, Uygur, two friends of the show, and hope we can keep this, at the very least, respectful. Are you prepared to watch the IDF kill?
Did you like the intro?
To avenge what happened on October the 7th. You're a rabbi.
Rabbi.
Hamas are Nazis with GoPros, young Turks.
Oh, wait.
Essentially the Hitler Youth.
I don't like Hamas. I don't want Hamas to win.
No, wait, he said rabbi in quotes, right? There's a reason that he does that, because, like, you know, when you say rabbi, you know, a lot of people might think that he is, like, you know, connected with a that he's doing, you know, officiating like religious ceremonies and the like, right? He is, if I'm to understand it, he's not a pulpit rabbi. He's a rabbi in terms of having like passed through yeshiva, and but not perfect emote frame. Yeah. So that's why I think that's why Cenk was like rabbi. Like that's why he's putting it in quotes.
Hamas made us murder your children, made us murder your women. No, they didn't. You did that. Anti-Semite.
You don't know any history whatsoever. Cenk doesn't know basic facts.
Candace Owens' critique of Israel is perfectly legitimate.
She says that the First Lady of France.
I feel like there's a better way you could have said that, right? Because like the one thing that Candace Owens' critique of Israel, critique of the, you know, actions of the IDF in Gaza is doing for Rabbi Shmuley is allowing him to point to, he always uses anti-Semitism. Anybody that doesn't, you know, think that Israel has a right to defend itself, and by defend itself, I guess he means like, you know, kill tens of thousands of innocent people. Anybody who disagrees with that, he's going to call an anti-Semite, and he's full of shit in that. But when he says that when Candace is voicing, you know, those views, like I said, I think kind of cynically, it gives him like one person that he's going to call an anti-Semite that you can actually look at and check the receipts and be like, oh yeah, no, she's definitely an anti-Semite.
Has male genitalia and testicles and says as a man. She said that she would stake her whole reputation on that last week. Listen, stop your ad hominems. I want to ask one question, Piers.
Rabbi, let him speak.
I have one question. Piers,
Hey, he
why
won't
he answer
shut
the question?
up.
This is a catastrophe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm never coming on with him again.
Come on, Cenk.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has again defied international criticism, warning an IDF offensive in Rafah is inevitable and will last for several weeks. Israel says that not invading the city of 1.5 million people, many of whom, of course, are refugees from elsewhere in Gaza, means admitting defeat to Hamas. Critics, including many of Israel's allies, fear it means many thousands more innocent lives will now be lost. To debate this, I'm joined by two guests who have memorably locked horns on Uncensored before. One of them has been on the sharp end of significant criticism lately, including from me. More on that later. But I'm joined now by the author of The Israel Warrior and Kosher Sex, Rabbi Shmuley, and the Young Turks host and creator, Cenk Uygur. Well, welcome to both of you. Cenk, let me ask you first of all, a lot of heat coming from America towards Benjamin Netanyahu, with Chuck Schumer basically implying that he should be replaced as leader in a new election as soon as possible. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's unprecedented. I think people need to understand what a giant deal this is. The leadership of either party, Democrats or Republicans, have never, ever broken with Israel. Chuck Schumer is one of the biggest supporters of Israel in the whole country. For him to come out and say enough is enough, you've got to turn around, you've got to call new elections, and Netanyahu is damaging Israel is an enormous moment in American-Israeli relations. And he's not alone. Thomas Friedman, also an enormous Israeli supporter, wrote an article in the New York Times saying that Israel is now radioactive. And so these are not enemies of Israel. And the same goes for me. Allies of Israel saying, please turn around, because this is not good for, like, Look, I care deeply about the Palestinians. I'm not sure that the Schumers of the world or the Bidens of the world have ever shown that. But all of us care about Israel as well. And this is catastrophic for Israel's reputation. And you do not want Israel to be alone in the world again. 21,000 women and children have been slaughtered at a minimum. Now 1.1 million Palestinians are starving as we speak now. You must turn around. Otherwise, this is horrific, not just for those starving, innocent human beings, but also for Israel itself.
Rabbi Shmuley, I mean, you've been obviously extremely passionate in your support of what Israel's been doing in response to that terror attack on October the 7th. But attacking Rafah, which is a refugee camp right now, with 1.5 million people, the vast majority of whom are completely innocent people, many, many, many hundreds of thousands of women and children. This is going to be a catastrophe if Netanyahu goes ahead with attacking Rafah, isn't it?
The catastrophe for the Palestinian people is Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. If Israel does not destroy the last 2 military battalions who are encamped in Rafah, without whom there cannot be more terror attacks, we'll have peace in the Middle East. It's a catastrophe for the Palestinians, whose food was stolen for 18 years before this war by the leadership, Ismail Haniyeh, who's worth $7 billion. Where was the outrage of Cenk Uygur back then? How is it that these...
Wait, is he trying to do a Norm Finkelstein? I never made this connection, chat, but obviously Finkelstein... wait, in fact, there's a video about this. Let me see if I can find it. We watched the Finkelstein versus Destiny debate on Lex Friedman. During that debate, Norm mispronounced or it said names that were not Stephen's actual name so many times. I'm trying to find it. Somebody made a video that just compiles all of the times that he referred to Destiny as... I can't find it. I saw this earlier. I don't know how to find it again because I never watched it. But anyway, Mr. Wikipedia. Exactly. This is like Mr. Wikipedia, Stephen Bonarelli. I can't find this video, though.
These guys are flying around in private jets while the Palestinians were suffering for 18 years with no hope. This is not about caring about the Palestinians. It's about pure anti-Semitism. Let's look at March 14th, 2024, a date that will live in infamy in the annals of the United States Senate, where a Senate majority leader called for regime change of the only democracy in the Middle East. By the way, I want to congratulate Vladimir Putin, a real nail biter yesterday where he only won by 90% of the vote. Schumer did not call for regime change in Russia. He didn't call for regime change. Bashar al-Assad, Israel's next door neighbor who killed 600,000 Arabs. He didn't call for regime change in Turkey. My friend Cenk was born in Turkey, where you have the Turkish tyrant Erdogan, who slaughters and imprisons journalists. He didn't call for regime change in Qatar.
So what does that tell you?
What does that tell you?
Okay, but Rabbi Shmuley, what does that tell you about the strength of feeling in America?
Cenk did not expect to get called anti-Semitic that fast. Well, then Cenk has not been watching Rabbi Shmuley, if that's the truth.
America, amongst senior politicians, about what its great ally Israel is currently doing. Their initial full-scale support.
It tells me that it's a fair question, Piers. And by the way, thank you for having me on again. It tells me that President Biden, who's a good man, but he's 81 years old, has allowed one city in the United States, Dearborn, Michigan. Michigan is the critical swing state, where you have a congresswoman named Rashida Tlaib, who is a dyed-in-the-wool anti-Semite, not anti-Israel, a Jew hater. He has allowed one city to dictate the presidential election. This is all about presidential politics. And Chuck Schumer allowed himself to be Joe Biden's court Jew. They needed a Jew to get on the Senate floor and say that the people of Israel will no longer be a democracy. You know, to my friend Cenk, the last time we were on, I said to him, you withdrew your presidential campaign. I'm sorry that you were outpolled by even, SpongeBob SquarePants, but you went back from your presidential campaign. If you want, you could run as the chief information officer for Hamas because you parrot their lies about Israel's being genocidal. But I will tell you one thing. How is it that people do not care one bit that the leadership of Hamas have stolen the future of the Palestinian people for 18 years, and only when Hamas is destroyed and removed.
All right, Rabbi Shmuley, I think, look, a lot of people will share your concern about what Hamas has done in those 18 years. They will also think that Netanyahu has basically admitted that he was perfectly happy with Hamas running Gaza because it separated the Palestinians from Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. But you haven't, in all that rant you've just unleashed about this, you haven't actually answered my question. And I will make it, personal to you. You're a rabbi. When you see a
Mars Falcon says, Shmuley craves a second Trump term like Orban and Putin. This should inform one of all they need to know about him. Yeah, he was actually shamed. One of the things that he attacked Candace Owens on was her making fun of Trump's size.
refugee camp. That is what it is. When you see a refugee camp with 1.5 million people, they've all been sent there and displaced there by Israel, by the bombardment in the north. When you see this, and you see Netanyahu saying, we're going to go in for several weeks, surely you don't think this is a good idea for Israel, that you're going to see the wholesale slaughter of innocent women and children?
It's a fair question. Again, Piers, let me be clear. War is horrible. War is terrible. Israel has said that they will move those 1.5 million civilians, but war is always terrible. Has Netanyahu made mistakes, especially when he allowed Qatar to continue to give Hamas $1 billion a year? Yes, he did make those mistakes. I'm personally friendly with Netanyahu. I was critical of that decision at the time. I remain so. But let's be clear. Without 700,000 Americans dying in the Civil War, which is atrocious, we might have had slavery, God forbid. If we didn't destroy Nazi Germany, there was starvation in Berlin. Innocent, beautiful German children. They weren't Nazis. Those who were conscripted into the Hitler Youth. And by the way, Young Turks is essentially the Hitler Youth. I don't know why Cenk uses that name.
Oh, wait. I didn't get this at first, right? I thought he was literally talking about the, I thought he was literally talking about, like, the organization that Cenk founded, the Young Turks. But no, he's talking about the actual historical Young Turks is a name for the, perpetrators of the Armenian genocide. Yeah, this is something that's been talked about forever. Cenk, I think... It's not like he wasn't aware of that, though. Like, I mean, he has affirmed, like, that, the Armenian genocide was real. And then he said, as far as the name goes, that the branding is there and it's stuck, and there's nothing that he can do about it.
Ones who perpetrated the Armenian genocide. These German children were not responsible. Japanese children.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shakespeare, I can't use that because there's too much destiny in it.
We're not responsible.
If
Japanese children were not responsible.
I would love to show you that, but we're limited as long as we're running on Twitch, which I don't know. May or may not be a thing going on in the future as far as like what we can show, and since Destiny's banned, it kind of makes it difficult.
Destroying Hamas, there will be war for the next 100 years.
And let me just say that you've gone once again very ad hominem with the other guest when he hadn't on you.
I'm not going ad hominem. You cannot use a genocidal name for your podcast.
Let me go to Cenk.
I'm sorry.
Cenk, your response.
Yeah. Yeah, look, Piers, I wasn't supposed to come on with this guy. I was supposed to come on with a different guest. I'm never coming on with him again. He's all he has is ad hominem. So you ask him about 21 to 25,000 women.
Are you really that afraid of me that every time you lose a debate, you say you're not going to come on?
Let him speak, please.
Come on, Cenk.
Let him speak.
Cenk, you ran for president.
Let him speak,
you won't even
please,
debate
Rabbi
people.
Shmuley.
Come on, you can't run.
Rabbi, let him speak. Cenk.
Okay, Rabbi Shmuley says he wants to murder more women and children, and then
Hey, at least he didn't call him Rabbi Shmuley like Destiny did.
Us genocidal because we're trying to protect women and children both in Israel and in Palestine. You see me sticking up for Israel when Hamas attacks. You see me criticizing Hamas, saying they're terrible, I don't agree with them. You see me trying to protect innocent lives on both sides. Then this guy comes on. He says, kill more Palestinians. We killed, what, 700,000, he said, in another war. So are you going to go to 700,000 in Gaza?
The
Rabbi
Civil War,
Shmuley.
for God's sake. I wish you knew a little bit of American
Rabbi
you don't know any American
Shmuley,
history.
who says murder,
Read
murder, murder,
Wikipedia,
murder,
for
murder.
God's
That's
sake.
all this rabbi.
See, this is it.
Hey, okay, I've got to say
Genocidal,
one
Jews
more
are
thing.
murderers, Jews are killers.
No, shut up.
Piers,
can
I ask this man one question? The man who ran for
can't
president.
Ask anything.
No,
All you ever do is lie.
Shut up and everything. Listen, stop your ad hominems. I want to ask one question, Piers. Of
my ad hominem.
Stop your ad hominems. That's a weird thing for Rabbi Shmuley to say. This guy is like all ad hominems.
Care about the Palestinians. I have one question. Why don't you call, Cenk, for the unconditional...
Cenk is just getting right down in the mud. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess this is the way you debate this guy? I don't know. What do you think, chat? What do you think is the best tact? Like, I feel like the best tact for debating Rabbi Shmuley is maybe not to debate Rabbi Shmuley, because...
surrender of Hamas today, the release of the hostages, and the war will be over. I am challenging you now to call for the
I don't care about any of
unconditional
your
surrender
stupid
of
challenges,
Hamas.
and I'm not going to answer any of your stupid questions.
Will you do so or not?
No, listen. I'm not entertaining this.
Pierce,
fool
why
of a
won't he
man.
answer the question?
Okay,
Pierce,
hey, he
why
won't
won't he answer
shut
the question?
up. No, there's no talking to this guy.
Let me
Pierce,
check.
there's no talking to
Let me
this
ask
guy.
Cenk. I want to play you a clip, Cenk, of Netanyahu at the weekend. This is what he said.
Okay, can I just, before you do, Piers?
Yeah.
Look, I hope that everybody in the audience
You can't debate Shmuley. You got to make fun of him. Yeah, I mean, that's...
understands that this guy isn't helping Israel.
It's a strategy.
He's putting a very, very ugly face to Israel, and I hope that you don't make the mistake out in the audience of thinking that everyone in Israel,
I'm going to come.
or God forbid, hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
Or that anyone else that is Jewish thinks anything like your Rabbi Shmuley does. My Jewish friends are horrified by the death
do me a favor,
toll.
Cenk.
Rabbi
Cenk, you
doesn't
have
care.
said that
The
Jews are
rabbi doesn't
murderers,
care at
killers.
all. He's the most immoral man I have ever met in my
Don't speak over
life.
each other.
You
All right.
cannot be...
Okay,
wait a second.
go ahead,
Wait a
ask
second.
me. No,
I asked him a
shut
simple...
up.
Piers, I asked a simple
And
question.
let Piers ask the question.
I would like to play what Netanyahu said and ask Cenk for his reaction. Here we are from Fox News.
When people tell us don't go into Rafah, that's like telling the Allies, listen, don't go into Berlin, leave a quarter of the Nazi army intact. You know, that's ridiculous. You know, if we leave a quarter of the Hamas fighting terrorist battalions in place, they'll regroup, reconquer Gaza, and in fact, perpetrate once again what they vowed to do, which is to repeat the October 7th massacre over and over and over again.
Cenk, your reaction to that?
Yeah, so this guy has been justifying the slaughter of Palestinians from day one. You have to understand something. In order for Israel to get peace, which should be the goal of its leaders and its citizens, and it is certainly of its citizens, but I don't know, definitely not its leaders at this point in time, you have to get the peace as you did with Egypt. With Egypt, there are no more bombs. You've had peace for over 40 years, and all of the doubters and all the right-wingers and all the warmongers told you, oh, Egypt will never listen.
Cenk thought that it was Shmuley interrupting him again. Yeah, kind of a knee-jerk reaction. I'm sure he's like primed himself for the expected interruptions.
Egypt will keep trying to...
I mean, not that Cenk doesn't interrupt people too, but...
kill you. Egypt's going to try to kill all the Jews. But they didn't. The warmongers were lying to you, just like they're lying to you today. And why are they doing that? They're doing it because they want to remain in power. Netanyahu knows the minute that this war, and by the way, it's not just Netanyahu, it's also the leaders of Hamas. They should have taken a truce, a ceasefire earlier. They held it up on absurd grounds of not releasing the names of the hostages. So the leaders on both sides profit from this war. but the citizens of Israel are the only people who can change it. The way you get to peace is doing a peace deal. This endless war and the endless occupation is going to prevent you from having the safe haven for Jews that you have desired and deserved all of these years. For God's sake, turn around, not just for the Palestinians, but for the Israelis, so you could finally get the peace. If you do not free the Palestinians, look, I know there's PTSD from the Holocaust.
Piers,
and
I
must
be allowed to respond.
acting in a blind rage.
Cenk, finish.
Yeah, that bothers me. I don't know. PTSD is obviously something that individuals experience. People who were, victims themselves of the Holocaust, conceivably, could have PTSD related to that. Cenk is trying to talk about, I think, something that's more of a, a generalized trauma of a people. I don't know if like PTSD. I don't think PTSD is the metaphor that he's looking for. There also, I don't know, the way he says it is almost like he half accepts that as an excuse, but obviously trauma from one genocide should not excuse the perpetration of another genocide.
Israel is acting in a blind rage at this point. But the Palestinians are not Nazis. They're the Jews. They're the same as the Jews. Victimized. Horribly victimized. Wake up, Israel. Wake up. Please. Don't do the same thing that was done to you.
Piers, I must respond. These emotional tirades of Cenk Uygur, who sadly, and I'm not saying this to be ad hominem, when we were last on, I begged him, just read a Wikipedia page.
His name is Cenk Uygur, for starters.
The Camp David Accords of 1979, which led to the peace with Egypt, was all predicated on a catastrophic...
Cenk is a bull in a china shop. I mean, that's... I see what you're saying there. Cenk Uygur. Yeah, that's... So right, yeah, I think is he trying to do the norm thing? So... his rhetorical style, it bothers me. I feel like there was a time and a place where it worked. I've seen old clips of Cenk, going off on Bush administration era people, on publications that actively like ran an interference for the Iraq invasion, like USA Today, and I think it's somewhat and effective then, but as always, it's a little bit ham-fisted. It's a little bit just like what is the word for it? Like, it's inelegant at the very least.
Military defeat by the Egyptians launched by Anwar Sadat on the 6th of October 1973, Yom Kippur War, where Sadat thought he'd be victorious, and in the end, his Third Army was completely...
Not that anyone would ever accuse Cenk of being elegant.
...encircled. They were going to be destroyed, and then Sadat came to the conclusion, definitively, that the only way to proceed is through peace, because militarism was destroyed.
Oh, no.
That's what led to peace.
Of all the examples to bring up, right? In a lot of ways, the Sadat example shows you why, why that kind of a piece is basically impossible, right? Sadat was assassinated.
It was true of World War II with Nazism. The same was true with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Terrible, terrible events. That with Japanese imperialism. There will be no peace until Hamas is destroyed militarily, and my Palestinian brothers and sisters, who are not genocidal, but Hamas is. Hamas are Nazis with GoPros. When militarism is destroyed completely, then the Palestinians
how many
will
people?
Come
how many?
with a
all right.
real peace offer, knowing that arms do not work.
Okay, but one question.
Cenk Uygur, Cenk Uygur just said she never heard of
his name is Cenk Uygur, for starters. All right, so get his name right.
Did he just Cenk? I thought I heard the pronoun she there. I don't know.
My point to you, Rabbi Shmuley, is this. How many more...
By the way, I apologize for that. I'm sorry, Trey.
How many more innocent people are you prepared to watch the IDF kill in Rafah in the next few weeks to avenge what happened on October the 7th? because it is going to be
not one. I don't want one innocent
but there are going to be
Palestinian with
thousands
God's child
more
as much
killed.
as a Jewish child. But they will, if Hamas continues in power, the Palestinians will continue to be brutalized. LGBTQ Palestinians will be castrated. Young Palestinian teenagers will be murdered by their brothers or their cousins for just having a boyfriend at 16. They will die at Hamas's hand for the next 100 years if Israel does
why
not
would
destroy
you
them.
expect?
Just
Okay, let
like
me ask
Assad,
you.
just like Assad killed 600,000 Arabs.
Why would you expect people in Gaza, after all this, not to want to exact bloody revenge for what is going on in their country? Because the IDF has you have spent months and months and months flatlining Gaza, and you're now about to attack a refugee camp.
Wait a minute. Okay, Piers, wait, you have spent no, Rabbi Shmuley has not spent months and months flattening Gaza. The IDF has. Why would you... Like, do you see what he's doing, right? This is like a conflation of what Rabbi Shmuley is a Jewish person with and as much as like you can say that, you know, his defense of it like helps to enable that sort of thing, like that's a different thing than saying you have, like, I get that like, you know, sometimes people will do this with the United States, like, right, even Americans, like when they're describing foreign policy, we invaded Iraq. Well, no, we didn't, but maybe that's a little bit more understandable because it's like, you know, well, I guess, you know, part of the United States and the United States, but with Rabbi Shmuley, like, I don't know, it's just weird. And again, the two people advancing this conflation of identity with the actions of Israel as a nation state are you know, hardcore Zionists on one hand and hardcore anti-Semites on the other, right? That have a vested interest in the conflation of Israel with Jewish people.
Why would you think that doing that is not actually going to present to Israel going forward a worse security threat? Because most independent analysts think it is.
Because my Palestinian brothers and sisters are as human as I am.
That beard is killing me, says Jerry Jeff Jogger. I'm not an expert on beards. Is it like that it needs to be like manicured a little bit, or is it that it's like, you know, not very, I don't know. I see what you're saying though.
They have the same ambitions for their children, for their future. They know that Hamas was elected to a 4-year term. They're in their 19th year term. They were supposed to share power with the Palestinian Authority. They took the Palestinian Authority officials, threw them off of rooftops and murdered them, and then took $150 billion in international
It's kind of all over the place.
aid and bought private jets for their leaders. They understand that ultimately, that's why even when you see the worst news outlets interviewing Palestinians, they say they're suffering, and they are because of Hamas. But notice they almost never criticize Israel because they know Hamas brought this war upon them. And I challenge Cenk one more time if he wants to respond, since he says he'll never debate me again, and I wouldn't if he was either, because he doesn't know basic information. Cenk, why do you not call right now for Hamas to surrender unconditionally? They provoked this war October 7th and release the hostages.
All right, well,
Will you call for that now or not?
You know what? It's a legitimate question. Cenk, your response to that question.
Okay, yeah, but let's just be clear. I'm never going to go on with him again, not because he is a good debater. It's because he's a horrible debater. It's like talking to a ad hominem machine, just one insult after another, not attached to any reality or facts. Okay, now on Hamas. Guys, how many times do I have to say, I don't like Hamas. I don't want Hamas to win. I don't want Hamas to be in power. I want him to surrender. I want him to give all the hostages. That's so easy.
Well, that's a clear answer.
Hold on. That's a super clear answer. And do you know what created Hamas? The occupation. Because when you oppress people and you put them in an open-air prison and you take away all their rights and you make them subjugated to another set of people, then radicalism and extremism rises up. What did you think was going to rise up? Gandhi? Did you think that moderates were going to rise up when you put 5 million people in an open-air prison, bomb them whenever you like?
Yeah, both in terms of Israel's like actions as far as diplomacy and even like the rise of Hamas as an organization itself. It was facilitated by Israel and in particular by Netanyahu, and Hamas, and it functions to excuse human rights atrocities committed, as in, no, like we were going for Hamas. It's not about the people, the innocent people who died in that. It was because it was Hamas's fault. They were using them as human shields, right? It serves as a very, it allows also Israel to not negotiate in the way that they'd be expected to negotiate with.
Starve them whenever you like. Of course, they're going to go to extremists who say revenge. And then
Piers,
this constant
Hamas
excuse
was
that,
democratically elected in 2006.
Let me answer a
Cenk
question.
doesn't know basic facts. They were democratically elected when Israel left
Piers,
Gaza.
what am I going to do with this guy?
The problem with Cenk is Cenk
What am I going to do with this guy?
Rabbi Shmuley,
Rabbi
Shmuley, let Cenk finish.
So some facts about the election in 2006, right? It was, I believe, forced upon the Palestinian Authority by the United States, if I'm not mistaken. It also was an election that Hamas won by a plurality, not by a majority. And also it was in 2006. And this is another rhetorical trick to excuse this like, ethnic displacement, this like, ethnic cleansing of Gaza, is that it is said that they voted for these people, they put them in power, right? Most of the citizens, most of the people living in Gaza are too young to have voted in that election. Like that doesn't make sense. It's
Finish the point he was making, then you can respond.
Yeah, look, so this constant excuse of the Israeli...
You want to see Piers ask Shmuley, why are you like this? That's the question, isn't it?
The right wing has of Hamas made me do it. Oh, if it wasn't for Hamas, I wouldn't have to kill Palestinian children. Over 12,000 children now killed by Israel, not Hamas. Over 21 to 25,000 women and children killed by Israel, not Hamas. And then they go, well, Hamas made us murder your children, made us murder your women. No, they didn't. You did that. You chose to do that. IDF has now killed 25 to 30 times the number of innocent people that Hamas did. So if you think that's terrorism, what Hamas did, and I do, and I've said it now clearly 200 times, then what Israel and IDF has done is 25 times the terrorism that Hamas has done. And that's a stone cold fact. Go ahead and make any excuses, any ad hominems you like, because every time you talk, Rabbi Shmuley, you make Israel look worse, not better. Go ahead.
Rabbi Shmuley, I would say that on
Piers,
that...
may I respond? Piers, may I respond?
Yes, you can. I'm going to make one point, which is...
Okay, thank you.
When you appeared last time, we did get a lot of people on the Israeli side, Jewish people, who said you don't reflect their opinions about this. I mean, are you aware that you're a polarizing figure amongst your own community?
Oh, I love the fact that we Jews are a democratic society, democratic community, and democratic Israel. I love it. I love when I get criticism. I learn more from my critics than I do from the people that like me. It's people like Cenk who support people like Erdogan in Turkey, who's a tyrant, who squashes all dissent, and there isn't one Arab democracy. I invite criticism. Piers, let's just be clear. My problem with Cenk is not personal. Cenk, if I said anything personal, please overlook my shortcomings. I will tell you something. My problem with you, Cenk, is that, respectfully, you don't know any history whatsoever. You didn't hear the Civil War. I've never debated an American who didn't know what the Civil that war 700.
Of course, I know what the Civil War is. That's an absurd thing to say.
Wait a moment. It's my turn. It's my turn.
He called Senator Shapiro.
He is accused. I don't know. He brought up the Civil War. I wasn't even sure why, and I guess Cenk didn't respond to it. Which it felt like a missive. It felt like an aside. It didn't feel like, like I don't know why he was even bringing it up, but now he's like, most people in America would know the Civil War, but oh my God, what is he trying to say? That Cenk is not like a real American? That Cenk like flunked his citizenship test? Like where's he trying to go with this?
When Cenk says that the reason Hamas came to power was because of the occupation, the rank ignorance. Israel withdrew in 2005. There was a United States-sponsored election in 2006 in Gaza that was open and free. The Palestinian Authority, run by Mahmoud Abbas, and Yasser Arafat had just left the scene. They ran against Hamas. There was a power-sharing agreement, and Hamas murdered their fellow Palestinians and threw them off of roofs. They came to power through a democratic election that the United States insisted upon. There is no open-air concentration camp. And what you just said, that Israel killed 12,000 children and they killed them all, Hamas uses them as human shields. They are their bulletproof vests. This is a blood libel. This is rank anti-Semitism that we have suffered for 2,000 years. And Cenk, if you're too afraid to debate me, next time say no, or at least read a Wikipedia page, for God's sake.
Cenk, what I would say, just on that point about human shields, the Israeli military said today it's taken control of the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City. Troops came under fire from hospital buildings, 80 people detained, others killed, including Hamas terrorists. There seems little doubt that Hamas has used places like hospitals as a kind of collective human shield, does there?
No. Okay, that's absurd. So let me explain why.
What is this with this guy on Wikipedia? It gets weird because like Wikipedia gets used against Destiny, with the implication being that that's where a lot of his research it comes from. Now that's not entirely true, but I will say that Destiny is a debate bro, and his interest in the research that he's doing is specifically to own people in debates, and as such, there's some depth missing, right? So the Wikipedia, characterization of Destiny's rhetoric, it holds water on some level. In this case, like he's like, read Wikipedia. This is like you're not even.
So again, this guy, he claims he knows history, has a perverted, only one-side version of history. Earlier, he called Senator Schumer anti-Semitic. That's the most outrageous, absurd thing I've ever heard from the most senior Jewish leader in America.
I never said any such thing. That's invention.
Okay, you did. You could re-roll the tape.
Okay. Don't invent.
Okay.
Don't invent.
Okay.
Maybe he's telling us where his research. Maybe he's telling us where some of his research comes from.
I said that he was serving as Biden's court Jew. I never said he was an anti-Semite.
And Shmuley's defense of every atrocity.
No, Jerry Jeff. It's like read the whole thing. Read all of Wikipedia.
The war crime of Israel is anti-Semite, and you ruined it, Shmuley, because there are real anti-Semites out there, especially now, including Candace Owens, who attacked you unfairly.
Okay, so there we go.
Defended you. Okay, but when you use it to justify the war crimes of a government, you do more damage than you help. So please stop. Okay, and that's why your own community is telling you, please stop. A lot of people. I'm some giant fan of the Turkish government or other governments, etc.
Look, but if you're not an evangelical Christian, you're probably telling Rabbi Shmuley, please stop.
Are you? Easy for
at this point?
Do you support Erdogan?
It has nothing to do with being Turkish.
It's just becoming a general way of saying surface level knowledge. Yeah, like the top of the iceberg, or the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in 12 minutes. If you're watching me over on Twitch, remember that's an ad break that lasts for 3 minutes and takes you away from the stream. Whatever happens during those 3 minutes, you will never know, right? Unless you're smart enough to utilize the mystical way of avoiding that top of the hour ad break that I'm going to tell you about right now. You can do it for free, possibly, if you have Prime. If you have Prime, you've got a free sub to use on Twitch. If you use that for me, then you will no longer see ads on my channel, right? You could also pay for a sub for yourself. It is $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile. Or if you're lucky enough, as some people were today, and we'll be hopefully going forward if we're going to continue to stream on, if we're going to continue to dual stream on Twitch and on YouTube, you can possibly receive a gift sub through the gracious gracious generosity of someone looking to give one to a person such as yourself. Although I got to tell you, the best way to have that happen, the best way to encourage that to happen, is for you to be active in the chat.
Will you condemn what Erdogan has done to the country of your birth?
He won't ever stop interfering. So let me answer Piers' question. So Piers, they're attacking a hospital now, and I read it this morning. They've got snipers killing anyone that crosses a window. Well, how do you know if they're patients, doctors, hostages, or Hamas? Even if you think Hamas is in the hospital, which, by the way,
Wait,
the idea...
you're watching Love is Blind at the same time? It's sort of, wait, are you saying you're comparing this to watching Cocaine Bear and Paddington at the same time?
Has never proven that in any other hospital raid that they have done. Every one.
Okay, now check this out.
Propagandists turn out to be a lie, disproven every
He said raid. He said raid.
single time.
Did you just say
But
hospital
even
rape?
if hold on,
Did
can
you just
let
say
me
rape?
finish? Piers, I gotta go.
Did
this
you
guy
say
won't let
that
me finish the
Jews rape?
sentence.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to move to what you just alluded to.
Look, I understand his frustration. Being a streamer is frustrating too, but Jesus Christ.
Cenk, which is this issue with Candace Owens. Because as you just said, to my surprise...
But did you hear how he reacted, right? Like, yeah, a hospital, grape would be a weird thing to say. That's not what Cenk said. He said raid. It doesn't really even make sense in the context, but like his reaction is like, you saying that that Jewish people commit that act, and it's like, oh my God, every group commits that act, right? Like that's unfortunately, sex crimes are really common in the world, right? It's a weird thing to be like, asserting some kind of that the one group or another is like above such and again, acts that happen very frequently in armed conflicts. So anyway, it's just a totally weird response from Rabbi Shmuley there.
Actually supported the rabbi about this. I want to play a clip. This is Candace Owens, who has accused you, Rabbi Shmuley, of being unholy, partly because of the kosher sex empire that you...
The kosher sex empire? Is the company really that big? Is it an empire? You know what a fucking empire is like, I don't know, Amazon or something, right? Like, what the fuck? Why did he call it an empire? Somehow, there's something about the phrase kosher sex empire that just, like, I mean, kosher sex is, a quirky enough word already. That's probably why he chose it as the title of his book. But, yeah, kosher sex empire? Damn.
A part of. Let's take a look.
There is just a very small ring of specific people who are using the fact that they are Jewish to shield themselves from any criticism. It's food for thought, right? And I think, again, there have been enough people that are speaking out about a ring in Hollywood, also a ring potentially in DC, that we should start to act.
So she starts off by trying to, cloak her anti-Semitism in the fact that she's just talking about a group of Jewish people, right? She's not talking about all Jewish people. She's talking about a ring in Hollywood, and she's talking about a ring in DC, and it just starts to, like, this is similar to the sort of rhetoric of anti-Semites that are just like level 1 mask on, where they'll concentrate on they'll differentiate. When you ask them, do you really think that all Jewish people meet in a secret room and decide everything? And it's like this, like, like literally, do you believe like, that like, because when they talk about conspiracy theories of like, Jewish people running things, like you get this, image that's just ridiculous and would never happen. And the person will say, no, I don't mean like all Jewish people. I mean the international, like, right. Like this is what Candace is doing, just like on a smaller scale with like, oh no, I'm just talking about a ring of Jewish serial blackmailers in Hollywood and a ring of Jewish politicians in DC, and then she's gonna have a lot of rings by the end of this. It's gonna be ring around
ask those questions.
Ring around the world.
All of us, Black, Spanish, Jewish, Chinese, Japanese, all Americans.
Is she gonna say cabal? Great question.
Americans should want answers, because this appears to be something that is quite sinister.
Oh, thank you, Disco Wolf. That's really sweet of you. And also you, BCatK. I am glad to be able to act as your filter, and I appreciate chat very much.
So that was what she said.
That's really sweet of you.
About Hollywood being run by a Jewish gang, but then she said this specifically about you.
What are you gonna do next? You're gonna kill me? Are you gonna kill me because I refuse to kowtow to you, because I'm not fearful of you. And I think
this is just like, now this is where she borders into a place where, like, look, she's got supporters, you know, obviously, like, obviously when she posts stuff like Christ is King, you know, that is literally a Groyper talking point. And, you know, those Groypers were definitely very active in her chat when she debated against the other rabbi. But there's, when she starts to get, like, to the point where she's kind of showing a persecution complex, that's when I wonder if even her supporters are going to question, like, what is actually going on here? Like, what is up with Candace Owens? So glad I don't live in the same country as Candace Owens. Well, lucky you.
it's weird that you and your daughter are promoting and selling sex toys. That's why I deem you an unholy rabbi, because the industrialization of sex is harmful to our society everywhere. I don't care if you call it kosher sex. You're selling butt plugs on the internet. You gross.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Candace, what, like, so there she is. Say it without saying it. Like, she wants to live in a country with no butt plugs. That is not a good country to live in, okay? Like, no matter what your country is, you gotta have butt plugs. You're gonna need some butt plugs, okay?
Disgust me. I am a better person than you, and I do not fear you. Because as I said, you don't have the ability or the strength to fracture the relationships between me and the Jewish community.
Rabbi Shmuley, your response to that?
First of all, saying that I would fracture Candace Owens, who is the queen of American anti-Semites' relation with the Jewish community, she is being condemned.
She emphatically denies being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, and she also tries to emphasize the Jewish people in her audience, right? Now, that's kind of a weird thing to me, because if you've been paying attention to what Candace Owens has been saying, it's pretty mask off, and it's getting worse. But I mean, I don't know, maybe she does have some Jewish people still in her audience. It just seems like it wouldn't be a great number, right? Like, especially when your audience is full of anti-Semitic, like, anybody that comes in her chat is going to recognize that it is not a nice place to be Jewish. It is Candace Owens' audience is not a safe place for Jewish people. It's a
Well, 1 second. She can deny that. Let's just go through it. She defended Kanye West's love of Hitler repeatedly. She says that Israel is guilty of a genocide, just like Cenk Uygur. You know, by the way, Cenk, you and I should have a beer sometime. Maybe you'll understand why Jews are so
Get his name right. His name is Cenk Uygur. I told you 3 times now.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, Cenk Uygur. I apologize. We should have a beer sometime. Because we Jews are tired of the lies that we're murderers. I'm killing Candace Owens. And by the way, I've noticed something very interesting, not with Cenk, but with Mohammed Hijab, who I debated on your show, and now with Candace Owens. They have an obsession with Jewish sex. It's a perverted obsession. First of all, she says that the First Lady of France has male genitalia and testicles and says as a man. She said that she would stake her whole reputation on that last week. But it's the Jews. I'm a child of divorce. The big problem of marriage today is not novelty items that might bring passion back to a monogamous relationship so it's no longer monotonous. The big problem with marriage is adultery.
Ooh, how many people listen to Candace? Let me take a look. Like, when we're about to go to, we're going to finish the debate that she had with Rabbi Michael, and I'll see if I can get an estimate about, like, I mean, maybe we'll even go to Social Blade for that. Because that's a good question. I do know she is very influential. I do know that she's one of the, she's pretty popular as a Daily Wire content creator, and pretty influential. But I get the feeling that given the views that she's expressing, she's appealing to the far right more than the general Daily Wire audience.
Husbands who are addicted to porn. It's people like Candace Owens who sex shame people who want to have an erotic, passionate marriage. And the fact that Candace Owens is calling Jews in Hollywood murderers who are running a sex ring, which she said, in order to blackmail black artists and get them having sex with children so that they can blackmail them and shake them down with pedophilia. Listen, she's having a psychotic...
Yeah, so he's alluding to Candace's theory that that P. Diddy was running some kind of operation where he'd bring people over to parties, get them inebriated, offer them, like, you know, underage lovers, or in some cases maybe hit on those people himself, and then use the behavior that they engaged in, whether it's with a like underage person or with Diddy in order to blackmail them, which it's a weird thing, because wouldn't they have blackmail on Diddy then anyway? It doesn't really make sense, right? I mean, it's a variation on a lot of theories about like Epstein. It just does it. I don't know if it makes sense. Oh yeah, the whole conference room with Hebrew speakers. I sort of missed that in yesterday's stream when we watched her debate against Rabbi Michael, and I didn't quite catch what she was talking about. She was talking about being taken to the Wiesenthal Center, and being taken into a room where everyone else was speaking in Hebrew, and they were like somehow deciding her fate in Hebrew as she, like, all right, it just rings of conspiracy theory.
Down in public, and it's tragic. But why does her psychotic breakdown have to come out in the form of a blood libel against Jews, that Jews are murderers? Why doesn't she hate Mennonites? Why doesn't she hate Mormons?
All right,
Why doesn't she hate Buddhists?
Let me ask, look, given that Cenk, you raised Candace Owens before I did, what is your view of this?
Yeah, this is actually a very important topic, because unlike Candace Owens and Rabbi Shmuley, I make a giant, and I hope everybody does, make a giant distinction between the right-wing government of Israel and Jews across the world. Those are two very, very different things. So if you criticize Israel, Shmuley will say you're anti-Semitic. And if you say, hey, they have killed over 12,000 children, which is just a fact, it's a literal fact that the whole world agrees on, he will say it's blood libel. But no, but that's the government. We have to be able to criticize the government.
Name one source.
Hold on.
Name one source. Name one source that isn't Hamas. It's not a fact.
He's actually about to defend you, I think.
Isn't this frustrating, though, what he's doing here? The only source you have on that is Hamas. What he means is the health agency is the organization that would be able to make a count like that, right? And in very little other, like in terms of, like, it's a dangerous place, dangerous time to be a journalist in Gaza right now. So as far as other organizations, other international organizations being able to get in there and give a quote unquote unbiased, account, that is just not possible. But, neutral parties, when they look at the situation, estimate the number of children killed, I think between 10,000 and 12,000. And if anything, it's more likely for that number to be low, given the fact that not all the bodies could be recovered.
Can't just blood libel the Jews. There is not one source that says that except for Hamas.
Let him speak.
He said the whole.
So for the record, blood libel is a practice that started, I think, in the 1100s in England, where Jewish people were said to be utilizing the blood of like Christians or Christian children, or it's a fucking wild conspiracy theory that sort of touched on people's internal anti-Semitism and justified like atrocities and pogroms for years and years and years. To say that the IDF is committing war crimes is not that, right? It's not the same thing. That's that's a statement that's pretty hard to deny, just in terms of the number of civilians, the number of children who've lost their life in Gaza, right? It's not a statement of a ghoulish, enjoyment or, consumption of the deaths of those people. It's just a statement of, of what's been going on in Gaza since the invasion.
World. I want to know one source. Is it the New York Times? Is it Newsweek? Is it Time? Who said the Jews killed 12,000 children in Hamas in Gaza? Name one source.
Literally every news organization. Literally every news organization.
Name one. Since
in
it's
the
every,
world.
name one.
New York Times, CNN, human rights groups, United Nations, every
That
single
is a
organization
complete
says
lie. The New York Times said they are quoting
Okay, all
Hamas
right.
figures. You are lying through your teeth.
Okay,
they never said it. Quote the date.
No,
Quote the
okay,
date.
I know.
He said every
The
news
defense
source you can
secretary,
name
the
one.
US
Actually, for the
Blood
record,
Oh yeah, good point, Crotchy. Israel's only source is Israel. But yeah, they're able to just like, I mean, like, look, whether or not you believe the health, administration's figures, like you gotta believe that a lot of innocent children are losing their lives. You gotta believe that civilians are losing their lives. Also, thank you for the wait. Did I turn off the YouTube alerts? I did. There you go. I turned them on just in time for you.
Communist invading radicals.
Thank you for following. Thank you for subscribing, La Sombra.
Multiple respectable news agencies around the world and news organizations have all said that the number of children killed in Gaza is at least as many as 10,000, probably 12,000. It may be more.
Quoting Hamas figures or quoting independently verified?
Quoting the Hamas-run Palestinian
Hamas
health
yes,
authority.
I know. Okay, so quoting Hamas. So at least say that.
Okay.
Fair enough.
But they are
Hamas
accepted.
says
They are
the Jews
accepted
killed-
by
okay.
independent organisations. Anyway, Cenk, you were about to say something about the
nobody
Candace.
accepts Hamas figures.
I would like to ask Cenk
Respectfully,
about
nobody
the
accepts
Candace
Hamas
Owens
figures.
thing. Cenk.
Okay.
I mean, he would. That's his goal. That's his goal, to make it so that there are no figures available, right? That you cannot, even estimate like the impact of this attack on civilians. By saying, well, the only source is Hamas, so therefore I guess maybe there were no civilian casualties at all.
So Candace Owens' critique of
obviously that strains credibility, and obviously that was the kind of viewpoint that was actually very dominant in a lot of like early on, right? And still even when you hear figures that are pretty uncontroversial, it'll be given with a disclaimer from the Hamas-run health ministry.
Israel is perfectly legitimate, although I hate to say that about anything Candace Owens says. But when she turns to the other topic and she starts talking about a ring of Jews inside America that control the media or politics, that is as anti-Semitic as it gets. That is anti-Semitic trope 101, right? There's no excuse for it. It's not remotely true. And by the way, you have to be a moron to believe things like that.
And on the specific point, Cenk, about her saying that Rabbi Shmuley is unholy because of the kosher sex empire, what do you think of that?
Oh, I couldn't care less about that. I don't care if he's holy or unholy or what he does with his sex toys. I don't care at all. That is not at all germane to the topic. What is germane is do not attack Jews because of the government's actions in Israel. Do not make assumptions about them. That is insanity, and it is totally wrong.
Okay.
At the same time, you don't get to hide behind, well, Israel's a Jewish state, so we can kill anyone we like. No, that is terrible for the Jews. Don't do that.
Cenk,
And don't
do
hang
you
on,
really
hang on,
think
hang
that we
on. I
Jews
want
want
to
to
be-
kill anyone we want?
Okay, I want to be
Do
joined
we
now.
want to kill? Cenk,
we're
do you
actually
really?
going to be, hang on,
Cenk,
Rabbi
we're being a bit
Shmuley.
more reasonable here.
Rabbi Shmuley, you're going to like this because we're going to be joined by another member of your family, your daughter Chana, who runs kosher sex
Anyway,
in
but Cenk,
Jerusalem.
thank you for saying that. Can I just thank Cenk for saying that? Thank you for saying that, Cenk.
Yeah, he was being supportive.
But we Jews don't want to kill everybody, by the way.
But we're being joined now by Chana, who is your daughter. Chana, thank God we've got you to calm things down here.
So this is the woman that Candace called a hag.
You run the
I think it's time for our
kosher
sex
sex
shop
in.
tour.
Yeah, you run kosher sex in Jerusalem. The allegation from Candace Owens is that your father is unholy for being associated with this business. Your response?
My response is, first of all, Candace Owens, I don't take anything she says seriously. She'll say anything for attention. She knows nothing about Judaism, and she knows nothing about sex, clearly. In Judaism, sex is the holiest act that two people can engage in, especially within the confines of marriage. And that's what we set out to do with kosher sex. This was a book that my dad wrote 25 years ago, and he wrote it to enhance marriage and to make it exciting and to use Jewish wisdom to keep couples connected.
I don't know anything about Chana's, takes. I can't really speak to them. I mean, it's.
And I took those ideas 25 years later because sex had only taken more of a hit. like my dad said, endless porn addiction, infidelity.
Oh, they do have storefronts. Okay, I was wondering about that for some reason. Anyway, Piers called this a kosher sex empire, and I was just kind of like, an empire? Really? They do have storefront locations. Yeah, I was assuming it was like an internet, based thing that she was doing, but
People have lost
Kiana. Her name is pronounced Chana.
The ability to connect. And the worst part is, in my opinion, is the rates of loneliness. I think that people are desperately, very tragically lonely these days. And to be shamed for wanting to connect with your spouse when you're married for 20 years and want to keep it hot and want to keep it sexy, Judaism is all about that.
And what are your biggest
Very
selling?
holy.
What are your biggest selling product lines?
Oh no! Why is he?
Into the biggest like.
Yeah, it's book plugging time or something plugging time, right, Shmuley? Something's about to get plugged.
Well, Candace actually, it's funny. She supports and defends Andrew Tate, who just got arrested again for sex trafficking. But she called these oils that I just came out with, these beautiful arousal lubricants that are made in Israel in the Holy Land, that are specifically meant to be used between couples to enhance the sexual experience, to make it more exciting, to make sex more pleasurable, last longer. And she called me, my dad, and these products filth. One word to millions of people, filth. So, well, I forgot the question.
So yeah, she talks about she's anti-porn. Actually, Rabbi Shmuley seems to be anti-porn too. We're not talking about erotic materials or anything. We're talking about lubricants and devices, things that go buzz in the night and sometimes during the day too. If it's one of those days, right?
Well, no, you answered the question. That's obviously one of your biggest
arousal oils. Yeah.
Selling lines. But Rabbi Shmuley,
just making sure I'm asking the question. I don't want to get
Rabbi Shmuley, just fine. Do you think there is something unholy about this, or is sex the ultimate example of good holiness?
I think that sex is the ultimate.
That is the weirdest phrase that I think anybody has ever uttered. Do you think that sex is the what? Anoint me, daddy. I was just thinking that. Yeah, that's like
just fine. Do you think there is something unholy about this, or is sex the ultimate example of?
No, what's he gonna say? Yeah, I think that my daughter's stores are really immoral. I can't believe that she does. Of course.
Of good holiness.
I think that
sex is the ultimate example of good holiness. What the fuck are you? Does Pierce even know what he's saying? Has he had a long day in the office, chat?
Sex is the ultimate form of validation because it makes you feel desirable. It makes you feel that even when you don't have the accoutrements of Gucci or fancy clothing, that your very body, your essence is desirable. And
even when you're not draped in drip.
The tragedy of marriage is
even when you're not a hype beast on the streets, you can be a hype beast in the sheets. Who knew?
Is the loss of erotic desire. It's where husbands and wives become best friends and they're no longer lovers. The average American marriage has sex 7 minutes a week, I kid you not, which includes the time the husband spends begging.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the time the husband spends on himself.
7 minutes of sex is not going to be enough for you to feel that you are more than the mother of children, but you're actually still a woman. But notice that medieval Christianity really thought that sex was only procreative and that sex is only to have babies. And she's always talking about that. But anyone who actually wants to feel that sex is fulfilling, that your erotic needs are catered to by your wife, by your husband, so you don't have to go to Pornhub or anything like that. We are weaning people off of that. And
we're weaning them off of Pornhub. What? Cornhub. That's right. We're weaning them. Look at Cenk. Look at Jink's face here. This is the best part is to see Jink's reactions. Oh my God, it's so good.
It's only procreative, and that sex.
I gotta admit, Chad. I was drained for a minute there. I was too low energy, but
it's only to have babies, and she's always talking about that.
Look at Cenk. Look at.
But anyone who actually wants to feel that sex is fulfilling, that your erotic needs are catered to by your wife, by your husband, so you don't have to go to Pornhub or anything like that. We are weaning people off of that, and we're saving marriages.
Final question on this.
One final thing to all the.
All right, I was going to ask you, how much money do you make from this?
Well, you know, not enough. The kosher sex book sold very
Chana,
well.
you know, obviously, you run it. Chana, how much money do you make?
No,
So
my
listen,
daughter
this is
knows.
actually this is my company.
Chana, how much do we make on kosher sex? I got 9 kids, so I got to.
Rabbi Shmuley, you could interrupt Cenk and me. You can't interrupt your own daughter.
To help people.
Okay, I apologize.
Chana, how much money do you make?
Can I leave?
Yeah. You want me to tell you how much money I?
Wait, did Cenk just say, can I leave? He just said, can I leave?
You can't interrupt your own.
He's awkward. Look at this.
To help people.
Okay, I apologize.
Chana, how much money do you make?
Can I leave?
Yeah.
Did you catch that? Like, he doesn't want to sit here on. He's like, wait a minute. What does this got to do with me? We're like, they're selling their, you know, their products and their lubricants and everything. What does this have to do with Cenk Uygur?
You want me to tell you how much money I make?
Yes, from the sex stuff.
Oh my God, I feel bad for Cenk, I guess.
I mean, I make a living, thank God.
Well, millions, or
make a
what
good
are we talking
living.
here?
God willing. No, we're not in the millions yet. Not in the millions yet. God willing.
No, I can say clearly. I don't make anything from it. Zero, nothing.
Okay.
And Chana's
Let me go
building
to
the
Cenk.
company.
Finally, Cenk.
It needs to grow, and this is great exposure. Thank you.
Okay, Cenk, we've talked a lot of controversial stuff and had a vigorous debate as always, but can we end on a point of agreement here? Do you see anything in the kosher sex business?
What's he gonna agree on, chat? What do you think he's gonna say? Oh my God, Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership. Looks like Temporal Insanity. Temporal Insanity, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
It aligns to your world values?
I couldn't care less. I'm just mainly looking forward to leaving now.
I mean, mood, Cenk.
So, no,
Unfortunately, I'm going to leave and I'm going to go straight into the Candace Owens show. We're going to wrap up the debate between Candace and Rabbi Michael. And we're going to see her weird conspiracy theories about Michael Jackson being unalived by a ring of Hollywood Jewish people. Like, I don't know. It's really sussy shit. I mean, beyond sussy. It's
about this topic at all. I don't care.
It's mask off is what it is.
What he does with his dildos. I don't know what you want me to do.
I don't care what he does with his. Hopefully he cleans them. Hopefully he keeps them nice and clean. Hopefully they've got some products that can help you clean them, that, you know, to disinfect and to clean. That's an important.
Dildos. Where did
making
dildos
sex
come
holy and hot.
Where did dildos? Did someone say
I don't
dildos?
know. I don't
Did someone say dildo? Oh no! Oh my God! Can I please leave now? Oh my God! I'm so uncomfortable.
Why did you bring it up?
Did someone say dildos? God damn!
I just praised you for being one of those rare people who accuse Jews of
can I
genocide.
please
who
leave?
aren't
I
in the
don't
Jewish
know what
bedroom,
sex toys
and you
you
bring
sell.
up Jewish dildos.
Okay.
No, he didn't say Jewish dildos. He just said he doesn't care what you do with your dildo. Why? Okay. Rabbi Shmuley is noted for his flamboyance and self-promotion. In an article in The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg referred to him as the Baal Shem Tov of self-promotion. He's like the opposite of me. I could learn. Like, does he have a book about self-promotion?
What sex toys you
Oh
sell?
my God.
We are going to release Cenk now.
Why are you
Cenk,
bringing
thank you
up
very
sex?
much
You
indeed.
know, this is the thing.
No, he wants to be.
Well, you know, I got it.
We got to leave it
Can I
there.
answer my question to Cenk? Can I answer the question?
Wait. They sell beard oil? They sell beard oil? Is that true? They sell beard oil for real? Maybe I'm just an unknowing of subject. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to imagine what that's about. Maybe there's like, I mean, I would think that maybe, yeah, pheromone beard oil? It's pheromonal. It's like that stuff that's supposed to like attract a mate, right? Or arouse I mean, I guess in this case, you know, with the kosher married sex, we're talking about arousing a partner.
We've got to go. I'm
Let's
sorry.
have a beer sometime.
We've run out of time. Let's all have a beer and talk.
Cenk, I just really want to have a beer with you. I had a nice conversation. I had a fun insulting you. I'd like to insult you some more to your face. Could we have a beer together? Could I mispronounce your name like 17 more times at the bar tonight?
Sometime. Jews are not murderers.
Holy sex,
Make love,
lubricants,
not
and
war. God
dildos. Why
bless
not?
Wait, what did you say about dildos? God damn. The end of this debate kind of goes hard. I'm glad I didn't skip it. I'm glad I didn't sleep on it.
We are going to release Cenk now.
Release the Cenk.
Thank you very much
You
indeed.
know, this is the thing.
No, he wants to be.
Well, you know, I got to.
We got to leave it
there. Can I
there.
answer my question to Cenk? Can I answer the question to Cenk?
Guys,
Cenk?
we've got to go. I'm
Let's
sorry.
have a beer sometime.
We've run out of time. Let's all have a beer
Let's
and
have
talk
a beer
about
sometime. Jews are not murderers.
holy sex,
Make love,
lubricants,
not
and
war. God
dildos.
Holy sex, lubricants, and dildos.
Can I thank my panel? Cenk, thank you as always very much. Chana, thank you.
It's a pheromone beard oil, though. That's why. I mean, I guess, like, I mean, you're gonna put it somewhere, right? I guess it might as well be on the beard. But there's something about like the eroticization of the beard. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. I mean,
for joining us from Jerusalem, Rabbi Shmuley. Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate it.
Jesus. Holy dildos and lubricants, Batman. I have a business proposition for you. They also sell a sensual pheromone room diffuser. Ooh, that's hot, maybe, potentially. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Why am I all of a sudden I'm blushing, right? And it's like, yeah, I shouldn't be blushing. I'm not like. Anyway, how are you, chat? Humans don't even operate with pheromones. Wow, indeed. Wow, I know. Like, right, I'm kind of speechless for once. But since I can't think of anything else to say, I might as well say that there are a number of different ways that you can support me, and I appreciate each and every one of you who does so, whether it's through super chats, whether it's through super stickers, whether it's through memberships or giving gift memberships, whether it's over on Twitch through subs, through gift subs, through bits, and the whole kit and caboodle, whether it's through donations, which you can find the link for down in the description, or over on Patreon. Much appreciation to all of those who support me. Even if all you can do is lend me your thumbs, right? Those thumbs are valuable. I get good money from those thumbs. No, I get good algorithm from those thumbs, right? You hitting that thumbs up is a way of telling YouTube that they should be promoting my video to other people that watch similar videos to you. So I'll get more people that watch whatever the hell you watch on YouTube, right? And maybe somebody out there watches like holy dildo content, right? I'll get the holy dildo people in here, or sensual oil content, or you know, beard you know, maintenance content, like whatever it is you watch. You're going to bring more people like yourself into the community just by hitting that like button, which is a weird way, but a good way that you can help me. Let us now try to finish what I did not. I thought I had put this away. I wanted to finish this. This was supposed to be yesterday's stream. This debate between Candace Owens and Rabbi Michael here is wild. So I think we left off where they're talking about an article. I mean, she actually did. She said Hitler would have. Okay, so she said Hitler would have been okay if he had just done stuff in Germany, and some of the worst stuff that Hitler did actually was in Germany. If he had just stayed in Germany and decided to make Germany great again, that he would have been a good leader. Which, you know, you hear this from a lot of Holocaust revisionists and apologists and the like. Wait, they sell CBD oil? CBD? CBD?
It's actually funny because
I'm sorry.
was reading.
I'm sorry. I meant to say CBD. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about CBD oil, not anything else. What is going on? Okay, there we go. I'm talking about CBD.
Where we were not even talking about Jews, not talking about the Holocaust. A woman was asking about whether or not it's okay for people today to say that they're nationalist when it's often associated as a dirty word. And
why is it a dirty word? I want to be a nationalist for Christ. Anyway. I swear I hit the play button.
What I was saying was that it's wrongly associated with Hitler. I don't believe that Hitler was a nationalist because obviously Hitler invaded Poland. He obviously had ambitions.
That wasn't his nation.
So what we have the clip. We have the clip. So we're gonna play it.
Does she know the fucking historical like phenomenon of Lebensraum? Right, that essentially those encroachments, first encroachments into other countries were made, you know, on the basis of bogus like historical claims and the.
So again, the question that's being asked of me is whether or not national.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. That's what she's.
Word to embrace. Let's play the clip so we.
She's saying that that Hitler the globalist. That's what she's saying. I don't think she understands what nationalism is.
You can hear me and what I actually said.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually.
Is that Charlie Kirk? Or does that just look like Charlie Kirk?
Want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to.
Wait, Shmuley does make money from his daughter's store because they sell books. Oh, I see wait, his book is Kosher Lust? Is that what it's called? I thought it was called Kosher Sex.
Globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism.
So again, we're trying there to define nationalism. Does your statement, she publicly said that Hitler was a...
It's got to be Kirk. Yeah, Mars Falcon. I'm thinking the same thing. Charlie before he completely screwed up his hair. He wrote more books, so there's also...
Is that an honest statement?
Kosher Lust is an S tier stand. Yeah, I know, right? It's got to be a... What do you call those? The ones that fight? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Like the ones that like short range. Oh my God, I can't remember.
So let's talk about this for a moment. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You were asked a question about nationalism.
Mm-hmm.
You responded with an example of Adolf Hitler.
Yes, I said because Americans associate, the reason why they think it's a dirty word is because of Adolf Hitler.
You respond, and you have subsequently, and I've seen you subsequently, and I think you even said it at the congressional hearing, you have obviously condemned him for who he was. But you brought Hitler's name into a discussion.
Correct.
Okay. And you justified that this is how America feels or how people feel. And that's your take on it. It's not necessarily accurate. And in fact, it probably isn't from an actual sociological standpoint. But that's your opinion. Fine. But Candace, you put in the same sentence what he did if it just had stayed in Germany was okay. But more importantly, and here's a piece of the anti-Semitism. Why bring one of the most evil men of history into the discussion? You could just as easily have given any negative examples of nationalism. You chose to bring Hitler on, not them.
I did, and I have no. If I could go backwards in the context of trying to understand why Americans think that nationalism is a bad word, it was appropriate for me to bring off Adolf Hitler. It is totally appropriate in any capacity when you are talking about history and historical sentiments to bring up any relevant character that has created those sentiments. So I just want to yes or no. After watching that, I want to make sure we don't run out of time here. After watching that in context, do you think it is fair that Candace, you wrote she publicly...
Is Candace married? I think so. I mean, she just had another kid, although I guess I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen her with her husband, but I think she is married. Yeah, it's like a close-range fighting stand. Kosher lust. Nationalism, identification with one's own nation, i.e., and support for its interests, especially to the exclusion or detriment of interests of other nations. Yeah, I don't know how she doesn't think that's nationalism.
Said that Hitler was...
Her husband runs Parler.
Was okay.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That was the whole thing where... Oh my God.
Yes, I do.
There was the whole thing where she was trying to sell... She was trying to... Did they end up selling Parler to Kanye? Is that what happened? Her husband looks like he hangs out with Richard Spencer? Damn.
Here, because again, this discussion, we're having it between us, but I want the public to be able to, deduce what's fair and what's not fair. You then wrote this statement. A mere month after the horrors of babies being beheaded, women being raped, and the slews of horrors from Hamas, Owens went on Tucker Carlson's show to speak about how it really wasn't that bad and why should she even care? After all, she seems to think that Hitler was okay, so what's the problem? Is that true that I went on Tucker Carlson's show and said that October 7th really wasn't that bad?
Yeah, actually you did. And you did it through the implications and the words. And I actually do know where some of those clips are because I've rewatched it.
Okay, so yeah, here's what's frustrating about this. Just like the debate between Cenk and and Shmuley is frustrating because like I just showed you something earlier today as far as TYT and oh, actually Natalie sent me the second half of that, right? So remember we were talking about TYT and them talking about the limey tweet of them basically asserting a giant crime wave in New York City, and that bail reform is the reason for that, right? Apparently there's a whole segment of this. I don't know if we're going to get to it today, though. It's times.
Mm-hmm. And you specifically say you want to have an academic discussion. You specifically say, I don't want to misquote you, that you believe you have a moderate stance.
Okay.
Because you see the children dying and on both sides, and you talk about
but yeah, again, like he's got terrible takes on Israel, and is calls himself a conservative, right? So he's obviously taking exception with Candace's anti-Semitism, whether it is World War II like Hitler apologia, or whether it is her weird theories about rings of Jewish people.
The pain.
Oh, the deal to buy Parler was canceled.
And I think you do feel pain about Gaza. And this goes back to the anti-Semitism, Candace. What happened October 7th is unique. It is to even make a moral equivalency. This is one of the keys in anti-Semitism and in any prejudice and bigotry, is that an inappropriate moral equivalency is created. When someone says that this race, these people, whomever, are like dogs, they've made a moral equivalency between those people and dogs, that is bigotry. That is hatred. Would you agree with that?
I first want to debunk the idea that I did not, like I in any way said it really wasn't that bad. That statement never came out of my mouth. And I also want to show that actually, contrary to that, I condemned what Hamas did. So let's just show that clip of what I said, and then I want to get to your quotation about academic discussion. Let's just show what I said about Hamas.
I have seen every single person, including myself, condemn what happened on October 7th. Because who wouldn't condemn terrorism? It's obvious. Who would not condemn innocent Israelis dying? But if you then say that it is also sad when an innocent Palestinian child dies, suddenly this is pro-Hamas, or you need to say, even when you're talking about how sad it is that a child dies, you need to button that statement by saying, but that child was a human shield. That's not going to be my response. First off, as a mother, that's not going to be my response.
I actually don't know where did Tucker Carlson come down in this discussion?
As somebody who is about to give birth, when I see these images of children involved on both sides of the conflict, I've pointed to the people that are mocking dead Israeli children and said that they are horrific. I am even keel on this matter, and yet people think that you need to be extreme. So people that have become more radical and extreme are perceiving a moderate stance as not enough. And
because I was about to say, you don't, people can disagree with you or agree with you or whatever, but you certainly don't seem radical on this topic.
And I'm going to hold here before you comment on that, because your next sentence, as you just said, she wanted to talk about the depravities of Hamas as an academic discussion and refused to even condemn Hamas. So we just saw that I did condemn Hamas. And regarding the academic discussion...
No, you didn't. I'm sorry, but no, you made a moral equivalency between Hamas and Gaza.
I didn't do that.
There is no moral equivalency. What Hamas did is evil. It is not a tragedy only, it is evil. I'm sorry, Candace, but you make an equivalency that does not exist in most people's minds, and certainly in no Jews' minds.
Okay, so I'm glad that you said that, so people can hear what I actually said and hear what you are saying and how you are taking it. I don't know how you could write this statement, she refused to condemn Hamas, when I literally said who would not condemn these horrific events.
You don't condemn them uniquely evil. You put them in pari passu relationship.
So you're saying that even though I did, so now you're admitting that I did condemn Hamas, even though you wrote she refused to condemn Hamas.
What condemnation is? Is this where you really want to go, is have an English discussion about what condemnation is?
You wrote she refused to condemn Hamas. These are your words.
Because when you put that, at the moment you say that they have a moral equivalency with anything else, that's not condemnation, no matter what.
I didn't. I said it's sad when an innocent...
It's not condemnation. And
is
it's
it,
not...
I'll just ask you a question. Is it sad?
Is
it
not
sad?
Extreme
Sure.
To sit there and do that.
I don't want to cut each other off, okay? Because clearly what we are having here is just a disagreement. There's no reason to get angry. Do you think it is sad when an innocent Palestinian
here's the section on Rabbi Shmuley. So Rabbi Shmuley said that he doesn't know Rabbi
then you
Michael
go on to talk about me attacking Rabbi Shmuley. My audience has already seen him attacking me over the last 2 years. And I'm just going to ask you a basic question. Does a black person or any person have a right to defend themselves?
Absolutely.
Okay, because that is interesting, because Rabbi Shmuley and his daughter have attacked me and made videos of me for 2 years straight. I have responded once, and you're basically saying that I'm anti-Semitic for responding. So I want your perception of when it is that a black person.
So yeah, these are two conservatives, obviously, like Candace, I guess being like, more conservative, but, has, a different take than a lot of evangelical Christian, like Zionist evangelical Christians on Gaza. And they're both conservative, and they're both kind of doing this thing where they're playing to or alluding to, identity, which they'll criticize in other people, right? They're neither of these neither of these figures are figures that walk the walk on intersectionality, but they do talk a little bit of the talk, and that's kind of interesting, especially given Candace's background as being as not coming from the right. But it's not anything that we haven't seen before. If you've been around and seen my conflicts with people from Twitch poll, you'll know that a lot of times, reactionaries will appeal to left-wing ideas. In fact, there's a whole Discord server dedicated to that sort of thing over there.
To respond.
So, Candace, first of all, I know Shmuley peripherally. We've probably met a half a dozen times. Okay? He is an incredibly knowledgeable man. He formed L'Chaim Society at Oxford. Incredibly knowledgeable man, and with 9 kids, right? And we have something in Judaism, predates Christianity, but it's also Christianity as well to an extent, called lashon hara, the evil tongue. That to gossip, to say certain things like that is really a huge avera. It's a huge sin. It's a huge chait. I don't know all the things that he has said about you. I do know he's called you an anti-Semite, and so have I. That's not a personal attack on you and your family. For you to call a man who is extremely knowledgeable an unholy rabbi and his hag daughter, forgetting about what he may or may not have done, if he's attacked you personally, if he's said whatever horrific things about you personally, that you are a blankety, 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 blank, he's wrong. If he's attacked you or your children or your family, your mother, for you to, rather than comment on whatever he's done, to call him an unholy rabbi, that is way out of line. You don't even know what a rabbi is supposed to do.
So let me ask you a question.
No Jews, by the way,
do you view that as anti-Semitic for me to respond? So it's okay, so he can attack me for 2 years. Is he a racist, just to be clear?
I don't know how he attacks you, so I can't comment.
So what if I say that the definition of racism changes, and if you attack a black person?
So yeah, refer to my stream from yesterday. This is what she's referring to here is him describing what she's characterizing as a changing definition of anti-Semitism. But I think what he's getting at is that anti-Semitism manifests, it codifies itself, it hides itself in different ways. When dog whistles become well known, then like for example, that it's okay to be white dog whistle, right? That is something that was more effective probably when less people had heard it. And once it's kind of identified and it's out there as like, yeah, this is something that Nazis say, then people aren't going to fall for it in the same way that that they would. So yeah, and now it can hide behind phrases like what Candace tweeted out when she said Christ is king. Like, it sounds like okay, you're a Christian, you like Jesus a lot. That's whatever. No, it's actually a statement of somebody telling you that they're a groiper, right? A very specific brand of Nazis. And
you're a racist.
Candace, you don't get to get away with that. It depends how it
I'm asking
changes.
because at the beginning of this discussion, you did say that you can't tell a black person. It's been 2 years consistently of him and his daughter attacking me, saying that.
I wasn't there. I'm asking you. I'm asking all.
Okay, but if you're saying that you weren't there, why would you put this into writing? Isn't it incumbent upon you to research what's happened before you start saying to me that defending myself is anti-Semitic?
Candace, if he attacked you personally, if he said you were a black fill in the blank, then he should be reprimanded that, but it doesn't justify what you did. You don't know what a rabbi does. You don't know our theology. How dare you call him an unholy rabbi? How dare you go into the misogynistic, the anti-Semitic trope of his hag daughter, something used throughout the late 18th and early through the early 20th century.
Sorry. Hag is now anti-Semitic?
That is a term of his hag daughter that goes back into the witches of Eastern Europe. Why did you have to call her a hag daughter?
Just to be clear, because she's a witch. I think she's a witch.
There we go.
Because she's Jewish.
Because she's casting magic spells on me. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say that, like, at some point, even the people that are behind Candace still, even the people that agree with her, anti-Semitic viewpoint, like, at some point they gotta ask themselves, like, is she okay? Like, right? She why did you call my daughter, or why did you call Rabbi Shmuley's daughter a hag? And she's like, because she's a witch. She's like literally believes this stuff, right? And yeah, it does have a history of being used as a dog whistle. The question is like, okay, so here's the deal about Candace, all right? And here's what I'll tell you. And you're not going to get this from some other content creators. If you watch a lot of leftist content creators, the analysis that they will give you of Candace Owens is that she's not very smart. they're wrong. As far as right-wing interlocutors, she is one of the more savvy ones, right? So no, she's not ignorant. She's not, she says some fucked up shit, right? And yeah, like believing that that Shmuley's daughter is casting magic spells on her sounds pretty ridiculous. But she's more aware of things than people give her credit for. So does she, was she aware of this dog whistle that she was using? I can't say for sure, but there's a non-zero chance that yes, she was, right? There's some weird, we caught her using just like, it was like intricate. These dog whistles are like Easter eggs, like, right? You're just kind of like, wait a minute. Did she just say he smeared me? Did she just pronounce like smear, like schmear, like as a was that a, like, you can't tell because there are a lot of dog whistles going on here. And no, she's not, people who underestimate her do so at their risk, right? She's dangerous. She's dangerous. She is far right. She is radical. And she is spreading the kind of conspiracy theories that fucking get people killed. So I think it's really dangerous for people to underestimate her. And also, I gotta say it, okay? They're she may be viewed through a certain lens of implicit bias because of being a black woman, all right? Even by people who aren't right-wing. Unfortunately, those brainworms are loose on the American consciousness, and they do not stay on the right-wing side of the aisle, okay? So anyway, I'm not making any specific commentary on any individual content creators. I just think it's a problem in general that I've seen in a lot of different spaces for people to underestimate Candace Owens and kind of treat her as a lol cow, and she's not. She's savvy. She's aware. She is, she probably aware of a lot more than people. Also, this causes people to kind of like cut her loose of like, oh yeah, I guess she just said hag, because she's a weirdo who thinks that there's witches around, right? And not say that, yeah, this might actually be like that kind of old school dog whistle that she's using. Just given the people that she's, she's attracting in her audience, the people that she, hangs around with, right? There's a non-zero chance that there's some pretty old school anti-Semitism in what she's saying.
I would call someone a hag of any color. I think she's a witch. What they have done over the last 2 years. I believe his daughter is a hag. I said that because that's what I believe. You may disagree with me on that, but to say that that's anti-Semitic is ridiculous. I would call any person a hag.
Candace, I'm going to be very clear without trying to be insulting, so please forgive me if it comes off wrong. Okay, it's not meant to.
Look, yeah. Also, yeah, Shakespeare is bringing up the association of Jewish people and pornography. Also a trope.
And you can insult me.
I don't want to.
I've dealt with 2 years of a rabbi insulting me, so I'm totally cool with this. Yeah.
I have no desire to insult anybody.
She may also genuinely believe in witches. That's true as well.
But do you understand?
I mean, it sounds like she does. It could be both as well.
You're familiar with the history of the Grimm fairy tales and the folk tales of Eastern Europe.
I know that we can go back and we can also say
no. I'm asking a specific question.
Okay.
That the witch archetype of those fairy tales were specifically modeled and called the Jews. That the Jews of that part of the world were called hags and witches specifically because they didn't eat the same food, they had different practices, and they were excluded that way as part of the bloodline.
So you are saying that we can
into by calling a rabbi's daughter her a witch, a hag daughter. You have tapped into an anti-Semitic trope that goes back hundreds of years, whether you mean to or not.
Okay.
Now that I've told you that,
yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Do you think maybe there are better words to call her than a hag daughter?
I'm actually not going to edit my language for two people that have been attacking me for 2 years. And so what I'm going to say is that, and I want to be very strong on this, I am not going to be told whether you want to dress it up as anti-Semitism, you want to dress it up as that I cannot respond and defend myself. I'm certainly not going to be told that I need to be contained in how I respond after 2 years of consistent attacks from 2 individuals. So I want to just say on that point, you and I will never come to an agreement. I stand by everything that I said about him, and I'm not going to have that everything that I say, including yesterday, when he says that me finding the products and stuff that he sells and promotes as a rabbi to be unholy, to say that I am only saying that because it's made in Israel is totally ridiculous. What it looks like to a lot of people, and I'm going to tell you this, and I'm expressing this in case you are an individual, as I'm sure you are, that is concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism. But my suspicion is that people that are watching this are going to think that now we are using the word anti-Semitism like BLM began using racism, right? Which is to say that you cannot, let me finish my statement. I'm just telling you what I am this is my suspicion. And I have tons of Jewish listeners, but given what you've said about Dave Smith, who is a libertarian, he is not a far left liberal. He just does not support what Israel is doing. So in this, you have said that Jewish people, you've made comments about a lot of Jewish people who maybe don't agree with what's happening in Israel. You are now saying that a person who's been attacked for 2 years still needs to be careful in how they approach a Jewish person that's been doing the attacking. No one is going to accept that. That's ridiculous.
Candace,
and then to say this particular word, it sounds like everything that anybody says, it needs to be first need to weigh it against the feelings of somebody and their history. I could find examples of black people being called witches. I can't then say that nobody can ever call a black person a witch. You know, even if it has what happened in Salem, you could go on, right? But the point is that if you're a black person, you've been attacked over 2 years. I don't care if a person calls them a rabbi. In fact, I would question what it means to be a rabbi. Maybe you can explain. If you have been consistently attacking and threatening somebody, literally, he gave a quote to the.
Is there something going on in chat with people's comments getting yeeted? I know we've had this in the trouble with this with Bad Lefty and Soul Life. I don't know if there's something going on with YouTube, but.
Jerusalem Post, which actually I like the Jerusalem Post. They report on things very accurately, in which he says that he wants to bankrupt Candace Owens. That is a direct threat to somebody's livelihood. It is despicable. And because you call yourself a rabbi, it does not mean that people cannot say that it is pointedly ridiculous that you are using finances as a mode of threat against people because you don't like their speech. It is ridiculous. And let me tell you what, that leans into an anti-Semitic trope about Jewish people and money. For a rabbi to stand up and say, let's bankrupt her.
So just so you know, Delight, I can see your comments both in top chat and in live chat, at least the ones that you just posted. If there's other comments that are getting... 3 of my comments are gone? Yeah, I didn't see that.
You can scream.
I'm not screaming. I've let you talk a lot. That's not fair. I've let you talk a lot.
Candace, it's your show. You're going to edit and say what you want to say.
I'm not going to edit this whatsoever. I promise you.
Okay. Great. Terrific. I appreciate that. No one has, if someone is attacking you, you can defend yourself. And if someone is saying a bad thing about you, I would even go and defend you as well for them saying that she's a black such and such, she's a female such and such, she's whatever it may be. If he's attacking you, and again, I'm not privy to those 2 years of attacks that you have. But the moment you start saying things like an unholy rabbi, when you do not know a rabbi's job and you don't know Judaism, you don't know what is considered kadosh, what is considered holy or not holy in Judaism. When the moment you make those kind of comments, you've crossed the line. And you didn't need to make them. I get you're angry. I get you feel violated by him. I get you feel that he attacks you unjustifiably. I haven't been part of the discussions, so he may have. But that doesn't ever give you then the right to say what you said. And it demonstrates, again, a pattern of behavior of an unawareness that you have about Jewish theology, a lack of awareness you have about Jewish history, and about anti-Semitism. The fact that you can't accept what all academics, I shouldn't say all because everything's in all, but what academics, what Lord Sachs, what theologians all accept about that anti-Semitism is the unique hate that mutates. What Prager has done a PragerU video on. The fact that you can't even accept that is in itself problematic.
Wait, is there a PragerU?
Do you understand that you
Is there a PragerU video on what, like the mutation of anti-Semitic tropes?
You have decided that you, Candace Owens, are more knowledgeable, wise, and you may be brilliant in a lot of fields.
That's not what I've said. That's not. I've never said these things. I didn't say I was more knowledgeable, wise. I just said I called his daughter a hag, and I meant it. I'm not taking the words back. That's what I've said.
But Candace, the fact that you can't accept that the definition of anti-Semitism that you
I'm going to be right back.
Better than scholars, academics, Jewish theologians, better than rabbis, is a level of hubris. As I say, you may know all sorts of things about all sorts of topics, but you're now dancing in a field.
So yeah, he did. Now this was a weird thing, right? Because this is not a liberal, you know, leftist guy by any means. He's very conservative from what I can tell. But he did bring up the idea that that prejudice or something like anti-Semitism is it's not for somebody who's like not Jewish to tell somebody who is Jewish what is and what is not anti-Semitism. Like they just giving sort of a nod towards the idea of lived experience, right? Which is an intersectional idea. And you know, he was espousing that, like, and you know, you hear her kind of, I mean, you know, mostly on the right, it's like a bastardized version of intersectionality. But they'll still sort of use it in a way which is really strange.
Where Shapiro dances, I dance, where Rabbi Shmuley, you know, and I'm trying to tell you that you are repeatedly doing anti-Semitic behavior, but your underlying premise that you said at the beginning of our dialogue was that you don't accept that definition of anti-Semitism.
What I said is I don't accept that definitions mutate, is what I said to you at the beginning of this dialogue.
And I'm telling you, that's the definition of anti-Semitism.
Okay, so I don't know, like, you know, definitions do mutate, you know, linguistically. This is literally true. But also, I think what he's trying to say more than like definitions changing is that the presentation, the manifestation of anti-Semitism, it changes. It changes with time for the reasons that I said and for other reasons. Like, right, you know, the fact that people get wise, people get used to certain dog whistles, and then the dog whistles no longer function as dog whistles anymore, so they make up new dog whistles, right? You know, it's different in different places, different at different times. It's not always going to be, you know, the same as like 1930s Germany, but it can still be anti-Semitic.
You have now said that you know more than Lord Jonathan Sacks, who I believe, I'm going to guess, actually knew your father-in-law, because it's not that big of a world there. And you can ask anyone about Lord Sacks. You are now saying that you don't accept the definition. Well, okay.
What I'm saying to you is that there's debate even amongst Jewish people about the definition of anti-Semitism, as I pointed to you.
No, that's a pretty much accepted one.
If you're saying the definition mutates, then you're saying it has no definition, right?
I gotta grab my noodles. I'll be right back.
Comes from the word define. If it has definition.
Oh my God! Shape, right? This is so frustration.
Mutate. The square can become a circle, can become a triangle. That means that it has no shape. You're talking about an amoeba, right?
I'll say it again. It mutates because the definition, again, I'm quoting Lord Sacks, directly quoting him, where he says that Jews have, this is his definition, it's pretty much accepted. Jews have no right to exist collectively as Jews with the same rights as other human beings.
Yes, that sounds like a definition.
And the reason that it mutates, how that becomes manifest, is because in the Middle Ages, it's about religion. When they come out of the shtetls, when they go into the cosmopolitan areas, and in the 18th through 27th, or 20th century, excuse me, that hate has now manifested and mutated. So it's not about religion, it's about race.
Just so I'm clear, did Lord Sacks say it mutates, or are you saying it mutates?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. I apologize.
Did Lord Sacks say it mutates, or are
Lord Sacks.
He says it mutates?
Correct.
Can you just re-say the quotation, his direct quotation?
That is a hate that mutates.
It is a hate that mutates.
It is a virus, he calls it, that mutates, and that he's not alone in that. And then by the time you get to the 20th century, it now has mutated to be anti the nation. So the hate manifests as first religion, then as race, and now as nation.
So would you say that anybody who takes issue with anything that Israel does is an anti-Semite?
Of course not. That's ludicrous.
Okay, because...
That's a ludicrous statement.
Okay, because then why are...
That's a ludicrous statement.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because earlier when we were talking about Dave Smith and I said that some Jewish people don't agree with what Israel is doing as a nation, you suggested that they were self-hating Jews.
No, that's not what I suggested. What I said is there's a very difference between supporting Israel and supporting Bibi or the government. There's a huge difference. Support of Israel is to understand, and I think, again, this is a place, Eugene Bishop, who is one of the heads of the Central Conference of American Bishops, great Catholic leader, said a number of things, and Monsignor Royal Vatican of blessed memory, I actually heard him say this. Royal said he was one of the first people to do interfaith dialogue after Vatican II. And Royal said the following. He said that no non-Jew can ever fully understand the relationship between the Jewish people and the land of Israel. In the same way that no Jew can understand how a bunch of old bishops, old cardinals, go into a building, white smoke comes out, and suddenly one of them is infallible. It's a quote from Royal Vatican of blessed memory, one of the founders of interfaith dialogue in the 60s and 70s. What I'm trying to explain to you is our tie to Israel. That when you make an anti-Zionist, not just you, when anyone makes a comment, an anti-Zionist comment, that is anti-Semitism.
But when you say anti-Zionist,
etc.
Mm-hmm. And when you say anti-Zionist, you don't mean criticizing Israel's government. Just
no,
to be
you
clear.
can criticize the government.
Okay, so I'm just not.
But criticizing. Okay, but let's go. Can we follow that path for a moment? Because I think this might get us somewhere. And as I said from the beginning, I'm optimistic. I'd like to get somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
To criticize Israel's government is one thing. You want to do that? Great.
I gotta wonder about Rabbi Michael's motives here. Like, did he really come on here thinking that he might be able to have a good faith discussion with Candace Owens? Like, is he like unfamiliar? Like, I don't know. Like, right? Because the way he's talking right now is like, you know, he thinks he can make a breakthrough. He thinks he can change something. He's gonna say something. It's gonna get through to her, and she's gonna be like, "Oh my God, I never thought about it that way. Oh geez, calling her a hag was really the wrong move." I just don't know. It's a little bit sad.
That's especially you want to criticize America's involvement in its relationship with Israel. You're an American citizen. I'm supportive of that. But understanding, have you ever read the Covenant of 1988 for Hamas?
No, I have not read the Covenant of 1988.
God.
So let me tell you about Hamas. In their charter, which you can find easily online, for the Covenant of 1988, they claim that they are a subsidiary for the region of the Muslim Brotherhood, which I'm sure you know a lot about or you've learned a lot. And they call for the obliteration of all Jews. They say in Article 7 that the Muslim Day of Judgment will not come until every Jew is killed and those few who still live hide between, and this is a quote, between the rocks, behind the rocks and the trees call out, "O Abdullah, O Muslim."
He's coming into this conversation with way more good faith and empathy than most people would. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if he's not familiar with her or what.
There's a Jew hiding behind me, come kill him. The definition of a Palestine, which there is no historical Palestine, the definition of a Palestine from the river to the sea, from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, means no Israel. It is, as Lord Sachs said, it is that they don't have a right to live collectively in a nation. And so it's one thing to say, I don't agree with what the government's doing. It's an entire other thing to create a moral equivalency, which you keep doing inappropriately. A moral equivalency between anything Israel does and what happened October 7th. There is no equivalency. Israel's not going out and try to go into Arab homes and to take and torture a child in front of the parents and then kill the child and kill the parents.
Okay, now, like, I don't want to.
Israel doesn't do that. Israel is the most ethical army in the nation.
Oh my God.
Disagreement on what moral.
Oh my God, Chad, I'm sorry. I'm frustrated by the fact that I'm pressing the pause button and the start button, and it doesn't do it when I want to. Like, right? There's a delay. But that being said, like, he's so wrong that it is kind of amazing to watch. And some of the atrocities that were alleged against, allegedly done on October 7th did not pan out, did not have evidence when it came down to it. And those same atrocities are being used to justify, similar things being done to Palestinian children right now.
Equivalency is, and I tend to agree with Dave Smith that actually what moral equivalency is saying that irrespective of anything, we are going to judge these people the same. That would be moral equivalency is, and I tend to agree with Dave Smith that actually what moral equivalency is saying that irrespective of anything, we are going to judge these people the same. That would be morally equivalent, right? But we don't need to go into that because I didn't do any of that. And I just totally disagree with how you've characterized my discussion with Tucker Carlson at all. Because like I said, I clearly said I condemned what Hamas did. And then I said that it's sad when a Palestinian child dies. And then you agreed that it's sad when a Palestinian child dies. So I don't understand why these two statements seem to you to be trying to morally equate anything. I just am making two statements.
11 minutes and 20 seconds into your video, you make the comment about it being, I believe that's the time's place, you make the comment that you have a moderate stance and everything else is extremist. And what I'm trying to explain to you is that once, and I hope once you see the IDF film, we can have another dialogue.
Well, no, I'm just saying that I do think that when anything, horrific happens, it turns a lot of people into extremists overnight, and they become very extreme in their language.
You have judged.
You've not let me finish my statement. Okay, I've let you talk very much. What I have said is that when anything happens, what tends to happen after that is people become very extreme in their rhetoric. And actually, there is a really good example. Is it Joel over at Breitbart who wrote something very extreme following October 7th online? And then a couple of days later, he wrote a long paragraph apologizing and saying why he was emotional, why his rhetoric was extreme, and what he actually wants to accomplish. He recognized his own emotion. And people get very extreme when they're emotional. It's understandable. But when they are in that emotion, they start to perceive other people who are actually saying what they've always said as somehow attacking them or saying something that's wrong. And then usually, the scales fall from their eyes, the more distance there is from the actual event that took place, and they're able to hear things more rationally again. That is all that I was saying with Tucker, is I haven't really moved any of my stances whatsoever, and that is why people are bothered. Whether you think that's understandable or not is not going to change things. I do want to get to this, though, because like I said, we're not going to agree on Rabbi Shmuley. We're not going to agree on his daughter. I'm not going to agree on your interpretation that my defense of myself is somehow anti-Semitism. I intend to keep defending myself against somebody that I, view to be absolutely despicable. And actually, what I will say is that in terms of anti-Semitism, I think a lot of it stems from what I would say is individuals feeling that amidst their own communities, let's remove Jews from this. If a black person does something wrong, I immediately call it out on my show. I've said tons of things about black people acting like thugs. I've stood up against black people when they were using racism.
Oh my God, she's gonna use her fucking anti-blackness as what? Like an excuse for her anti-Semitism?
Basically just to absolve themselves from any critique. But when it comes to the Jewish community, it's very odd, I think, to watch the indefensible get defended, right? The indefensible get defended. Like what Rabbi Shmuley did over the last 2 years, I would expect people to come out and say, it's obviously wrong. Instead, what we have is you coming out.
So what you have essentially is Rabbi Shmuley, after Candace defended Kanye, doubled down on that defense, essentially used Kanye and that defense of Kanye and that spin on what Kanye said as a way to push the envelope of acceptable anti-Semitism in the culture That's when Rabbi Shmuley started talking about her. And yeah, I will grant that he's talked a lot more about her than she's talked about him. He is also a much more marginal figure than she is, so kind of makes sense. Oh, The Source, I've read that actually. Yeah. I've read this book. Novel by Michener, a survey of the history of the Jewish people and the land of Israel in pre-monotheistic days, through the birth of the modern state of Israel. Yeah, I read that actually.
And saying, well, what Candace is saying in defense of herself is actually what's wrong, rather than saying maybe both. Maybe saying what Rabbi Shmuley did was absolutely wrong. But you can't take the time. You can't take the time to look into what he said for the last 2 years, is what you're saying.
Candace,
but you wrote this article in defense of him.
Candace, this is not about Shmuley, and it was not in defense of him. And I said to you earlier in this talk, if he was saying inappropriate things, he should be reprimanded for that.
That's not what you said here in your article, though.
This is about you and your pattern of behavior and your pattern of words. And I have no issue, and maybe you should do a little bit more reading of what I've written.
You wrote, like any father, Shmuley defends his children when attacked.
Wait. I have taken on the unethical behavior of Jewish leaders and Jewish organizations publicly to the detriment of my own life. I've taken on Jonathan Greenblatt for 5 years of what he's done to the ADL. I got the receipts to prove it. You can read the articles. Okay, I've exposed him for what he's done that was not right. So when you make a comment, like when someone does something wrong in the Jewish community doesn't say anything. You and I are talking, and I have a history of both calling out people who are unethical within my own tradition and standing up for other groups that are not in my tradition that are being persecuted.
Okay.
Last year, about a year, and you didn't do the research about that, because about a year and a half ago, Catholics were being so disrespected, I'm not Catholic, by the LA Dodgers wanting to...
Oh my God, do you know where he's going with this? One in chat if you know where he's going with this. Sorry, I'm not...
honor the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, a trans group that dresses up like nuns.
They're not a trans group. They do dress up like nuns, right? I don't know. I mean, you could say it's a drag group, right? And yeah, I mean, it's like it's a charity organization, like an LGBT charity organization. It's mostly comprised of gay men, from what I know. I don't know why he's calling this a trans organization, other than the fact that they're, in public they're dressed like, nuns. So, I guess you could call that a form of drag, right? But it's not. It has nothing to do with like what the fuck?
And honoring Dodger Stadium. I not only wrote articles, my articles helped promote General Flynn to help promote Catholics for Catholics.
General Flynn!
A demonstration.
That dude is a fucking Nazi.
That I spoke at.
General fucking Flynn. Oh my God.
And I've called out Jewish people.
I'm sorry, Chad. I'm so frustrated by the fact that it literally took me, when I said General Flynn, that's when I pressed the button. It pauses 5 seconds later. It's so frustrating. I'm operating with a really old computer and a lot of substandard equipment. If you want to help me out with that, there is a thrown link down in the description so anyway, yeah, the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, I think it's a group, kind of like a charitable group, right? They do, that's all I really know about them, is they dress like nuns and they do a lot of charity work, and apparently they like baseball. Apparently they were showing up at Dodgers games and had like a night, had an event within at the stadium, and this pissed off Catholics, or certain Catholic groups felt like they were doing a parody of nuns, and so said it's offensive. That's what we're talking about. But it hasn't. It's got literally nothing to do with trans people.
Why don't you Google my name and Jonathan Greenblatt?
Great. I'm glad. I think that all together,
Okay,
everybody.
so please don't- and I'm not
glad.
alone.
I'm glad. What I'm just
I'm
trying
not
to.
alone.
I am trying to communicate to you that when people can go, and as they have seen, as I showed on my show, all of the attacks from Rabbi Shmuley, which were available to you when you wrote this article, and then they see you write something. Please let me finish my statement. Please let me finish my statement. They see that you write something. Rabbi Shmuley is an author of 31 books, was the rabbi at Oxford for 11 years, has a 30-year career of writing, speaking, preaching, and guiding people in Jewish beliefs. He has also been an activist in many causes, and most importantly, is a loving father of 9 children. And like any father, he defends his children when attacked and is proud of their accomplishments. Hold, because I never attacked them first. They've been attacking me consistently for 2 years. And then you go on. Hold on.
Candace, you're smarter than this.
I know, but just let me finish. Then you go on and you talk about me. People might say this might be a racist trope, but here we go. She dropped out of college because of a quote-unquote issue with a student loan, never even voted in elections until she had successfully created her unique brand, a pretty black woman who's politically conservative. When anyone confronts her about her lack of knowledge or wisdom, she retreats to the position of counterattacking them for not appreciating a strong black woman who goes against goes against the stereotype. When you read something like that and you see that comparison and how you are presenting people, despite the fact that factually speaking, Rabbi Shmuley and his daughter were the ones attacking me for 2 years straight. I didn't even know who they were. When you speak about me like that and make it seem like I'm sorry, let me use your words here, lack of knowledge or lack of wisdom, how do you think the public perceives that when I'm the one that's being attacked?
I'm not concerned about how the public perceives it or not. What I'm concerned about is if you believe, and I cannot judge this because I'm not aware of 2 years. I don't follow. Okay, my life is too busy. I got a congregation.
It's so wild that Candace is not aware of the fact that she's a public figure of a pretty large presence and has been for some time. And when she makes a statement in defense of Kanye West, some people are going to have a problem with that. Rabbi Shmuley is a Rabbi Shmuley is a fucked up, disingenuous guy that is enabling, and running interference for essentially atrocities in Gaza, right? He's not a good guy, but it's not like he's not responding to something, right? Candace is laundering Kanye's Hitlerism. And then goes on to, essentially make a similar statement in terms of, the only problem she has with Hitler is that he attacked other countries. If he had just stayed in Germany and made Germany great again, then he would have been fine. Like essentially complimenting Hitler, like all but in foreign policy.
And teenagers and all sorts of things. If you believe that Shmuley Boteach and his daughter are doing things that are attacking you on a personal level, not attacking your persona, not attacking what you do. I'm not calling you as anti-Semite, is attacking you for how you act, not attacking you as a human being. Please understand there is a difference of who we are and how we are.
She dropped out of college.
Please let me finish. If Shmuley
go ahead.
is attacking you, if he is attacking you on any personal way, that doesn't mean it's okay for you to attack him. You know better than that. You teach your children all better than that.
No, I actually, everything I'm saying about him, if this is holy, selling butt plugs with your daughter, I don't know.
Okay,
maybe
wait.
you're right. I think it's gross.
Right,
I think it's disgusting. And I do not, it's not the definition of holy in the Christian faith, is what I would say. It's weird to me.
Well, okay.
It's very weird. And this could be a difference in our religions. But by the way, your religion.
Oh my God. Oh my God, low-key, just shade at Judaism. I don't know what else to call that. Right? And this is, this is a trope. This is a trope, right? Look, it's Rabbi Shmuley wrote the book Kosher Sex. His daughter has a sex shop. But then to say that, I don't know, maybe Jewish people are totally okay with things like butt plugs. My religion doesn't teach me that that's okay, but maybe maybe your religion, like, right, please, oh my God. Like, yeah, this is just
religion. So I think that
this is a masterclass in tropes.
Unholy. I am referring to my religion. His relationship between him and his daughter is very creepy to me. The sex podcast.
The relationship. What? You know whose relationship is creepy? Trump's relationship to his daughter, okay? That's legitimately creepy. When a man talks about, like, you know, if he possibly dating his daughter, if she wasn't his daughter, or, you know, all the creepy things that he said about Ivanka, like, right, that's fucking creepy. A father supporting a daughter's business that happens to be a sex shop, not creepy.
Is very creepy to me. The idea of sitting down and talking to your father about, you know, topics of sex in any regard is creepy to me. Him promoting butt plugs that are sold by his daughter is creepy to me. I have a right to say that I find this to be utterly unholy, and that any faith leader, at least in the Christian community, would agree that all of this is.
Oh my God, there we go.
Vibes between the father and daughter relationship.
Like, she's literally like,
all I want. And
like, I don't know what you all get up to in Judaism, but in Christianity, that is not okay.
I do think that part of it, and this is where we get to the topic of where people perceive this and they say, is this a form of Jew supremacy? To say, suspend your Christianity because my Judaism
oh my
matters
God.
more. It's the feeling that I get when you say you.
Okay, look, I heard what she was saying, like, later in the debate. So we watched part of this debate like yesterday. I'm trying not to repeat anything for people who were here yesterday. And I did think that what she was saying about him sounded like she was describing him as like some kind of Jewish supremacist. But there she is. She straight up said it. I didn't think she used the word. I didn't think she actually used the phrase. I thought that was my distillation of what she was saying. But no, that's literally what she's saying. She's literally using that phrase. She's literally, calling him a Jewish supremacist.
You don't get to say it's an unholy rabbi. Pornography,
okay, you know
pornography is
where does she even get that?
You might disagree with that. It is unholy to Christians. The topic of pornography, peddling pornography, selling butt plugs, the commercialization of pornography is unholy. And I'm going to continue to call him unholy because that is what I deem him to be. And I say that as a Christian.
Okay, so Candace, if you made the comment, right, and you said that this man, rabbi or not rabbi, because it doesn't matter if he's a rabbi or not, from what you're telling me, your understanding of your theology is, okay? Your understanding of your Christian theology, I don't know what denomination or sect you're part of, is that what he's doing is unholy. Then for you to say that, from my Christian perspective, what this man is doing is unholy, I absolutely respect. For you to say, my position as a mother, as a woman, I find what is going on here is creepy. I don't find that anti-Semitic in the slightest, either of those comments.
Well, I mean, what she just said was anti-Semitic, but
so please hear that, because if you'd said this guy is creepy, okay, that's not anti-Semitic. That's your opinion on the relationship of what he's doing. If you said what this business that he and his daughter, I don't know if it's he and his daughter or just his daughter, I don't know if they're combined in the business, I have no idea. But that this business is, from my Christian perspective, is very unholy. That's not anti-Semitic.
That's just sex-phobic, yeah.
Not. I mean, if you had said that, I wouldn't be talking about it.
But I shouldn't have to say as a Christian, because I am a Christian and it's unholy.
Okay, no, you determine, you who are not a theologian, who does not know Jewish theology at all, and I'm pretty sure doesn't know what Gemara or Mishnah are or how they're used, or the dialogues about marital intimacy, you've decided he's unholy.
Yeah.
Now, if you said, from my Christian perspective, he's an unholy man, or he's doing unholy things, God bless you, and I'm fine with it. But you didn't. You said it's an unholy rabbi and his had daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And again, what I was really hoping to hear, which I haven't heard from you once in this very long talk, is the realization of saying, you know what, Rabbi? I hadn't thought about that. You're right. I understand how that would be considered anti-Semitic, and that wasn't my intention. I have a problem with this man. I have seen zero so far other than the fact that you say you're willing to watch a documentary film by the IDF, I've seen zero self-responsibility of saying, you know what, I didn't mean that, I didn't say that, or excuse me, I didn't mean that, that's not my intention, and I'm sorry.
Well, I just want to.
I haven't heard that from you once.
What I made clear to you is
that shows me that's really disappointing to me.
Well, I don't want you to be disappointed. And as I always say to people, I'm serious. I don't want you to be disappointed. I understand that human beings have a lot of feelings, right? Everybody has, you can say, I watched this and this is how I felt about it. For me, the reality of what I have actually said and the way that it is being interpreted, I don't think is fair. Like, that's why I wanted to go through the clips of what you said, for what you wrote that I said versus what I actually said. When I did condemn Hamas, you're saying I didn't condemn Hamas. You're saying I attacked Ben Shapiro. You don't have the clip available. I feel that actually what's happening here is you want me to apologize for things that I never said on the basis of how you felt. And that's not fair.
I have a suggestion. Okay, I have a suggestion. Okay, you and I are both politically conservative, right? I mean, I am, and I know you are. And I would hope that we're all facing the same direct way. I'd like to ask you some specific questions about the things in that article, and you just tell me, okay? Yeah. And so if I misinterpreted something, if I misread something, if I misheard something, or you feel I misunderstood something, you know, communication happens, especially when we're doing writing. Miscommunication happens. So I'm going to ask you simple questions that would define anti-Semitism with the vast majority of rabbis, Jews, and theologians. Mm-hmm. Do you believe October 7th was uniquely evil and on a whole other level than anything going on, especially anything going on in Gaza or anything else right now? From the moral, ethical, your point of view as a Christian, I am asking you point blank, do you feel that October 7th, what happened, is uniquely at a whole other level?
Okay, so yeah, they go on talking about October 7th some more. The last section of this video is like the name of the chapter, the name of the timestamp is basically a trope, right? About Jewish people in Hollywood. You know, and she said this about people that, you know, Jewish people that she seems to hold responsible for Michael Jackson's death, which, you know, was an overdose. But you know, she's essentially, and we're gonna get into this, right? As far as like what she actually said about Michael Jackson, how that connects to her conspiracy theory world building about P. Diddy, and the stuff that she said about rings of Jewish people. I mean, she uses the phrase, you know, Jews in DC and in Hollywood, and you know, this is just a barely masked, like, anti-Semitic, you know, it's essentially anti-Semitism, but with the fig leaf of it being directed at individuals rather than being directed at the group, at Jewish people at large, like what Kanye said.
And depth of evil, yes or no?
I kind of want to put on Vampire Survivors chat, but I'm like afraid that my computer is gonna like fall into pieces and the stream will end. If I try to put on one more program, I'm afraid that it's not gonna work.
I believe that what happened on October 7th is evil. We've seen.
Do you believe it is a whole other level than anything else, especially what is going on in Gaza?
Okay, wait. Let's
I think that
fast forward to here. Because I think this is about somewhere around here is where we were yesterday. Yeah, they're gonna have a whole conversation about October 7th.
I'm telling you that.
Are you going to let me speak? That is the reason why I specifically named Rabbi Shmuley, who was listed by Michael Jackson, who has been listed.
Okay, here we go with the Michael Jackson stuff.
He operates like a gang member by his threats that he's been saying against me, that he's going to bankrupt me. I'm not going to pretend that I don't think that Rabbi Shmuley operates like a thug, and I'm going to withhold my me stating that clearly because you're saying, well, that leans into an anti-Semitic trope. Him being Jewish doesn't mean anything to me. Him acting like a thug and making threats against my life and livelihood is something
Then why
that
do you call him? Fine, wait.
I did say
Stop
Rabbi
right there.
Shmuley.
Okay, so for the record, Rabbi Shmuley has not made a threat against Candace Owens' life. Livelihood maybe, right? He talked about like he wants to get he's been tweeting at Daily Wire and at Ben Shapiro to try to spur some sort of action in terms of them taking her off of the platform. Now I told you we were going to look at Candace Owens's social media presence. Oh my god, I can't get anything to work, chat. My okay, there we go. Let's see. I mean 3 million subscribers is what I'm seeing here. Let me see if I can try to pull her up in the background on, oh my god, sorry chat, my computer's it's driving me nuts. It's driving me nuts. I'm having a real struggle tonight. Once again, while we wait for things to load, you can support me in a number of ways, including super chats, super stickers, becoming a member yourself, gifting other people memberships. There's also a donation link that's down in the description, as well as the link to my wish list on Throne and to Patreon. You can support me on Twitch through Twitch Prime subs, through you could possibly buy yourself a sub. This also gets you out of the ad break too, so this is kind of important. Or even through being gifted a sub, which can happen and does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're actually active in the chat. There we go. I think we're good.
I did say Rabbi Shmuley.
Go ahead, time out, because you just said
Candace.
Okay. That is really beautiful if you walked.
She made a threat for Rabbi Shmuley against herself.
Walk that talk. You just said him being Jewish, him being a rabbi doesn't have anything to do with him being a thug.
I said that on my episode too about the bugs in the crypts.
Wait. I don't watch your episodes, Candace. Forgive me.
Well, how can you write these articles and then say I'm sorry I didn't watch it? That is completely ridiculous.
So that's what she
write articles and libel me, but then say I didn't watch the episode. You wrote a whole section on the episode.
So that's what she was comparing it to. She was saying that just like like she uses the Bloods and the Crips as examples of black gangs. I'm not sure those are like organizations that are exclusively black or anything like that, right? But and then tries to say, so therefore my assertion that there are rings of Jewish people out there blackmailing people or the whole the DC Jews thing that she said, right? It's therefore that's okay.
I watched the clips that you do, but I don't know what
that's ridiculous. You literally said wrote an entire paragraph saying that I attacked him as a thug, a monster, all of this stuff, and you bring up the Bloods and the Crips, which is from that episode, but failed to mention that I said they're using.
I watched your Blood Crips. Wait, Candace. I watched your Blood Crips part, and I read your comments on Twitter about calling him a thug.
I specifically, in that episode of Bloods and Crips, said that being Jewish is being used as seals. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're Jewish whatsoever.
But you kept calling him a rabbi. And the simple reality is, if you really believe, that Shmuley Boteach is doing something wrong.
He's operating like a thug.
Which I hear you believe. If you believe that he is acting in whatever way, calling him out on that, God bless you. But when you take it to the place of putting unholy rabbi, because that's your definition, when you take it to the place of him being if he's a jerk to you, he's a jerk to you. It doesn't matter if he's a rabbi, a priest, Jewish, or whatever, right? So why bring up the rabbi and Jewish part?
Well, first off, he goes by Rabbi Shmuley, so that's just his.
Wait. Okay. But wait, but why bring up if someone's being a jerk to you? It doesn't matter if they're white, black, purple, Jewish, Catholic, or anything else. They're being a jerk.
Okay.
So all we ever need to do is call them out for being a jerk.
I didn't say Rabbi Shmuley is being a jerk to me because he's Jewish. I just called him Rabbi Shmuley because that's what he goes by. No, but we are running out of time, so I do want to give you just a full minute here to wrap up and to express to people how you feel about this issue, because I think that's really important.
Look, first of all, I appreciate that you wanted to have a dialogue in any form. But I'm extremely sad and I'm a little bit optimistic. I am optimistic that maybe you and I can have a dialogue after you watch October 7th, this film, if you actually do see it. I will arrange for it. Just have your, I can do with Skylar, your producer.
Anyway, I feel like we've gleaned all the little Easter eggs, all the just horrible moments in this terrible debate. She calls this an interview. It's definitely not an interview. It's a debate. It's he's being called on here because he wrote an article about Candace and about her history of anti-Semitism. There was some stuff that I feel like didn't really need to be in there. The dig about her not having graduated from college. I don't think that fucking matters. And obviously this guy's got some really gruesome opinions on Gaza that are fucked up and actually make Candace look good in comparison, which is a terrible thing because she's sort of using this issue in order to, I think, launder her far-right Christo-fascist opinions and conspiracy theories, which we alluded to. I told you about her theory about Michael Jackson and P. Diddy. Here we go. Are you ready for this, chat? Are we ready? Do I need to take a moment and just catch my breath? Oh my God. And fix my... No, everything is going wrong tonight, chat. Everything is going wrong. So embarrassing. Anyway, let's wait, why am I pressing button on that? Button on wrong thing. We need the button on something else. The button on Candace Owens podcast on, it's called I'm Being Threatened by Michael, sorry, I'm Being Threatened, the Michael Jackson and Diddy
different than the Erin Moriarty that people on social media are accustomed to seeing. So what you're seeing right here, I'm going to show you the before and after. This is her when she first appeared on the scene in Hollywood, and then this was a photo that she shared. And there was major backlash to this photo because people were going, she looks so much better on the left. She looks so beautiful. She looks so sweet. Why would she do this to her face? She never needed this plastic surgery. Obviously, I routinely cover circumstances like that where I'm just asking the question of why so many young people who are clearly beautiful and you're never going to look better than you do in your youth are turning to Botox and turning to injections to alter their face. There's also people that are getting that procedure where they suck the fat from their face. I guess they think it gives them a more chiseled. All right, so I wasn't kidding at the top, guys. I am probably not going to cover this anymore because it is definitely getting a bit terrifying. Obviously, we covered this. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch. I believe it was Monday's episode. But yes, the Diddy lawsuit is absolutely crazy. Full stop. What if I told you guys that it is about to get even crazier, that there is directly a link to Michael Jackson's death? I want to be clear that when everything was going on with Michael Jackson, the lawsuits, his death, I thought that we were in full conspiracy theory territory when people were saying that Michael Jackson was killed. I actually know a lot of people that are in the industry who believe that Michael Jackson was killed, and I just thought it just sounds too whacked out to believe that somebody intentionally killed Michael Jackson. Of course, why would they do that? And also, I was believing the media. The media was extensively saying every single day that he was a pedophile, even though he factually won his case. I allowed my image of Michael Jackson certainly to be corroded by the media throughout that time period. I will fully confess that. Now, I want to remind you, before we get back into Michael Jackson, what we learned in the Diddy documents, just to very quickly recap. Well, if you read through them, again, these are all allegations, but you will come out of it understanding that there is allegedly some sort of a blackmail ring that is operating throughout Hollywood and that artists that are producing music are actually being controlled via being induced into drugs at parties, and then what takes place is they're being recorded, and sometimes they're being recorded while they are committing sexual acts with minors. And something that we also saw in these docs is that these parties, at least a lot of them, are taking place in the Virgin Islands, which again,
look,
just makes you go, what's happening here? Because Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. So that's a Jeffrey. There's a lot about this that's reminiscent of the Jeffrey Epstein issues. Now, look, with Jeffrey Epstein, he's a person who's very well connected, very influential, but not necessarily well known. In some ways, that's, you know, probably part of how he sort of hid, you know, beneath the like how he was doing what he did sort of in broad daylight and not getting, you know, the scrutiny or the, you know, the legal scrutiny that he should have been getting, right? So with Jeffrey Epstein, it makes sense, right? If somebody goes to Jeffrey Epstein's, you know, island, commits, you know, some kind of act with a person who ends up being underage, then that is definitely like blackmail that Jeffrey Epstein has on that person, because they are the ones with a reputation, and he can ruin that reputation by and this is all hypothetically, right? You know, obviously he died before any sort of legal proceedings went on, so we don't actually know. You know, a lot of this is just speculation about you know, what Jeffrey Epstein was up to with all this stuff. However, somebody like P. Diddy, you know, in most cases, other than with very famous people, P. Diddy's got a reputation too. So for P. Diddy to be providing underage partners for you know, famous people in Hollywood or in music or acting or whatever, it doesn't actually make much sense. Like, P. Diddy has a lot to lose from that situation as well, right? Now, there's more and more coming out about P. Diddy, and some of it's getting, you know, there's, you know, settlements that are happening pretty quick. I got to be honest, I haven't completely kept up on the, you know, happenings around in the allegations on P. Diddy, but I do feel like she's basically like world building, like she's fan fictioning this sort of mythology around Jeffrey Epstein onto P. Diddy without what seems to be very much proof.
Obviously, his home, or he owned an island that was just off the coast of St. Thomas. So we hear that again. I also am jogging your memory about the Bitcoin millionaire who, right before his death, found drowned, accidental drowning, even though he was fully clothed and had his wallet in his pocket, tweeted that the CIA and the Mossad were running a blackmail ring in the Virgin Islands. Something else that we learned in the Diddy lawsuit was that the media and the authorities are complicit. So the ring has real power, not imagined power. Again, I am using the word alleged because this person, despite having, you know, video evidence and he has presented photographic evidence, this has not yet gone through the court system. And so we can't say that it's entirely true. And I'd say the biggest point that we took away from these Diddy docs was that this ring, if you believe it exists, can and will murder people to protect themselves. And he intimated this event that happened allegedly at a recording studio where Diddy and his son allegedly shot someone, and it was covered up by the LAPD and then the media. All right, so within those docs, and this is where it gets relevant, there is one man that is named as being the person that can do the cleanups, right? This is the guy that you are supposed to call if you get into any.
Yeah, so she's talking about P. Diddy right now, but she's gonna segue, I think, into Michael Jackson. And her conspiracy theory around Michael Jackson focuses on like several Jewish people that were associates or friends or you know, somehow connected to Michael Jackson that she's gonna claim were threatening him. I don't, like, if she's got proof about this, I haven't seen it. And it does sound kind of wild, and it, you know, it does seem to be like a specific you know, cherry picking, revealing a cognitive bias that she has about Jewish people in particular. But yeah, this is the Michael Jackson thing. So she literally thinks that Michael Jackson did not overdose. It was not an accident, right? It was, you know, people helped him out of his mortal coil. And then she has a further conspiracy about his will and that being altered at a place where he did not go. Like, I don't know. It's just a big fat conspiracy theory that all these Jewish people, you know, put themselves in Michael Jackson's will and then had him unalived and then ostensibly, you know, received some of his possessions or whatever. I mean, I
any sort of a scenario. So in these docs, it says Mr. Combs instructs his staff to always contact Mr. Muhammad, that is Fahim Muhammad, if they are ever pulled over by the police in Miami or California. And upon information and belief, this is regarding the shooting that took place at Chalice Recording Studios. Again, he is alleging that Diddy and his son shot someone. And after that shooting, the documents say explicitly that Mr. Muhammad spoke with the LAPD after G was shot at the recording studio. The LAPD was in the recording studio and witnessed the blood in the restroom, and they went with the bogus claim that the shooting of G occurred outside of the studio. This was all thanks to Mr. Muhammad's connections within law enforcement. So again, what we are seeing there is that you call this guy and this guy will make it disappear, and the media will report whatever the incident is in a capacity that covers up the crime. Allegedly. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The cleanup guy, Mr. Fahim Muhammad, was also on the scene when Michael Jackson died. So I want to introduce you to and allow you to listen to Ian Carroll. He's an independent journalist that is investigating everything that is going on, and he explains that connection that Fahim has with Michael Jackson. Take a listen.
So this new lawsuit just came out.
Oh, God.
Shows tons of evidence that P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, has been running a sexual blackmail operation very much like Jeffrey Epstein, but in the rap and music industry for basically 30 years. And in that lawsuit, we learned that his head of security while he's running the sexual blackmail ring is this guy named Fahim Muhammad, who before working for Diddy was the head of security for Michael Jackson when he was only 21. And he was one of the first people on the scene when Michael Jackson died. And before we go to Michael Jackson, the most important part of the Diddy case to bring across is the fact that the record executives at the very top knew what P. Diddy was doing. They were attending the parties with underage girls where they were spiking drinks. They were deeply involved in Diddy's personal life. And all evidence points to them supporting his operation, or at the very least, turning a blind eye to it.
So yes, this is obviously huge. It's also potentially terrifying. And now, if you want to be rational and use the rational side of your brain, you just go, okay, well, this could just be a coincidence, right? Like Fahim Muhammad, he is in security. And yes, he obviously is high up in security. He was providing security to Michael Jackson. He happened to die on his watch. Big deal, right? Big deal. Well, I think that would lead us to the question of who exactly is Fahim Muhammad, because that's kind of a big first job to have. You're 21 years old and you're protecting the king of pop. What exactly are his qualifications? Let's go back to Ian Carroll and his reporting.
And now, here's the best part. Check this out.
All right, check this out, chat. This is the best part, all right?
Oh boy. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Governor Greg. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Marjorie Taylor.
I don't know if it's just because it's TikTok, but this for some reason this guy is giving Dash Dabrowski
Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Governor Greg. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news.
Okay, are you ready for the pig news? Here we go. Let's cover the pig news here.
In all of his bios, by the way, but we're pointing it out now. In 2008, Fahim graduated from Sacramento State University with a Bachelor's of Science degree in Business Administration with a concentration in real estate and marketing. Okay? Do you realize what's wrong with that yet? Anything coming to mind? When did Michael...
I don't know. Like, the only thing that's coming to my mind is...
Oh boy, pig news. Marjorie Taylor... Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Governor Greg. Oh boy, big news, big news. Oh boy, big news.
I'm sorry, chat.
Big news. Marjorie Taylor.
I'm just incredibly immature, I guess. Oh my god, can you please stop the pig news? Yeah, there we go. We got enough of that for now. Anyway.
Michael Jackson die.
Maybe it's like the look on his face. There's something about this guy that just reminds me of Dash Dabrowski.
June 25th, 2009, Jackson died from cardiac arrest caused by a propofol and benzodiazepine overdose.
Oh, by the way, what's up? What can you do? Welcome to chat. Welcome, streamer. Welcome chatters. Welcome raider. Welcome. What do I always say? I love how like I get a raid on YouTube and I can't remember my normal raid spiel. Welcome to the chat though, and good to have you with us.
Caused by his doctor, apparently.
And yeah, as far as the TikToks being repetitive, like that's literally they're scrolling through his they're scrolling through his page, right? He begins every video the same way. That's the joke about Dash Dabrowski. I'm sorry for forcing TikTok on people. It's what I do.
Hold up. Hold the phone. Pause.
What's Waluigi saying? I believe he's saying wah, something like that. Come on.
Why is a dude who just graduated college last year with a business and real estate degree the head of security for the king of pop, for Michael Jackson, the most famous musician of all time?
Yeah,
I would assume that anyway, I'm not gonna like answer this because this is just this is just Candace Owens like world building here, right? Her theory about Michael Jackson it wasn't an overdose. Somebody did him in, and that like her theories about the rings of Jewish people in Hollywood, her theories about the rings of Jewish people in DC. I mean, it's weird fucking anti-Semitic conspiracy theories is what we got.
Remarkably suspicious, and if we had a media that was interested in actually presenting the truth and not just propagandizing on behalf of the state, they would probably explore and look deeper into who this character is. But of course, that's not what the media does. Instead, they are meant to convince people of certain narratives. And like I said in the past, I've been a victim to that. I was obviously very young when everything was going on with Michael Jackson, and I believed the media, which is why I was kind of stunned to kind of go back and revisit the Michael Jackson case. And Ian has...
Oh no, Rabbi Shmuley appears here.
And I did not know this, maybe perhaps because the media wasn't...
Oh, that's right. Okay, now I remember.
The end result. But yes, the FBI raided Michael Jackson's home. They poured through hours upon hours of the video footage that he had, other materials, documents that were in his house, trying to find this connection to Michael Jackson and potential child abuse. And what ended up being the result was that they could not find a single shred of proof that Michael Jackson had abused any children. And yet, despite this, the media convinced us that he was a pedophile, or maybe they didn't convince you, but they definitely did a good job convincing me that Michael Jackson was a pedophile. And to be clear, maybe it's perhaps the lack of evidence that was ever uncovered. Michael Jackson was found not guilty of all of the charges that were brought against him.
I'm not an expert on Michael Jackson. I've heard a lot of stories about sleepovers with children, stories about Jesus juice being given to those children. I didn't pour through the documents. I don't have like a strong opinion on Michael Jackson's guilt. All I can say is that it just fucking strange situation all around. Like, right, that that parents would be like, yeah, no, my kid can go over and have a sleepover with Michael Jackson, despite all the allegations, and that that Michael Jackson was like that. This was what he. This was his social life. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Right, but Candace is just sweeping for this guy. You know what I mean? Like they looked through all of his security footage and they didn't find a single piece of footage like implying that he did some. Anyway, I don't know.
But that didn't stop the media's obsessive attacks against him. They still wanted people to believe that this man was a bad individual. And so they shifted their claims and they started revealing in so many articles, so many front page news pieces were written to tell the masses that Michael Jackson was a raging anti-Semite. It is a fact, by the way.
Whoa. Is this real? Is this real?
List of people in the industry that he said were his.
Wait, is this real? Is there evidence of Michael Jackson being an anti-Semite? Because the fact that a known anti-Semite like Candace Owens is going to defend Jackson against supposed, I've never even heard that there were allegations that he was anti-Semitic, but maybe this is a thing.
Enemies, okay? On that list were people that all happened to be Jewish. So it was lawyer Gloria Allred, music exec Tommy Mottola, Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, you may have heard of him, and I'm going to mention him later, Israeli illusionist Uri Geller, and also Michael Jackson's former manager, Dieter Wiesner. Now, to be clear, it was Dieter himself that revealed that Michael Jackson had this list, but he says that Michael Jackson was just paranoid, that Michael Jackson thought that these industry people were all colluding to try to ruin his life and to take over his life. And again, that was just Michael Jackson being crazy and being a raging anti-Semite. Well, Ian Carroll also investigates those claims as well. Take a listen.
And yes, Jackson did say that the Jews are, probably referring to the Jews in the music industry, are like leeches in the
Jesus Christ, that just rolls right off your tongue, doesn't it? That just rolls right off your tongue. And then you have to stop yourself and like, oh no, of course I don't mean all Jewish people.
But when you look into those allegations or those insults, you realize that because of his will that was probably fake and filed right before his death. So the will was signed on July 7th in Los Angeles by 3 witnesses. But Jackson's family pointed out that he was in New York that day, and there's video proving it. So they changed their story. But the witnesses definitely saw it, and it was just in New York. So anyways, because of this will, John Branca was put in charge of his estate, which included his net worth of $230 million, but far more importantly, his 50% share of Sony ATV worth $750 million. Yes, he was taking on Sony. He was going after the hand that feeds him. And when you look into John Branca, in 2003, Jackson fired Branca because he was siphoning money out of Jackson's accounts in collusion with Sony Music CEO Tommy Mottola and funneling it through a bunch of offshore accounts in the Caribbean. John Branca is Jewish, and Tommy Mottola is also Jewish.
Oh,
wow.
My God.
Did you guys know that? Did you guys know any of that? Because I certainly didn't. I didn't realize that this was a conflict.
This guy did everything but put 3 parentheses around their name. Like, what the fuck?
At the end.
Yeah, she's not beating the anti-Semitism charges. And I am not.
His life that suddenly they were alleging that.
I'm not beating the shitty computer charges.
He signed a
Sorry
new
about this
will
chat.
And handed everything over to the very people that he was fighting, the very people that he was saying were colluding to take things from him, ended up, in the end, taking things from him, despite their remarkable mistake saying that he signed this new will in a place that he simply wasn't at. So yes, Michael Jackson.
So here's the thing about Candace Owens and conservatives in general, and you have heard this in the Stop the Steal bullshit, right? Like, they will cherry pick information about a court case that went to court and often, like in the case of Stop the Steal, was dismissed and say, isn't it funny that this was this and this was this, but this couldn't be this? Oh, geez, yeah, that is funny. That's the kind of thing that you should, that's the kind of discrepancy that you should take to a judge and say, isn't this weird, right? If his estate, if his will was signed in a place where, people can prove he wasn't, then I would say that's a pretty good grounds to take the whoever got put in charge of his estate off the estate, right? But that didn't happen. And I know that if we asked Candace Owens about it, she'd be like, the judge was in on it. The judge was in on it. Was the judge Jewish too, Candace? Is that what happened? Is that what you know what I mean? They got an answer for everything. The judge was screwed up. The judge was corrupt. Yeah, no, that's what happened. That's, I don't know. And this idea of this guy, the security guy that supposedly is like this fixer, that if anybody ever gets in trouble with law enforcement while they are, breaking the law on behalf of P. Diddy, then just get in touch with this guy and he will make the problem just go away, right? Some of the shit is just
transferred over to
out there.
Individuals who happened to be Jewish. So what do we make of all of this? What do we make of all this? What do you think about all of this? Well, I'm going to be honest with you that...
Wait, no, objection, Your Honor, objection. Your Honor, she's leading the witness. She's leading the witness to anti-Semitic conclusions. What the fuck, Candace?
These claims keep coming up too often in Hollywood for me to be comfortable
Oh
with
my God.
Right? We saw
Hollywood. There we go.
Now the Diddy lawsuit. It's not just now Michael Jackson. We also have seen these claims with Kanye West, notoriously, obviously, when he tweeted out, "I'm about to go DEFCON 3 on some Jews," and the media freaked out, and people...
He didn't say some. Look, it would have been weird even... Oh my God. It would have been weird even if he did say some on some Jew. Like, right? Like, but it's really weird. What's really weird, what's even weirder is the fact that he didn't say some. He said the. He said the. Like, which colloquially means all of the Jewish people.
He meant, and I very much abstained from speaking much about the issue because people were so emotional that people couldn't hear, even if I had shared, and even when Kanye did share that he was speaking about specific people in Hollywood that he believed were coming after him and were trying to control him. He actually named some of those individuals. He shared personal text messages of a friend of his, a personal trainer to the stars, who again happens to be Jewish, who was threatening to put him in the hospital and to drug him against his will. Harley Pasternak is...
Oh my God.
And the media...
We went over this, right? Yeah, there's a screenshot from Harley, from this guy Harvey Pasternak, that just sounds like he's responding to his superstar client. This is Kanye we're talking about, right? Saying some weird fucking sussy anti-Semitic shit to him, like, because he's Jewish. And his response is like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Do I need to call somebody? Do I need to get, what's wrong with you? What's going on with, like, right?
Barely reported on those text messages that he shared publicly because obviously he was enemy number one. And here's what else I will tell you. When
they never provide any evidence, they provide a thing they heard someone said about another person saying something to someone, and then they run with it. Yeah, exactly, right? They're trying to take the trial out of the courtroom and into the media. And also decontextualize the fuck out of everything that they're saying. Yeah, no one deserves to be harassed with anti-Semitism. Like, yeah, what do you do if if you're somebody who trains a lot of famous people, like, you are not trying to have a conflict with Kanye West. You are not trying to blow that up and make that public. However, if you're this guy, you are probably, this is not the first time that he's had Semitic questions or discussions sort of foisted upon him by Kanye.
That Kanye situation went down, I was being threatened by a person named Rabbi Shmuley.
Oh God, here we go. We're back to Rabbi Shmuley.
Michael Jackson put on his enemy list, the person that I had never heard of, was threatening me and saying that unless I came out and said things explicitly against Kanye, he would effectively ruin my life. He said that he would take out a front page ad and smear me as an anti-Semite. And it wasn't just him, it was also his daughter. They were messaging me saying, "Don't mess with Jews." Very bizarre stuff, and they have not stopped, to be clear. And him and his daughter have consistently pulled clips from this show, taken them out of context, and tried to convince Jewish people that I hate them.
Candace Owens is gripped with a poisonous, almost pathological hatred of Jews. It's actually become very serious. It's actually almost frightening. When you see a woman like Candace Owens blood libeling the Jewish people, Candace Owens is losing it. Her anti-Semitism goes by the day.
There is something really, truly wrong with Candace Owens. You guys know that I dislike liars and anti-Semites more than anything in the whole entire world. And here, we have a combination of both. Candace Owens simply will not stop defending Kanye West. It's like an obsession. If she's unable to genuinely and authentically condemn what Kanye said, it says a lot about her. If you come for us, we'll come back at you with everything that we have. I have heard from hundreds of you who feel so backstabbed and betrayed and disappointed in Candace Owens and
oh
others.
Shit, music. Oh no, that's
enabled and encouraged Kanye West to continue spreading lies.
I recognize that music, chat.
Hatred. Candace Owens posted a picture of my face and my name and my account to her over 4 million followers yesterday, many of whom are violence crazed and unhinged.
You really went down.
Yeah, I mean, she's actually not wrong about that. Yeah, so that music, I got worried for a second, chat. That is music that is either, I can't remember if it's copyright free. It's either copyright free or I've got the license for that. So no worries about that track, chat. I believe I've used it on, it's been used on one of my videos before.
And that's a sliver of what she actually deserves. She is such a liar. She is an anti-Semite. She hates Jews. She has a thing with Jews.
It's incredible, isn't it? Like, weird.
And while Jews are being attacked around the world, she finds it really necessary to spend her time, use her platform to defend and protect Kanye West while she talks
a Hitler lover.
Crap about
Kanye
Israel.
West is not just an anti-Semite. He's a Hitler lover. That's a different
literally,
level altogether.
Literally. She is abominable. I actually am disgusted by her because she hates Israel. We are coming for you, Candace, on the media, on social media, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter.
The more she defends Kanye West, the more we're going to call her out.
Defending Kanye, we will come for you.
It's utterly ridiculous. It's insane. I know many Jewish people watch this show. Many Jewish people are my friends. And so what I believe is something that should be explored is whether or not what's happening is that
No, I feel like what's ridiculous is defending Kanye West's like blatant anti-Semitism. Also, that's a great freeze frame. I'm sorry, Candace.
just like within all communities, there are gangs, right? Gangs.
There we go. I'm just saying they're gangs.
We've got the Bloods and we've got the Crips. Well, imagine if the Bloods
I'm just saying
were doing horrific things, murdering people, controlling people with blackmail. And
I'm just saying that that in the Jewish community you have the Shmuley gang. That's like this man and his daughter and their kosher sex empire are some kind of criminal syndicate that's, you know, making threats and shaking people down. Like also, like, she should be careful because blackmail, that is a crime that has a legal definition. And if you go on fucking social media and accuse somebody of doing a crime which has a definition and they can prove that they didn't do that crime, that is a fucking pretty strong case for defamation.
then every time a person spoke out about it, the Bloods and the Crips would call those people racist, would get the media to say those people were racist. Any person that was talking about a specific gang, a small group of people, would say, oh my God, no. That's like slavery. You can't at all say anything bad about the Bloods and the Crips. And the entire Black community believed it and was scared and thought, oh my God, like, is slavery actually coming back? It would be emotional manipulation because, of course, we would know that despite the fact that the Bloods and the Crips are Black, that the majority of Black people do not support the crimes that they have committed, the crimes that they continue to commit. It's a gang. But what if that is what is happening right now in Hollywood, if there is just a very small ring of specific people who are using the fact that they are Jewish to shield themselves from any criticism? It's food for thought, right? And I think, again, there have been enough people that are speaking out about a ring in Hollywood, also a ring potentially in DC, that we should start to ask those questions.
She's just asking questions.
Black, Spanish,
Chat.
Jewish, Chinese, Japanese.
No hate, no racism. She's just asking questions.
All Americans should want answers because this appears to be something that is quite sinister. I will put a button on this by bringing up some tweets from Meek Mill. He has been under fire. The Black media, quote unquote Black media, is saying that he is gay. And he tweeted this: I want to get citizenship in Ghana. America is made to tear Black men down if you don't follow orders. Every black blog site enhanced that post to make me seem gay. I change laws for our people and I donate millions. They are designed to destroy the image of black leaders. It can't work with me though. You gotta really kill me. And I still will get bigger after death. This is God, not me. LOL.
What?
Okay. What do we say to that? Oh, well, what we always say every time a black man speaks out and says that he is being intentionally smeared in the press, we just say, well, Meek Mill must be paranoid. Meek Mill must be crazy.
Wait, I didn't understand the part about this is God, not me.
Again, how many people are we going to keep saying that about before we actually have a meaningful discussion about something that could be quite sinister happening in Hollywood? And yes, I think it is potentially so dangerous if these documents against Diddy are true that they will kill people before they allow that ring to be exposed. And that is all that I am going to say on that matter. While experts anticipated rate cuts, inflation in the—
Oh my God, so we got the inline advertising here. I'm going to show you one more thing before we end tonight. This is going to be oh wait, it's over here somewhere. Oh yeah, chat, this is what I wanted to show you. Just kidding. Just kidding.
News. Oh boy. Oh boy. Big news. Governor Greg. Oh boy. Big news. Big news. Oh boy. Big news. Oh boy. Big news.
Anyway, that's enough of that.
like 2 years ago, a very long time ago, relative to just the political moment. I declined to publicly insult my friend. Some people were offended by that. I understand the offense.
So she's talking about Kanye, and not only did she publicly decline to publicly insult her friend Kanye, she swept for Kanye. She spun for Kanye. She turned Kanye's obvious anti-Semitic statements into, like, tried to turn it into some kind of a you know, acceptable thing, right? No, he doesn't mean, when he says like DEFCON 3 on the Jews, he doesn't mean like all Jewish people. He means, like, you know, I don't know. He means one of these rings that she's talking about, you know, either the DC ring or the Hollywood ring or whatever she's trying to say, right? You know, it's just a classic anti-Semitic obfuscation.
Also hope that some people respect that when you have a real relationship somewhere, you don't turn those individuals into a headline because there's peer pressure to do so. Regardless, Kanye West notoriously tweets that he wants to go DEFCON 3 on Jews after he goes to bed, and the press went,
yeah, on Jewish people is what he said.
Crazy. People were very fearful. I obviously had an inside track. I knew that he was being threatened.
I knew that he meant, sure, God.
And behind the scenes by somebody that was close to him, a Jewish person by the name of Harley Pasternak. And that was a part of the reason that he was so upset. So I did a show the day after Kanye tweeted that, before he did any interviews, the day after just the tweet existed.
Okay, so I want to point something out here.
Essentially to just give him some time. I said, I don't think he is going.
This is really important. All right. You do not, in fact, have to hand it to them. Whether it's Rabbi Shmuley or whether it's Candace Owens, this is clown versus clown, okay? At the very best. And, you know, when we're talking about Candace Owens' anti-Semitism or Rabbi Shmuley's defense, you know, apologia for genocide, this is worse than clown on clown. This is monster on monster. These are both bad people, and you don't have to take a side, right? Yeah. The thing about Candace Owens is that, like, her takes on Gaza are you know, unobjectionable, especially compared to Rabbi Shmuley. But however, you got to understand what she's using that for, and you got to take people like Candace that are trying to kind of slip into the you know, the anti you know, genocide movement here, and scrutinize them a little bit. Like, ask yourself why they're doing that. And in Candace's situation, all Gaza is a football to be used for her anti-Semitic purposes, right? She's not coming from a real place. She's not coming from the heart. Shmuley is a clown. Shmuley is absolutely doing apologia for for ethnic cleansing that's going on, and for what the ICJ calls a plausible genocide that's going on in Gaza, right? He's a fucking monster, but so is she. You really don't have to take sides on that, right?
Going to blow up Israel. Let's all just calm down and give him some time to explain what's going on. And since that very moment, a man by the name of Rabbi Shmuley and his hag daughter have been harassing me. They have made videos after videos smearing me, libeling me as an anti-Semite, saying that I defend Hitler, that I defend, just an absolute nonsense. I want to be clear, it's been going on for 2 years. They watch every minute of the show, take me out of context, and essentially are trying to create hatred between me and the Jewish community, which is just never going to happen. I'm telling you, it's just never going to happen. I have too many Jewish friends. I love Jewish people. They're a part of my story so much in the things that they have done for me since I was a child.
Yo, anybody that she's referencing, like her Jewish friends, right? And when they see that they're getting used as fig leaves for this bullshit, I don't know if they're gonna want to, maybe you had Jewish friends, right? When you say shit like this, when you agree with Kanye, I don't know what you fucking expect, right? She claims that she's got Jewish people in her audience that support her. I'm kind of doubtful about that. I don't know for sure. I mean, there's but what I saw when I looked at her chat, right? So she did the debate against Rabbi Michael live, right? And she had a chat in there, and it was a bunch of groypers. Like 100% of the chat was just Nazis. Like, it was gross, right? That's who her fucking audience is. I can't imagine being Jewish and being like, oh, look, my favorite celebrity, Candace Owens, is doing a live stream. Let me pop into this and see what's going on. And you pop in, and it's just all like, it's like the worst shit. It's the worst shit you can imagine. It's, stuff that I can't even say on YouTube, right?
I've shared that with you. We don't need to recap that. It's never going to work, but he won't stop. The threats don't stop. And I showed you guys basically just a small snippet, really just a minute of their harassment over the last 2 years. And some of you guys were very stunned and shocked, and I'm finally defending myself, and I feel good about it. Like, I'm not pregnant anymore. I'm like, let's go. Like, let's go, Rabbi Shmuley. So he sees me defending myself, and he's now doubling down. He's getting crazier in his threats against me.
Look, I mean, in all fairness, he does post a lot. Also, in all fairness, like, what she's doing when she's sweeping for Kanye is incredibly destructive. She's, normalizing a really virulent mask-off form of anti-Semitism and trying to walk it back as like, it's not really anti-Semitism after all, right? Maybe it's
This is unbelievable. The Jerusalem Post, which, by the way, I actually really like that publication because they do a very good job of just telling you what happened. There's no twist on it. They're telling you, basically, here's the headline: Candace Owens and Rabbi Shmuley squabble over anti-Semitism, blackmail, and Kanye West. And they do a very good job in this article of just giving you the play-by-play of what has happened since the very beginning. But buried into this article, I could not believe this. Like, they reached out to him for a comment, and he actually said this, quote, "There can be no question that Candace's serious defamation against me and the Jewish community must be met with a comprehensive lawsuit that will bankrupt her." Bankrupt her. He wants to bankrupt me for defending myself against him and his hag daughter, right? Why do I call him an unholy rabbi? Because who does that? It's one thing to say, like, I want to sue somebody. It's another thing to say that I want to bankrupt that person. He constantly makes these sorts of financial threats. And why should...
I mean, like, look, on one level, he's trying to get attention, right? She is a great foil for him as far as somebody who is, mask off anti-Semitic. And in the same way that she's, using... she brought that rabbi on for a debate the other day for a specific reason, right? Because she knows her audience is largely comprised of mask-off anti-Semitic groypers, right? So, like, her going up against a rabbi, especially a rabbi who is, saying, doing apologia for what's going on in Gaza right now, is going to make her a hero to those people. And he's doing, kind of the same thing. He is posting a lot more, right? But he's also hungrier in terms of as a social media figure. She's a pundit for the Daily Wire. She's got her proverbial bag at this point, whereas he's trying to make himself I mean, he's getting a lot more attention post October 7th than he really ever had before. But essentially what he's trying to do in picking a fight with Candace Owens is that too. But on another level, when he calls out her anti-Semitism, that is real. That is actually happening. But it shouldn't take Rabbi Shmuley to let you know that that Candace Owens is is a racist.
Talk about that, because if I or somebody else said, oh, Jewish people always try to come after people in the means of money, it would be referred to as an anti-Semitic trope. Well, what is he doing right here if not engaging or creating that very...
So what, again, objection, Your Honor, leading the witness.
Trope.
Leading the witness to an anti-Semitic trope. She's like literally saying, but the trope is real. Look, it's right here. It's Rabbi Shmuley.
By saying that he wants to bankrupt somebody. Why? Oh, because she's defending herself. She doesn't have a right to defend herself. I can go after her and smear her and libel her for 2 years straight and she better not say anything. Listen, Rabbi.
Thank you, Lena.
I don't know what thug life you think you're a part of, but I want to be very clear that I am definitely an uppity Black person. I say that obviously as a nod to Clarence Thomas when he was testifying and saying that if there's a Black person who ordains to think for themselves, these people are deemed uppity. And I want you to know, Rabbi Shmuley, that I am indeed an uppity Black, okay? I am not taking kindly to your threats. So let's just get to the bottom of them. What's next? What's next? I don't fear you, okay? So you want to bankrupt me for defending myself? Is that what you said, by the way? Are those one of the reasons that Michael Jackson put you on a list of individuals that he felt were threatening his life? Were you threatening to bankrupt him? Why don't you answer the questions? I don't fear you whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, obviously bankrupting her is a ridiculous proposition. Look, Alex Jones is in a bad way because he made defamatory statements. Unfortunately, spreading racist tropes and running cover for racist people is not a crime, right? So, could he possibly get her pulled off a Daily Wire? Yeah, I think Daily Wire is probably considering how and when they are going to cut ties with Candace anyway, and any sort of pressure, especially from a conservative person like Rabbi Shmuley, who's getting a lot more attention now. I guess that could have some effect on it. But as far as bankrupting Candace, look, she's gonna go away from the Daily Wire with a big chunk of their audience. If she wants to do her own thing, a la Tucker Carlson, if she wants to join Tucker Carlson and work with Tucker Carlson, or if she wants to work, go to, there's a million different things that she could do. She's going to be fine, right? Even if you could expose her completely to all of the non-anti-Semitic public right now, everybody that has a problem with what she's doing were to know how virulently anti-Semitic she was, it still would not bankrupt her. So yeah, I mean, he's Rabbi Shmuley. Of course he's going to be, a ridiculous clown.
So what's next? You've already libeled, you've already smeared, now you're threatening to bankrupt. What are you gonna do next? You're gonna kill me? Are you gonna kill me because I refuse to kowtow to you, because I'm not fearful?
That sounds like a persecution complex. I don't know.
Of you, and I think it's weird that you and your daughter are promoting and selling.
Are you really afraid of Rabbi Shmuley and his daughter? Do you think that they're gonna
sex toys? That's why I deem you an unholy rabbi, because the industrialization of sex is harmful to our society everywhere. I don't care if you call it kosher sex. You're selling butt plugs on the internet. You gross me out. You disgust me. I am a better person than you, and I do not fear you.
Again, so for anybody who's wondering, right, if Candace Owens, her dream world is a world without butt plugs, that's the kind of world that she wants.
I said you don't
no
have
butt
the
plugs
ability or the strength to fracture the relationships between me and the Jewish community. You don't have that power. So what's next? Show us. I want everyone to see what you do to me.
Yeah, so it is true that Rabbi Shmuley's audience, his following, is primarily of evangelical Zionist Christians rather than Jewish people. But that being said, I don't think it takes Rabbi Shmuley to, you know, I think that most Jewish people with any sort of awareness of Candace Owens, what she said in defense of Kanye West, what she said in defense of Hitler, like, they don't need convincing. They are already off the Candace train if they were ever on it to begin with.
I want you to have the largest platform in the world so people can see what people like you do and what you think you have the power to do. Hey guys, if you like this video, you will definitely...
Oh my God, what? That was the whole video. Okay, well there it is, chat. Like that. That was painful. That was painful. How are you doing? We got a few minutes to talk. Here, I actually gonna end on time for once. How is everybody? That was wild. Rabbi who exactly? This is Wait, did she say that? Did she say butt plugs should be sold in bodegas, not on the internet? Or is that just like, maybe that's a joke? Yeah, use Cohen Owens for butt plugs. That's what they need to do. They need to offer a special at the kosher sex store. Candace has an ad up there for Andrew Tate defense. Oh yeah, she's a huge fan of Andrew and Tristan Tate. Hey, just like Michael Jackson, they did nothing wrong. It's the Matrix. It's the Matrix that makes you think that. Oh my God. So chat, I'm going to be streaming at you tomorrow. I believe that we're going to be talking about a little conflict between Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks and Olaymi. That's right. Anna and Cenk have gone out after Olaymi once again. We saw Olaymi's tweet clapping back, but what we haven't seen is the TYT, you know, essentially alluding to her, if not straight up bringing her up once again. So that's the conflict that we're going to be dealing with tomorrow. I don't know. I'm kind of glad to be done with Rabbi Shmuley and Candace Owens. This was a strange and terrible drama. I mean, it's messy. I'll give it that, right? It's very messy. It's very messy, but like, it's just kind of like, it's messy plus anti-Semitic plus like pro-genocidal. It's like, it's not a mess that's really fun to pour through. Whereas I think we'll have a lot more fun seeing Olaymi dunk on Cenk and Anna tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope you are too. As I've said before, there are many different ways that you can support me, whether it is through super chats, super stickers, through getting yourself a membership, through gifting somebody else a membership on Twitch, through subs, through gift subs, through bits, etc. Through donations, which the link is down in the description, as is the link to Patreon and to my wish list on Throne. I appreciate all the support that I get from everybody. Remember, it's only through you, it's through viewers like you that I'm able to come to you day after day, week after week with more of this stuff, and much appreciation to everybody. I am going to try to get together a list of it, at least the members and the Patreons. So if you are on that list and you don't want to be named, I don't think, like, I'll look through and make sure that nobody's like using what looks like a real name or anything like that, because I'm not trying to you know what I mean? I'm not trying to put your, you know, if your YouTube account is your name, I don't really want to, like, you know, I'm not trying to like put that at the front and the end, but I want to recognize the people that, you know, that help me, that they're like literally the only reason I'm able to do this, right? It takes a lot of time and research to get this together. God, the research for the Candace Owens shit was actually a lot more taxing. And so I totally appreciate those, who facilitate me being able to do this at all, because it takes a lot of work, but it's something that I love to do, and I think I've got a lot of important stuff to say. So yeah, thank you everybody for being here, and I'm gonna try to do better about recognizing those who are sustaining the show day after day and week after week, because it's honestly, without you, I couldn't do it. And even if all your contribution is hitting that like button, it's more powerful than you think, and I appreciate that too, right? I know not everybody can support me financially, but a lot of you are supporting me through thumbs up and through just watching the stream, and I appreciate you as well. I'm trying to think. I feel like we should do maybe on Friday. I don't know. I want to do a like a members only stream, right? Where I make myself a little bit more accessible. Maybe we play some video games, and I'll try to maybe even take a few calls and stuff like that. I say members only show. I have this thing, Chad. I have this like radical empathy, and I can't actually be like, I can't shut the door in anybody's faces, right? And I know there's some people, like I said, that all you can do to support me is hitting that like button. I'm gonna try to have a back door for you all to sneak into the movie theater, because I don't want to leave that movie theater back door locked, right? I want to make sure that even people without the means to financially support me are still able to get in. So I'm thinking that back door is going to be our Discord. Let me get you the link right now in case anybody is not in the Discord yet and wants to be. And this is especially true. If you're somebody that is a huge fan, but you can't exactly, the finances are not good right now. Hey, I understand. The finances are not good for me either. So believe me, I want to make sure that this is accessible to you as well. So officially it's a premium streamium, but just between you and me, I'm not turning anybody away, because that is, look, I learned from the best, and by the best, I mean Sam Cedar. And when I had no money, Sam Cedar always left the back door to the theater open for me, and I always got to experience the fun half of the show, even though back in the day, it kind of seemed like it was a members only kind of thing. So here, let me give you the link to the Discord. Boom. Wait, yes, boom. There's the link to the Discord. Is it? Yes, it is. So if you're not in there already, especially if you want to see stuff like the premium streaming, what I'll try to do is maybe hang out in Discord, so that the ways to see the stream are going to be like, I'll post the link on Discord. I'll post the link on Patreon. It'll be like a members only stream on YouTube and a subs only stream on Twitch. But you'll also be able to see it. I'll make it so that you can see it somehow through the Discord. So if you want to hang out with me in Discord, we will call that supporting the stream, right? We will call that the free way to support the stream. I'm going to post it out in Twitch as well. There's the Discord link. Join if you have not joined already, because like I said, I want to make sure that we're not shutting anybody out of this just because they don't have the ability to support the stream financially. Using an old computer with an out-of-date OS, and when I try to use Discord, my computer goes into a tailspin. Oh my god. So Discord, as far as I understand, God, I should show you sometime. Maybe I'll try to do that tomorrow. The only thing that's iffy about Discord, if I put Discord like in the window, like right in here, right? I gotta be really careful that I'm not showing like anybody's information. I'm in streamer mode, so that should be easier. But I kind of want to show people that, like, because some people, like, they're like, hey, I don't know what Discord is, okay? Back in my day, we had forums, and stuff like that. And it's like, well, it's kind of like a modern day forum. It's like, imagine if your forum also had a voice chat, like also had the ability for you to join a voice channel and talk to other people in the forum, like physically, talk and share your screen. And, if you have a webcam, show, kind of do like a Zoom call, right? That's essentially what Discord is. Do you watch movies on Discord? Yeah. That's in fact, we have a community night that's supposed to be every Friday night. I realized that I scheduled that without really consulting the mods, and I kind of need the mods' help for that. So I wanted to make sure that that the time that we choose is a time where we've got mods that can make it and stuff like that. So but yeah, like maybe we'll do it tomorrow, and we'll do like a premium streamium and a community night at the same time, so that people can just choose. If they want to watch it on Discord, they can watch it on Discord. If they want to watch it through their link over on Patreon, they can watch it through the link over on Patreon. If they want to watch it on YouTube, they can watch it on YouTube. If they want to watch it on Twitch, they can watch it on Twitch. So yeah, we'll be doing that on Friday. Tomorrow, like I said, covering Olaymi versus TYT. Once again, I anticipate Olaymi is going to cook the Young Turks, and I'm kind of looking forward to that. Kind of looking forward, but you love good films. Funny you should mention that. The last time, or at least maybe the next to last time that we did a community night, I think what we were doing, we watched like the opposite of good films. We watched a really bad film called Food Fight. But luckily, because we've already done that, and I've exhausted that idea of watching a purposefully bad film, like we're talking about a Pixar style film that was made, that cost $50 million to make. And because of a series of unfortunate events, even though it had a pretty, all-star cast, right? You had famous people voicing the characters. The execution of the, of the computer graphics themselves is like, it looks like something out of the 90s. It looks like worse than something out of the 90s. So yeah, we'll try to watch a good movie one of these days, but yeah, we'll try. Well, I think we're gonna have like a game night on Friday. That's what I'm thinking. I'll be playing some games. I'll be taking some calls, so it's your chance to talk to me. You know how Matt Bender talks to people through, I think Matt Bender actually uses Zoom, but I'll be using Discord. So yeah, it's your chance to get on. That's why I need mods, right? Because we gotta vet people, just like Majority Report vets people, to make sure that if they're a parody account, they're a really funny parody account, and that no sussy bakas sneak in. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for all the support. Remember, it's only through your support, financial and algorithmic, through hitting that like button, that I'm even able to come here. Oh yeah, it's Skype. Why did I say Zoom? Yeah, I think you're right. I think Matt Bender uses Skype. I think that's correct. But yeah, we got through the Candace Owens, and I hopefully she won't be relevant for a while. I know people get tired of, we did like Vosh for like a week. I know people got tired of Vosh. I know people are probably tired of Destiny at this point. I do try to bring you different things. Tomorrow we're going to be watching TYT versus Olaymi, so that should be pretty interesting. And I've got a lot to catch up with you on. What am I talking about? I'm talking about Elon versus Don Lemon. That was actually an interesting debate. I'm talking about Crystal Ball versus Destiny. Yeah, there's this whole thing going on. Between this whole drama going on where Crystal Ball called out Destiny after his debate on Lex Friedman with Norm Finkelstein et al. And we've got some updates on Keffels, actually, and the White Leaf Network, transphobic chuds that you may or may not know of, right? And the Dan Schneider situation. I haven't really talked about that, but I've been doing a little research, and it's looking bad. It's looking bad what's going on with Dan Schneider in terms of some of those classic Nickelodeon shows that turns out behind the scenes things were far from good. So we'll be looking at all of that. No, not necessarily all of that. I shouldn't. I gotta be. Sometimes my eyes are bigger than my what is it, the phrase? Eyes are bigger than the stomach. Sometimes I think I can get through more content than I can actually get through. So I gotta make sure that I we take bites that we can chew. That's what I'm going for here. So yeah, we'll cover what we can cover, but rest assured we'll be covering the TYT versus Olaymi, because that's interesting stuff. Anyway, I will talk to you tomorrow, and yeah, make sure to join the Discord if you have not already. Let me spam that link at you once more before saying goodbye and bidding you all adieu. And I will see you tomorrow. Much love, everybody. Moe moe kyun.